Entertainment. I travel to another world, and my 7 gorgeous goddess sisters are all big shots. Huafeng actually traveled to another world. What? He starts off with 7 stunningly beautiful sisters. Oh, and it seems he also has mysterious parents who disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1. Transmigrated 7 older sisters are bosses. In Hua country, the biennial idol trainee talent show was in full swing. This talent show, launched by Hua country's Mango TV, had remained popular for years, contributing many fresh young faces to the entertainment industry. The first round, called 100 into 50, gathered 100 boys from nationwide auditions. For the first time, Mango TV even broadcast the first round live. On stage, a handsome young man was singing, while 3 top celebrity judges and thousands of audience members watched and discussed. Meanwhile, backstage. Bang! A Mango TV director burst through the door in a hurry, shouting anxiously, "Huafeng! Huafeng, where are you? You're up next, hurry and get ready." Huh? In the corner, Huafeng stood up, looking completely confused. He was utterly stunned because at that moment a huge flood of memories surged into his mind. He clearly remembered just last night celebrating his university graduation with his roommates, eating hot pot and singing songs. But now, waking up with a hangover, he found himself in this strange place. As waves of memories flooded in, he rubbed his head hard to adjust. Finally, after fully digesting the memories, Huafeng understood his current situation. In short, he had transmigrated. From what he recalled, this world was almost identical to his previous life, with only minor differences. In this life, Huafeng was also a university student, but he hadn't yet entered university. To pursue his dream of music, Huafeng secretly signed up for this nationwide idol trainee audition behind his sisters' backs. Thanks to his extraordinarily good looks, Huafeng had fought his way through the rounds and finally stood on the 100 into 50 stage. Wait, hold on. Sisters. Huafeng's sharp senses caught the key point. The next moment, 7 beautiful faces flashed through his mind, each with expressions of either sweetness or sternness, each uniquely elegant, charming, poised, or stunningly beautiful. Huafeng gasped. He actually had 7 older sisters. His father, some mysterious figure, had apparently adopted 7 girls before Huafeng was born. After Huafeng's birth, 7 older sisters appeared in his life. When Huafeng just turned 10, his father disappeared without a trace along with his mother, leaving Huafeng to live with his 7 sisters. And there were terrifying assets involved. His 7 sisters were no ordinary people. The eldest, Hua, was a national-level scientist who had solved several major scientific problems and was hailed as a flower of Hua country's science community. Second sister Hua was an international superstar active in movies, TV dramas, and singing, with countless fans at home and abroad. Third sister Hua Lanshi topped the list of wealthy people in Hua country, chairwoman of the multi-billion-dollar Fengxi group, and the only woman among the top 10 richest. Fourth sister Hua Linfu was a military heavyweight, rumored to command 100,000 troops, but her whereabouts were always mysterious. Fifth sister Hua Shio was a master painter, regarded as the top young artist, with paintings selling for millions. Sixth sister Hua Yunchi was a culinary master, a gold medal chef skilled in multiple cuisines and running several Michelin-starred restaurants. Seventh sister Hua Gij was, like Huafeng, a university student, a year ahead of him, but she had entered prestigious Yangjing University with full marks. Phew! Huafeng's breath caught in his throat. Not to mention all these sisters were stunningly beautiful, their statuses and abilities seemed godlike. What if he suddenly became the bro treasure of 7 powerful sisters? Urgent, please respond. Huafeng was dumbfounded, especially as memories of everyday moments with his sisters flooded in affectionate teasing, doting care, and the family meetings when he messed up. As these memories surfaced, Huafeng nearly crashed. Come on. What are you waiting for? Get on stage now. The director grabbed Huafeng and dashed toward the idol trainee stage exit. The previous contestant had just finished. If Huafeng didn't go on soon, it would be a stage accident. Hey! Can transmigrators get some basic respect? I just arrived in this world minutes ago. Who knows what talent I'm supposed to perform? Huafeng's head hurt. The original owner passed the rounds not because of singing or dancing skills but thanks to his looks. Standing tall at 1.8 meters with a slender, handsome face and melancholic eyes. Hua Feng's overwhelming good looks meant he could stand still and not say a word while the judges raised their scorecards. Whether or not he was a mere flower vase, attracting young girls' favor fulfilled the idol trainee purpose. And the original owner basically maxed out points on appearance, with no other skills worth mentioning. Chapter 2, Destiny System Temporary Song Change. Thinking this, Hua Feng felt like complaining a bit. Isn't it better to just be a rich second-generation heir and relax? Why run off chasing dreams? Does he really think good looks let him do whatever he wants? But seeing the 100-50 sign, Hua Feng was speechless. This society really is all about appearances. Enough complaining. Right now, the priority is to figure out how to handle this urgent situation. Could he really just stand there on a live show for everyone to admire? Ding! Destiny system successfully bound. Ding! Due to the original hostess regret, Main Quest 1 is released. Secret line triggered. Main Quest 1, I want to become a top superstar. Temporary quest triggered, stun the audience. In the upcoming performance, stun the crowd and become the most dazzling guy on stage. New player gift pack has been issued. Open it now. A must-have golden finger for transmigrators. The veteran transmigrator doesn't lie. Hua Feng was overjoyed and immediately chose to open the new player gift pack. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained the Mermaid Songstress talent. Destiny points 1 acquired. Mermaid Songstress talent, hostess singing voice is enhanced songs performed gain an addictive effect. Destiny points can be used to draw from the system prize pool, which contains all kinds of talents, skills, and magical items. Draw a prize. Of course Hua Feng chose to draw immediately. In his mind, a large roulette will spun several rounds before the pointer stopped. Congratulations host, you have acquired the talent, Instrument Mastery. Suddenly, countless memories related to musical instruments flooded into Hua Feng's mind. Instantly, he mastered professional skills on countless instruments. These skills felt innate, as if Hua Feng had always possessed them fluent and natural, without any awkwardness. A satisfied smile curled on Hua Feng's lips. This time, stunning the audience was guaranteed. As Hua Feng entered the stage, almost every girl present gasped at his near-divine appearance. Meanwhile, inside a lavish mansion, a stunning woman dressed in silk pajamas lay on a sofa, lazily flipping TV channels. The screen happened to show Hua Feng. The beautiful woman's lips parted slightly, her face full of shock. Xiaofeng, why did you join that show? Hua Xiao saw the familiar figure on TV and felt annoyed. Especially when she saw the gleam in the eyes of the girls in the audience, Hua Xiao was close to losing it. The seven sisters had always protected Hua Feng carefully, afraid he'd be fooled by some vixen outside. They all knew Hua Feng had a star dream, but they had resolutely changed his college application. No matter what he studied, science or humanities, as long as he wasn't an arts exam student, it was fine. Now it seemed fate had other plans. Hua Feng had secretly signed up for idol trainee and even made it into the national top 100. If she had lazily turned on the TV today instead of painting, she might never have discovered this. But soon Hua Xiao relaxed, since she remembered Hua Feng hadn't studied anything related to music. He probably wouldn't advance, right? At the live venue of idol trainee, Hua Feng calmly walked to center stage and bowed gracefully to the crowd. Wow, this guy is so handsome. I'm melted. He looks like he stepped out of a manga. Can't wait to see his performance. That face, I could admire it for a lifetime. Just Hua Feng's entrance caused a stir among the girls in the audience and those watching on TV and phones, instantly winning him a batch of female fans. Hello everyone, my name is Hua Feng. I'm a freshman in the Chinese department at Yangjing University, 18 years old this year. His brief introduction stirred more excitement. A high achiever from Yangjing University. Oh my god. Love him. So handsome and a top student. Why didn't I work harder to get into Yangjing University? Didn't he expect such a handsome freshman this year? I have to check out the orientation. Among the three judges, the only female singer, Zhuaziki, also shone with admiration, her voice unusually gentle. Okay, now please begin your performance, contestant Hua Feng. But Hua Feng suddenly made a pause gesture to the camera, smiled politely, and said, Sorry, I'd like to change the performance song, and could someone please bring me a guitar? Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Changing the song on the spot. This guy's gonna pull some stunt. Just trying to create hype for views, how scheming. He looks so delicate, didn't he expect such a sneaky heart? The audience erupted. Normally, performance songs were pre-approved and the ones contestants practiced most. Changing songs last minute, if not for attention, what else could it be? Chapter 3: The Rest of My Life. Judge Lee Jian couldn't help but frown and picked up the microphone. Contestant Huafeng, can you tell me why you want to change your performance piece? Otherwise, if the next contestant has the same request, it will be very troublesome for the production team since it is a live broadcast. Huafeng smiled apologetically and said, I'm really embarrassed because although the previous repertoire has been decided, I don't think it can express the emotions I want to express. I don't know if I can go on, so I want to take this opportunity to express my thoughts to certain people through my music. Li Jian put down the microphone with a frown, but didn't say anything else. Regardless of the reaction on the scene, the program crew was quite cooperative. After a while, a staff member brought over a guitar. Afterwards, amidst everyone's questioning and waiting gazes, Huafeng calmly sat down and lightly plucked the strings. After feeling the harmony between the guitar in his hand and himself, Huafeng gestured to the staff. Then, the lights dimmed and the guitar was gently plucked. When they heard the sound of the guitar and a few chords, the three judges straightened up unconsciously. Although the chords sound simple, they all know in their hearts that Huafeng has something special up his sleeve. This kind of finger-picking technique and sweeping sound processing can definitely be done by people who have been immersed in guitar for a long time. Most of the audience present didn't have such professional ideas. They only had two words in their minds: nice to hear. At this moment, Huafeng closed his eyes and sang. Looking for the sun in a windless place. Be the warm sun in your cold place. You are always too naive. The rest of my life. I only want you. The rest of my life. Huafeng's magnetic voice was slightly low and instantly penetrated everyone's eardrums. The mermaid singer's talent in singing directly drew everyone into the emotions carried in the song. The live broadcast scene, which was originally a little noisy, suddenly became silent. Everyone held their breath and closed their eyes involuntarily. The guitar sound and the singing are perfect, a perfect match, and there is absolutely no flaw to be found. The comments on the phone that were originally complaining about Huafeng disappeared instantly, and it seemed that everyone was quietly enjoying it. For the rest of my life. The wind and snow are you, the plainness is you. Poverty is also you, glory is you. The gentleness in my heart is you, and wherever my eyes go, it is you too. Finally, the echoes died down. Some people were wiping their tears, some were sobbing softly, and some couples were clinging to each other. After a moment of silence at the live broadcast site, thunderous applause and cheers suddenly broke out. The three judges also stood up and applauded, their faces full of amazement, and Zhuaziki's eyes were full of surprise. In the live broadcast room of Idol Producer, the barrage of comments was overwhelming at this time. I was really moved to tears when I heard that. There was such a person before, but I missed him. Wow, this little brother sings so beautifully. Even a single person like me cried when listening to him. I shed tears for being single. Am I the only one who felt happiness? For the rest of my life, I only want you. It's the most beautiful love words I've ever heard. While you're not paying attention, I'm going to secretly take the little brother away. I'm going to lick his face. At this time, Huashio also came out of Huafeng singing and sighed. Xiaofeng, when did you sing so beautifully? No, this is a love song. Did Xiaofeng get tricked by a vixen? Huashio frowned, realizing that things were not simple. Especially when I saw the excitement on the faces of the female audience and the light in their eyes. Huashio knew that something serious had happened. Xiaofeng's excellence seems to be no longer concealed. Even if you are not deceived by the wild flowers outside now, you will definitely not be able to escape in the future. With Huafeng's good looks, if he really entered the entertainment industry, he would definitely attract countless admirers, and those star-chasing girls would definitely shamelessly lean on him. He couldn't think about it anymore. Huashio felt that his little heart couldn't bear it anymore. Xiaofeng is our baby. No one can take her away from us. Huashio immediately turned on his cell phone, found his second sister Huajijia's number and dialed it. This wave must not allow Xiaofeng to enter the entertainment industry. At Hengjian Film and Television City, Huajijia had just finished filming a scene and was sitting in a chair pondering the script. The life assistant came over with a personal cell phone. Sister Juju, there's a call for you. As soon as Hua Juju answered the phone, Hua Shio's voice came out anxiously. Second sister, hurry up and watch Idol Producer on Mango TV. Something big has happened. Hua Juju frowned and said. I'm filming, where's the TV? Just tell me what's going on. Oh, it's related to Xiaofeng. If you search online, there should be a live broadcast of that. You'll know when you watch it. When Hua Juju heard that it was related to her younger brother, she immediately asked her assistant to search for Idol Trainee on her phone. Hua Juju, who entered the Idol Producer live broadcast room and saw their familiar face, was completely confused. What was going on? This is really a big deal. Second sister, did you see that? My little brother actually went to participate in Idol Producer. What do you think we should do? Hua Shio asked anxiously. Chapter 4, Thank you sisters. What's going on? Haven't you been watching him at home? Hua Juju was a little speechless. No, he told me before that he wanted to visit you. Shouldn't he be with you? Hua Shio was completely confused. The Idol Producer venue is in Shonan, and I'm in Jinhua. You must have been deceived by him. You should have told me. Hua Juju was also a little helpless at this time. She didn't expect that her always well-behaved brother would be confused. Let's not talk about this for now. We should bring Xiaofeng back home as soon as possible. This is the first time he's going on a long trip alone, and I'm really worried. Hua Shio quickly added. Besides, there are too many bad people out there. It would be bad if they led Xiaofeng astray. Okay, I got it. I'll take a plane right away to pick Xiaofeng up and bring him home. You must inform others immediately, this requires a family meeting. Hua Juju gave the order decisively and then hung up the phone. Xiao He, pack your things and go to the airport immediately. Tell the director to postpone my scenes for the next 2 days. At this time, the live broadcast of Idol Producer. After Hua Feng finished singing and the applause died down a bit, Li Jian took the microphone first. Contestant Hua Feng, I think I understand why you changed the song just now. However, I still have a little regret. A song like this shouldn't be sung here, but should be sung live at the finals. After hearing Li Jian's speech, there was another round of cheers from the audience. Hua Feng bowed in thanks. The teacher's praise is so great. I never thought I would be able to appear on the final stage. Another judge, Xia Feng, spoke. No, I think based on your situation, you will definitely have a place in the finals. This song of yours must be original, right? The lyrics are really good, the guitar playing is really good, and the singing is even better. Maybe everyone just knows it's good, but they don't know just how good it is. I can tell you, this song will definitely make it onto the Golden Melody charts. Maybe even top the charts. Everyone in the audience and in front of the TV took a deep breath. China's Golden Melody chart is very valuable. You know, China's entertainment industry is so developed nowadays, and there are really countless songs produced every year. But only 10 songs can make it to the Golden Melody chart every year, which is equivalent to picking 1 in 10,000. The praise from the two judges was more intense than the other, and everyone's attention was focused on the last judge, Zhuo Ziki. Well. Zhuo Ziki blushed and picked up the microphone with a little embarrassment. She had not yet recovered from Jiang Hao's performance. How should I put it? Both teachers' compliments are very pertinent, and I completely agree with them. But the song has been discussed, so I'll just speak from the perspective of a female fan. Hua Feng's appearance and singing are truly impeccable, perfectly meeting my definition of an idol producer. I declare that Hua Feng has officially gained a fangirl. After hearing Zhuo Ziki's speech, the barrage of comments started scrolling wildly. I declare that brother Hua Feng has officially gained a fangirl. Why, auntie, please don't compete with us for the little brother. It's over. This couple looks so handsome and beautiful. Woo, give me back my little brother. Even though Hua Feng had a thick skin, he blushed slightly at this moment, and Deng Ziki spoke again. Hua Feng, you said before that this song is what you want to say to someone. I want to know who it is. Looking at the many eyes eager for knowledge, Hua Feng took a deep breath and said. This song is actually what I want to say to the most beautiful goddesses in my mind. Hearing this, the hearts of the female fans suddenly sank. Is this guy already taken? But why are there several of them? And Hua Feng continued. They are my sisters. They have protected me very well since I was a child. They never let me suffer any grievances and always put me first in everything. They are the best people in the world to me. And this song is what I want to say to them. For the rest of my life, wherever I look, you are the only ones I see. After hearing the following words, the barrage began to increase again. It turns out it's a song for the aunts. My sister-in-law was rude just now and thought of some bad things. Aunts, please forgive me. The one in front, have some shame. Can you blindly recognize my aunts? Hua Juju and Hua Shio, who were watching the live broadcast of Idol Producer, also had red eyes at this time. Looking at Hua Feng's sincere confession on the stage, the sisters felt very complicated. There is joy, relief, shyness, but more of it is reluctance and worry. I always feel that Xiaofeng is too outstanding, and there are a lot of vixens in the barrage who want to snatch Xiaofeng from them. What if it really is? No. We must bring Xiaofeng back quickly. Everyone be quiet. Next, we're going to announce the results. Chapter 5 Mission completed, Top 10 recommended. Xiaofeng signaled the audience to calm down, then gathered together with Li Jian and Zhuoziki and whispered. Seeing this situation, the atmosphere at the scene unconsciously became tense. What's going on? Does this take so long to discuss? Is there something shady going on? Is there really going to be any trouble? I won't watch it unless they announce the promotions directly. A minute passed, and Xiaofeng looked at Hua Feng with a smile on his face and said. Contestant Hua Feng completely impressed the three of us with this performance, so we made a unanimous decision. Contestant Hua Feng was directly recommended to the top 10 in the country. Oh! The scene was immediately in an uproar. For the first time, the comments were devoid of any hostility. Instead, they all unanimously praised the decision to recommend the student for being a wise one. Thank you to the judges for your kindness, thank you all for your support, thank you. Hua Feng bowed again to express his gratitude before leaving the stage. The moment Hua Feng left the stage, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding, temporary mission completed, mission reward calculation begins. Mission, astonish everyone. Completion evaluation, perfect completion of the task. Mission reward, destiny points for, self-selected prize direction 1 inch. Hua Feng couldn't help but show joy on his face. He completed the task perfectly and was even able to choose the direction of the prize drawing. This reward is really great. According to the nature of the system, there will probably be a lot of good things in the mall. Keep it for later use when needed. As soon as Hua Feng stepped into the backstage, a bunch of handsome men he didn't know came over to congratulate him. I don't know if it was to make friends with Hua Feng, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the camera that was filming Hua Feng. Finally, Hua Feng, who had been constantly asked for his contact information, waited until all the contestants had finished their performances. Hua Feng doesn't like to add the contact information of people he doesn't know casually, but he can make an exception if it's a particularly pretty girl. With the constant rejections, even Hua Feng himself felt a little embarrassed. When the on-site director announced the end, Hua Feng was the first to rush out of the contestant lounge. From now on, he won't have to worry about the Idol Producer auditions anymore. As he was recommended to the top 10, he only needed to wait quietly for about a month before returning to continue the competition. Now, what he has to worry about are those sisters. At this moment, he was a little frightened and always felt that something bad was going to happen. I guess some of the sisters must know about it. None of these sisters wanted him to enter the entertainment industry, and now this has happened. Hua Feng really gets a headache just thinking about it. It's a bit difficult to deal with so many sisters. Looking at Hua Feng's leaving figure, some people sneered disdainfully. It's just a crappy song that's good and made it into the top 10. I don't know what you're so crazy about. Exactly. I'm not sure if he wrote it. Humph, he didn't even add his contact information. Can you guys stop talking? They are arrogant, but they have the ability. If you don't agree, you're going to recommend them for admission. This is really jealous. Although Hua Feng was far away from them, he could still vaguely hear their conversation. But Hua Feng said he was fearless and there was no need to get angry at those who couldn't get the grapes and said they were sour. When the time comes, I will just use my strength to give them a few slaps in the face and let them know what fatherly love is. Just when Hua Feng had just left the recording site and appeared outside the gate, a group of people surrounded him and scared Hua Feng. Mr. Huafeng, we are from Oriental Media Company. Do you have an agent now? We at Guanghua Media are very strong and have the widest network of contacts in the industry. Mr. Huafeng, please consider it. Get out of the way. Huafeng is the future star that we Chinese have set our sights on, you little bastards, get out of the way. Humph, big companies are amazing. Big companies have more people competing for resources. Mr. Huafeng, if you sign with our company, you will be the boss. Mr. Huafeng, I'm Bona Media's agent. It's not convenient to talk here. Can we set up a time to discuss in detail? A group of agents, with red faces and ears, none of them willing to fall behind, surrounded Huafeng and spoke excitedly. These are all agents from various entertainment companies. They have always been the focus of attention on Idol Producer, a program that is good at tapping into the traffic of young and popular people. Huafeng's stunning performance on the show had already been noticed by these agents through live broadcast. The early bird catches the worm. These people planned to block the door of the TV station and wait for Huafeng to come out. They wanted to sign Huafeng to their company as soon as he started to show his talent. Once Huafeng's popularity explodes, it won't be so easy to get him signed. I just didn't expect. When I got to the door, I saw that they were all colleagues. It seemed that everyone had the same idea, which was to sign Huafeng before others. As a result, when Huafeng came out, there was already a group of agents with dozens of people waiting for Huafeng. Chapter 6 Old Actor. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to sign a contract for now. After figuring out the situation, Huafeng smiled politely and rejected all of them directly. Are you kidding me? I'm still trying to figure out how to get by. These ladies are having a really hard time getting through this stage. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to sign directly with your own company? Mr. Huafeng, we are one of the largest entertainment companies in the domestic entertainment industry, and we have cooperated with many big directors and producers. If you sign with our company, we guarantee that within 2 to 3 years, we will make you a top-tier popular star in China. The Chinese agent still wants to fight for it without giving up. He. Huafeng smiled and was about to speak. At this time, a stretched Lincoln drove to the edge of the crowd and stopped. 2 strong men in black suits pushed through the crowd and came to Huafeng. Master, the second young lady asked us to take you home. She is already waiting for you in the car. Huafeng's face turned bitter. He knew that what was coming would eventually come, but it came too quickly. Then, he spread his hands to signal to a few dazed brokers and walked towards the extended Lincoln with a metallic luster. Seeing such a grand Huafeng, many agents' faces became a little stiff. It seems that this Huafeng is most likely the son of a top chaebol who is out to experience life. Forget it, let us all go home and take a shower and go to bed. When Huafeng walked into the car, the first thing he saw was Hua Juju looking at him intently. She was wearing a goose-yellow dress, had slender legs, bright eyes and white teeth, and her expression, which seemed to be both happy and angry, revealed an unconcealable fatigue. Huafeng's face immediately filled with smiles. Second sister, why are you here? Aren't you filming in Hengjin? Hua Juju rolled her eyes at Huafeng and said. How can I not come? Our Xiaofeng is so amazing, he's even on TV. If I don't come, you might end up on the Spring Festival Gala. Huafeng chuckled and sat down next to Hua Juju attentively. No, I'm just lucky. I was chosen so I came here. Hua Juju said unhappily. Even if you're coming, you should at least tell your sisters. This is your first time traveling far away by yourself. We're so worried. After your 5th sister told me, I rushed here immediately. What should we do if something happens? As he spoke, he actually felt like crying. Huafeng immediately hugged Hua Juju and patted her back. I'm fine, second sister, don't be sad. I won't lie to you next time. I'll tell you everything I do, okay? Hua Juju looked at Huafeng with red eyes. Really? Tell us everything? Listen to us. Of course. After receiving Huafeng's affirmative answer, Hua Juju smiled. Well, let's not be so public anymore, okay? No more talent shows. Be good. You're tricking me. Huafeng was full of black lines on his forehead. The second sister is indeed a veteran actor, her acting skills are really good. I don't want it. This time Huafeng's answer was decisive. The main mission of this system must be completed. This idle trainee is the first step towards becoming a superstar. This time, he couldn't give up easily. Hua Juju, who had been smiling just now, looked like she was about to cry again after hearing Hua Feng's firm answer. My little brother has really grown up and has started to disobey me. I'm so sad. Hua Feng sighed and said. Second sister, it's too much, you use too much force. Hua Juju immediately corrected her expression. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. But, Xiaofeng, the sisters really don't want you to go out and shoot and show up. I, your second sister, have had enough of this kind of suffering. Every time I want to go shopping with your sisters, I have to cover myself up tightly. It's so troublesome. Besides, you're just a little boy, you don't know how chaotic the entertainment industry is. What if you get cheated of your money, your body, and your heart? Hua Feng still looked determined. I know, but I'm ready. I'm not the little boy I used to be. Don't worry, sister. Looking at Hua Feng's stubborn expression, Hua Juju couldn't help but sigh and slumped down in her chair. Okay, it seems I can't persuade you anymore. It seems you won't turn back until you hit the wall. I won't persuade you anymore. Hua Feng immediately regained his playful smile and put his hands on Hua Juju's shoulders. I knew it, second sister is the best. Second sister, you must be tired too. Come, let me give you a good massage. Hua Juju nestled into Hua Feng's arms, got into a comfortable position, and said softly. This level is easy for me. Wait until you get home. The other 6 levels won't be so easy. You have to think carefully. But today, I really like the song you sang. No, I really like it. For the rest of my life. As she was talking, Hua Juju fell asleep in a daze. While Hua Feng was massaging gently, he looked at Hua Juju's tired face and slightly furrowed brows, and felt distressed. Chapter 7 The Trial of 7 Sisters. My second sister Hua Juju was originally in Jinhua, but she came to Changsha after a show. I guess she was still filming when she came here. These sisters really care about him from the bottom of their hearts. Hua Feng secretly vowed that he would be their umbrella in the future and not let them be so tired again. But while massaging, Hua Feng realized something was wrong. There was actually a red mark on that round and white arm. Hua Juju must have carefully covered it with foundation and concealer, so others couldn't notice it from a distance. However, Hua Feng was helping his sister massage her shoulders and was too close. Hua Juju was too tired and didn't pay attention to Hua Feng, so she was accidentally discovered. Hua Feng kept frowning, feeling extremely distressed. His second sister was really working hard on the filming. She couldn't protect herself on the set and even got injured. Hua Feng unconsciously touched the red mark on Hua Juju's arm, but the dazed Hua Juju shivered reflexively, frowned, muttered, "Go away," and seemed to wake up. Hua Feng hurriedly continued to massage his sister's shoulders, but he didn't dare to touch her randomly. However, Hua Feng was confused. Was his second sister bullied by someone? Hua Feng decided to find an opportunity to ask his second sister what was going on after the family meeting. It would be fine if nothing happened, but if someone dared to bully my sister. Har har. Finally, when we arrived at the airport, Hua Juju woke up. Hua Feng boarded the private plane home with his sister as if nothing had happened. After more than an hour's flight, the plane landed at the private airport next to the Hua family manor. The Hua family manor covers an area of dozens of hectares and is isolated from the outside world by a circle of walls filled with lush green plants. The manor has a spacious lawn and basic sports facilities such as private basketball courts, football fields, and tennis courts. Behind the villa, there is also a standard Olympic-sized indoor swimming pool. There is even an artificial ski slope on the right side, close to the cliff. In front of the ski resort is a Disney-like amusement park, built by the same people who built Disneyland. The villa itself is of typical British castle specifications, magnificent and majestic, with the materials used in every detail being extremely exquisite and luxurious, exuding a profound aristocratic atmosphere everywhere. As soon as I got off the plane, the butler had been waiting for me for a long time. After a while of driving, Hua Feng followed Hua Juju into the villa. Before entering the lobby on the first floor, Hua Feng already felt a biting chill wafting out from the lobby. Hua Juju glanced at Hua Feng with a smile, and entered the hall first. Hua Feng gritted his teeth and stepped into the hall. Sure enough, in the hall, in addition to Hua Juju who had just sat down, there were 4 peerless beauties with frosty faces sitting on chairs waiting for Hua Feng. Except for the eldest sister Hua Huan, who had difficulty taking temporary leave from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the fourth sister Hua Lingfu, who had long-term tasks to do, the other four sisters were all present. And Hua Huan and Hua Lingfu, who were absent from the meeting, had a large screen tablet computer placed on their seats so they could participate in this special family meeting via video. The seven sisters held a joint trial. "Come here and sit down." Hua Lianqi, the third sister who was in charge of presiding over the meeting, spoke to Hua Feng in a gentle tone. Hua Feng ran over happily and sat down opposite his sisters very obediently. At the same time, he secretly glanced at several sisters out of the corner of his eyes. Eldest sister, fourth sister can't see clearly through the video. The third sister Hua Lianqi, as the chairman of the Fengxi Group, a trillion-dollar group, has a graceful demeanor, and her phoenix eyes reveal her dominance, showing an indifference to everything, but a soft light appears in her eyes when she looks at Hua Feng. The fifth sister Hua Xiao still had a bit of baby fat on her face, but her serious expression revealed a bit of cuteness. After noticing Hua Feng's gaze, she wrinkled her cute nose and made a face, just like a coquettish little wife. The sixth sister Hua Yinqi is elegant and scholarly. She is looking at Hua Feng with a gentle and loving gaze, and there is a hint of encouragement in the depths of her eyes. She is the sister with the weakest character and the one who dotes on Hua Feng the most. Seventh sister Hua Gij looked at Hua Feng with an indifferent expression, her eyes motionless, like an icy beauty, but there was concern in her eyes that Hua Feng could see. The styles of the sisters are so different. Hua Feng was silently thinking in his heart which sister he should target as a breakthrough point, and the names and appearances of several sisters emerged in his mind. Etc. Hua Feng suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with the last character of the names of his seven sisters. No way. It's not what I imagined. Hua Feng's expression became more and more shocked. Hua Lianqi noticed the change in Hua Feng's expression and frowned as he asked. "What's wrong, Xiaofeng? What are you thinking about?" Hua Feng collected his thoughts and shook his head quickly. It's okay. I was just spaced out for a while." "Okay, let's get started." Hua Lianqi spoke, and the aura of the domineering female president suddenly became full, and the expressions of everyone in the field couldn't help but become serious. This time, the content of the family council. Xiaofeng, should you enter the entertainment industry? Chapter 8. 1 year. The second sister Hua Jujia was the first to speak. After more than a decade of working in the entertainment industry, she is now one of China's top celebrities and has the most say. Her face was rosy, her sparkling eyes flickered over Hua Feng, and she said, "The entertainment industry is a big melting pot. You're so beautiful, I'm a little worried." Her appearance reminded Hua Feng of his goddess, Bing Bing. The two people are so similar. Second sister, I will protect myself. Besides, didn't you like the song "The Rest of My Life" that I sang on the show today? I like it, but... Hua Jujia met Hua Feng's eyes that were as bright as stars, and suddenly she was speechless. She flicked her shiny black hair and continued, "Your third sister's Fengxi Group, your fifth sister's Art Gallery, your sixth sister's Michelin restaurant, pick any one. Why do you have to be in the entertainment industry?" As she spoke, tears appeared in the second sister's charming eyes, which made people feel distressed. "Second sister, don't be anxious. My dream is to become a superstar. Besides, if I make it big in the entertainment industry, I can protect you, second sister." Hua Feng has sword-like eyebrows, a nose like a hanging gall bladder, and moist lips with sharp edges. It's like Bai Jiu is reborn. I don't know if Hua Feng's words touched Hua Juju's heart. She suddenly lowered her head and stopped talking. Seeing that Hua Juju seemed to be persuaded by Hua Feng, the third sister Hua Lianqi hurriedly interrupted. The Windstorm Group has now expanded its European business to Italy and France. Where do you want to go? Third sister. I have no interest in shopping malls. Hua Feng shrugged and directly rejected Hua Lianqi's proposal. Since Hua Feng is not interested in the business world, he will definitely not refuse matters related to painting, fine arts, and literature and art. Hua Lianqi winked at Hua Xiao. Although Hua Xiao is now a master of painting, he behaves in a quirky way. She put her hands behind her back and walked to Hua Feng unsteadily. Hua Feng sat on the chair, looking up at Hua Xiao slightly. From this angle, Hua Xiao's legs are straight, white, tender, and curvy, which makes her look very sexy. You. Hua Xiao raised his pointed index finger and poked Hua Feng on the forehead. You've heard of the National Art Museum at the Zhongyang Academy of Fine Arts, right? I'm having an exhibition there next month. How about coming? Why do you insist on making me do something I don't like? Hua Feng pretended to be unhappy, put his hands on both sides of Hua Xiao, grabbed her hands and shook them back and forth. These sisters are really good to themselves. Sweeter than honey. So sweet. All right. Third sister, fifth sister, please stop forcing him. Sixth sister Hua Yunqi couldn't bear to see Hua Feng being wronged. Even the slightest bit of grievance would make her cry with heartache. Xiaofeng likes the entertainment industry and has dreams, so let him give it a try. Hua Yunqi has long straight hair, speaks softly, and has a figure as graceful as water. Aren't we all doing what we love? My second sister likes acting. My third sister is good at business. My fifth sister likes painting. I only love food. Xiaofeng likes the entertainment industry, so let him give it a try. Sixth sister Hua Yunqi's voice was soft but resounding. After hearing her words, the Ice Beauty seventh sister Hua Gij couldn't help but nodded and said, if Xiaofeng likes it, let him try it. When Hua Feng saw that things were taking a turn for the better, his face immediately lit up like a peach blossom. Hua Lianxi, who was sitting in the middle, seemed to have some relaxation on her domineering face like a queen. However, she is still worried that her brother will be tainted in the entertainment industry. Let's put it this way, third sister. 1 year. 1 year only. Within a year, I became a superstar. If I don't do it within a year, I will wait for my sisters to arrange it. Hua Feng looked at the row of bright and beautiful faces and the long, well-proportioned and shining legs in front of him, raised his right hand and swore. This is good. It allows Xiaofeng to venture out a bit, but he won't have to stay in the entertainment industry for too long. Hua Yunqi, the sixth sister who doted on Hua Feng, agreed. She turned to Hua Lianxi for her opinion. Hua Lianxi nodded slightly. However, to be on the safe side, she still asked Hua Jujia. Second sister, what do you think? Hua Jujia pursed her delicate lips and said, since everyone agrees and Xiaofeng also has this dream, let's give it a try. Seeing that all the sisters agreed, Hua Feng couldn't help but rush to his sixth sister Hua Yunqi, held her face, and gave her a kiss. A blush appeared on Hua Yunqi's snow-white cheeks. To thank you seven sisters, I want to show you my cooking skills. Big sister, fourth sister, I'll treat you two separately next time. The eldest sister Hua Huan and the fourth sister Hua Lingfu, who were on the video call, so that the matter was resolved, gave a few instructions, and then left. When Hua Xiao heard about the delicious food, he excitedly came to Hua Feng and said, Xiao Feng, what delicious food can you make? It seems that this fifth sister is a foodie. Hua Lianxi chuckled when she heard that. Xiaofeng, you've never cooked before, how could you possibly cook? Chapter 9 Song Dynasty State Banquet. Although Hua Yunqi, who is already a big name in the culinary world, dotes on Hua Feng, she couldn't help laughing when she heard that he was going to cook. Xiaofeng, let sixth sister come. Don't make trouble. It seems that these sisters don't believe it. Show off your skills in front of them today. Start choosing your own prizes. Select Walt's first-level chef skills. Congratulations to their host for obtaining the Chinese first-class chef qualification. Your cooking skills are superb and amazing. All of a sudden, all kinds of cooking techniques emerged in his mind, and even the most difficult Tang and Song Dynasty State banquet dishes were presented in front of him without missing a single move. Bingo! Sisters, just wait patiently. Seeing Hua Feng's confident look, Hua Lianxi smiled helplessly and said to the others, let him do whatever he wants. Hua Yunqi couldn't bear to let her delicate brother cook for her. I followed him closely and came to the kitchen. In the huge kitchen, only Hua Yunqi's gentle breath like water remained. Hua Yunqi turned her back to Hua Feng, took out the ingredients, and prepared to cook delicious food. Sixth sister, I can do it. Hua Feng gently leaned against her back, resting his chin on her shoulder, and spoke softly. Maybe Hua Feng was too close. Hua Yunqi straightened her back as if she had been electrocuted. She remained standing, motionless. Hua Feng put his arms around her delicate body and pushed her out of the kitchen. Then, Xiaofeng, don't burn yourself. Hua Yunqi gave instructions while standing outside the kitchen. I know. Hua Feng smiled and shook his head, then shouted to Hua Yunqi. Half an hour later. Hua Feng and 5 beautiful women sat at the open-air dining table. The butler brought delicious dishes from the kitchen to the table. Huashio stared at the delicious dish in front of him with wide eyes. Xiaofeng, this is not made by you. Hua Juju tucked her curly hair behind her ears, picked up a bit of goose liver and put it in her mouth. She nodded in disbelief. Try it, it tastes very good. Hua Yinchi, who is used to international food competitions, couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks when she saw everyone praising her. After tasting it, she looked at Hua Feng in astonishment and asked, Xiao Feng, this seems to be the lost Songjiang flour dew, which originated from the Song dynasty. How did you? Sixth sister, I learned this from a book. I can study dishes with you in the future. Hua Yinchi nodded softly and said, this dish is from the Song dynasty state banquet. My team has been researching it for a long time and still can't make it right. After hearing her words, others couldn't help but give Hua Feng a thumbs up. I can't believe that Xiaofeng is such a good singer and cook. Hua Juju slowly sipped her black swan cake and continued, I'll contact the director of 13 flavors later to increase their exposure. Thank you, second sister. Hua Feng pushed another white swan-shaped dessert in front of Hua Juju. Hua Juju chuckled, desserts are delicious, but I have to stay in shape. I'd better eat less. My sisters have small appetites, so no matter how delicious the food is, they only have a taste. Moreover, Hua Juju was busy filming and Hua Lianxi had a lot of things to deal with at the company, so they left the villa in a hurry after dinner. Although Hua Gij is in college, his schedule is full with projects, socializing, dancing, and oil painting. As soon as she heard Hua Shio say that he was going to a cocktail party, the two of them went out together to get facials and go shopping. Only Hua Yinchi and Hua Feng were left at the table, chewing their food slowly. Xiaofeng, what are your plans for tonight? She moved gently, holding the red wine glass in her pale arm and shaking it gently. I'm a little tired today. I want to swim for a while and rest early. Well, if you want to participate in Idol Trainee, you must stay well rested. 10 p.m., swimming pool. After swimming back and forth a few times, Hua Feng sat by the pool to rest. Nanny Anshu was waiting not far away. When she saw him come ashore, she hurriedly brought him a glass of orange juice. Are the sisters back? Anshu replied, only Miss Six is here. Oh, you should rest early. I will swim for a while. I don't know what sixth sister is doing. Hua Feng looked towards the villa behind him. The villa was brightly lit. However, the lights in sixth sister's room were off. Where did sixth sister go? After drinking the orange juice, Hua Feng dived back into the swimming pool. He is tall and fair, like a beautiful silver dragon in the blue swimming pool. Suddenly, Hua Feng saw a slender figure walking towards him from not far away. It's sixth sister Hua Yinchi. Hua Feng emerged from the water and wiped the water droplets off his face. Hua Yinchi wore a red bikini, and her snow-white skin looked smooth and tight under the light. Xiaofeng, I want to swim for a while too. Hua Yinchi said this as she walked up the steps into the swimming pool. Her soft black hair lay against her chest, rising and falling with her steps. Crash crash. Her butterfly stroke posture was very graceful, and she arrived in front of Hua Feng in a few seconds. Hua Feng was stunned by the scenery before him. This is exactly the mermaid in Stephen Chow's movie. Why don't you swim anymore? Hua Yinchi's hair and arms flashed past Hua Feng's waistline. Sixth sister, wait for me. Chapter 10 Plagiarism. Hua Feng turned around and saw Hua Yinchi had already swam to the edge of the swimming pool. She spread her arms, placed them on the edge of the swimming pool, and looked at Hua Feng tenderly. Her hair was wet, and strands of it hung from her snow-white cheeks to her chest. Oh, my sister's skin is so round. No, my sister has such a big skin. Bar. What I want to say is that my sister has such fair skin. Hua Feng floated in the middle of the swimming pool, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and almost couldn't breathe. Weird. Hua Yinchi cursed coquettishly, turned around, picked up the juice on the shore and started drinking. Hua Feng dived into the water, stared at the slender red color in the water, and swam over quietly. I got you. He suddenly put his arms around Hua Yinchi's waist and emerged from the water with a splash. Hua Yinchi was startled and turned around in his embrace with a scream. Hua Feng felt a soft and warm touch on his strong and cold chest. It's actually so sweet. Their eyes met, and Hua Yinchi shyly pushed him away. Huh? You scared me in the swimming pool when we were kids. You're still like this now. Hey. You were the one who teased me first. Hua Feng chuckled and gently held Hua Yunchi and sat her by the swimming pool. He also jumped onto the stage. Looking at the quiet water in front of him, Hua Feng whispered, "Sixth sister, thank you for supporting me today." Hua Yunchi was a little surprised, then nodded. "Why are you so polite? Would you like to teach me how to make Songjiang flower dew?" After saying that, she tilted her head and winked at Hua Feng slyly. So this is why sixth sister ran to the swimming pool in the middle of the night. Let me think about it. Besides knowing Song dynasty cuisine, I also know the dish that Li Longji gave Yarn Guifei before she hanged herself. I also know. What? Impossible. Hua Yunchi widened her eyes and, like a charming snake, pressed her soft upper body against Hua Feng's chest. "Brother, teach me." Hua Feng remained calm, coughed twice, and continued, "There are also the health-preserving dishes of Wu Ziqian and Xixi. Oh, by the way, I also know concubine Nian's specialty." Having whetted Hua Yunchi's appetite, Hua Feng stroked her soft arms. He, but I can only teach you when I'm in a good mood. Bye, sixth sister Tilda. Snort. Hua Yunchi pouted in anger, and her white jade-like feet splashed in the water, creating splashes of water. Seeing this, Hua Feng smiled secretly and returned to the villa. The next day, Hua Feng was sleeping soundly. Suddenly I was awakened by a ringing phone. The caller ID shows Yu Haming. He participated in Idol Producer with Hua Feng and made it into the top 50. He was one of the few boys who was kind to Hua Feng from the very beginning. After answering the phone, Hua Feng looked at his watch. It was just past 6 o'clock. "Haming, why are you calling so early?" "Xiaofeng, check out the trending searches on Weibo. Did you offend someone?" Hua Feng was completely confused by what he said. "Relax, buddy, I believe you." "What the hell?" Hua Feng hung up the phone in a daze. Open Weibo. The first hot search, Tongjua criticized the newcomer by name. Tongjua is a popular young actor who has been developing rapidly in the fields of film, television, and music in recent years. What does this have to do with me? Hua Feng clicked it in confusion. Tongjua singled out Idol Producer Hua Feng for criticism. The selection was originally 100 to 50, but Hua Feng was strangely promoted to the top 10 thanks to a plagiarized song. Hua Feng even shamelessly claimed on the show that the song was his original creation. Tongjua has a huge number of fans, and most of them are brainless fanatics. Therefore, his revelation instantly became a hot topic. The comments under the hot search were overwhelmingly criticizing Hua Feng. Tonton has sharp eyes and Hua Feng plagiarized and got out of Idol Producer. The rest of my life, this song is so good, but it turned out to be plagiarism. I thought I had discovered a treasure boy, but it turned out to be plagiarism. Others have to climb up step by step, so why can Hua Feng be admitted to the top 10? Hua Feng was really confused inside. Who is this Tongjua? I don't even know him. And I have no connection with him. Why is he suddenly biting people like a mad dog on the internet? Moreover, with Hua Feng's current popularity, it's not enough for others to take advantage of it. Apart from his original song, The Rest of My Life, which is on the hot song charts online, there is basically no news about him. However, even though I'm a newcomer, I can't take on this dirty water. Fortunately, he kept the evidence. I participated in Idol Producer that day, and from then on, all the lyrics and music I wrote were done using a mobile phone app. There are ready-made screenshots and videos. Hua Feng saved them one by one and prepared to register a Weibo account to clarify. Really? You're making such a big deal out of a crappy song. I even have to personally come out and clarify things. Huh. Hua Feng thought that an original song could attract so much attention, so he took the opportunity to clarify the response and upload another original song. Wouldn't it be more popular? Just do it. He wrapped himself in a silk quilt, leaned against the soft mattress, picked up a sheet of musical notation, and began to compose music and write lyrics. I am who I am. Fireworks of different colors. The sky and the sea are vast tilde, we must be the strongest bubbles tilde. The melodious and graceful tune seems to burst through the paper. Chapter 11, The Second Sister's Terrifying Appeal. Just as Hua Feng was holding the manuscript, humming a tune and immersed in it, there was the sound of high heels tapping on each other's heels as she quickly walked up the glass stairs and pushed open his door with a clang. It's my second sister Hua Jujia. Hua Feng helplessly spread his hands and buried his handsome face in the quilt. Second sister, why did you come back again? Hua Jujia's eyes were filled with spring water. She hugged Hua Feng with a look of concern, gently stroked his back and said, Xiaofeng, on Weibo, are you scared? Hua Feng is surrounded by the elegant and noble fragrance of Hua Jujia. His extremely handsome face was buried in her arms. Second sister. Little Feng, be good. As soon as my second sister saw the trending search, she came back on a private plane. Don't be afraid, Xiaofeng. Second sister will take care of it for you. Second sister has seen a lot of this kind of thing. Hua Feng was held tightly in Hua Jujia's arms. His strong chest pressed against Hua Jujia's V-neck tulle top. Hua Jujia hugged Hua Feng tighter and tighter, and her thin arms almost made it difficult for Hua Feng to breathe. Second sister. Jia. Hua Feng gently pushed her away, held her shoulders, looked into her eyes that were about to burst into tears and said, Second sister, I can handle it myself. I can do it. Look, I have the manuscript for the rest of my life. Hua Feng placed the screenshot on his phone in front of Hua Jujia and continued. And, 5 minutes before you walked in, I wrote a new song. The name is, Me. Hua Jujia picked up the manuscript in disbelief. She graduated from Shanghai Theatre Academy and has been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years. As soon as she got the score, she saw the potential of this song. Feng, did you really write this song in just 5 minutes? Hua Feng raised his eyebrows and nodded. Hua Jujia was humming a song softly. After a moment, she stared at Hua Feng as if she was looking at a pigeon egg-sized diamond ring and said, Feng, this song will definitely be nominated for a Grammy. And she interrupted Hua Feng and continued, it's the kind that only happens once in 100 years. Hua Feng curled his lips indifferently and said, I'm going to register a Weibo account to clarify this. Who the hell is Tong Zhuo? Why is he slandering me for no reason? As Hua Feng spoke, he got up from the bed and prepared to go to the study to get his laptop. He was shirtless, with loose silk pajamas draped across his waist, revealing the lines of his long legs. Hua Jujia's eyes, like spring water, swept over Hua Feng, and she bit her lip. Feng, I want to post this Weibo. Hua Feng looked down at Hua Jujia from a high position. Do you know how many followers I have on Weibo? How many? 150 million. Hua Feng took a breath of cold air. Who do you think is more popular, your clarification or mine? Sister, you are awesome. Send me the screenshots of the creation of The Rest of My Life and the manuscript of Me as well. Hua Jujia poked at her phone and said, if Tong Zhuo doesn't get serious, he really doesn't know how many eyes the Horse King has. Statement. I, Hua Jujia, stand up for Hua Feng in the name of my personality. The following is the manuscript of The Rest of My Life. Please provide evidence to Tong Zhuo who accuses Hua Feng of plagiarism. P.S. Hua Feng said that he would give fans another song, Me. Moreover, as long as it is not for commercial purposes, fans can use it at will. Hua Feng Weibo at Hua Feng. As soon as Hua Jujia posted this Weibo, it became a hot topic within 2 seconds. Jialang was once paralyzed, and the back-end programmers were wailing everywhere. Sister Jia, could you please give us some time if you have a fever, WYSL. Hua Jujia's fans kept posting Jialang. It was not until half an hour later that the waves stabilized again. Fans who knew the truth immediately rushed to Tong Zhuo's Weibo. There was a lot of shouting and cursing. Tong Zhuo kept thinking that he was unlucky. Where did Hua Feng come from? Hua Jujia actually supported him. Moreover, he also took out the manuscript of The Rest of His Life. Where can I put my face in this TM? He urgently closed the comment function on Weibo. However, the comment with the highest number of likes was still hanging there, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Tongo, you can't sing well, so you make room for the newcomer. Trash. However, Tong Zhuo's status is far inferior to Hua Jujia's, maybe the difference is just 100 miss numbers. After netizens scolded Tong Zhuo, their attention turned to Hua Jujia and Hua Feng. Hua Feng registered on Weibo at the perfect time. In a short while, his Weibo followers increased to more than 30 million. Second sister's appeal is simply amazing. All of a sudden, private messages and comments came pouring in. Even Hua Jujia's agent, Chen Lulu, couldn't stand the pressure. A phone call came. Jia, who is Hua Feng? Why didn't you tell me in advance when you made such a big fuss online? Lulu, Hua Feng is, hey, it's a secret. Public opinion reversed, and the matter was resolved. Hua Juju narrowed her eyes at Hua Feng, then said to the person on the other end of the phone, I will definitely protect him. Nice. Jia, you are this. Hua Feng gave Hua Juju a thumbs up. Chapter 12 Secret Relationship. It sounded like Chen Lulu on the other end of the phone had no way to deal with the big shot Jia. Okay, Juju. Thanks to this incident, your popularity has soared again. It just so happens that your new movie is coming out soon, so it's worth it to earn some traffic. Chen Lulu continued with rapid-fire words, by the way, I've been looking for you for a long time. Did you sneak back home from the crew again? When Hua Juju heard her agent ask this, she stuck out her tongue playfully and said, I'll go back to the crew right away. Hurry up, my sister Jia. Hua Juju packed her handbag, hugged Hua Feng, gave him a kiss, and then flew out of the bedroom like a whirlwind. She came and went without a trace. Hua Feng watched her graceful figure disappear at the door. A system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding dong, the host has completed fame value 60, charm value 75, and image value 88. Please select the reward method. Reward 1, talk incessantly. Hua Digang seemed to react very quickly, with first-class eloquence, and he debated with many scholars in an endless stream. Reward 2, dance master. Top-notch techniques in various types of classical dance, ballet, folk dance, and modern dance. Reward 3, imperial acting skills. His acting talent is 100%, comparable to that of veteran actors. He doesn't need any makeup, and his acting is godlike, capable of adapting to any role. When Hua Feng saw the 3 options, he wanted them all. You can only choose one of the 3. Only children do multiple choice questions, I want all of them. All right. Choose reward 2 or reward 3. Since you are going to enter the entertainment industry, you should first master the basic skills. Dancing and acting talents will definitely come in handy. Just as I sent the system master away in my mind, Yu Haoming called again. Phone, everyone is asking me about your relationship with Hua Juju. Tell me secretly. You both have the surname Hua, are you my goddess's younger brother? Yu Haoming couldn't contain his excitement and kept asking questions on the other end of the phone. Hey, I'll tell you when I go to Idol Producer next month. Hua Feng kept it a secret. Yu Haoming didn't ask any more questions, but said reluctantly, come visit us when you have time. Haoming, how are things going over there? Yu Haoming hesitated for a moment and said, I'm fine. The two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Yu Haoming is a pretty good guy. I must help him if I have the chance. Hua Feng was just thinking about it when the sound of high heels rang out again. Am I hallucinating? Deng deng deng. Really? Hua Juju is back again. Sister, how much do you miss me? Don't be so naive. Hua Juju grabbed Hua Feng's arm and dragged him out. Hey! Sister, what are you doing? Let's go, let's get on the plane first. Huh? Why am I getting on the plane? To go filming with you. Stop wasting time. Wearing a white t-shirt and white pants, he looks as muscular as a sculpture when running. Behind the villa, there is a spacious helipad. An orange helicopter, its rotor blades spinning, made a loud noise. Hua Feng bent over and followed Hua Juju onto the plane. The helicopter's rotor blades rotated faster and faster, and soon it rushed into the sky and flew towards the east. The plane was very noisy. Thinking that I have nothing to do these 2 days, I decided to go to Hungjin with my second sister, which would be a way to add some experience to my acting career. Therefore, Hua Feng did not ask any more questions. After a while, the helicopter landed on the helipad of Hungjin Film and Television City. Hua Feng followed Hua Juju off the plane. Who knew that when he got off the plane, he was dumbfounded? About 100 male and female fans were waiting outside the cordon on the tarmac, holding flowers and gifts. Countless flashes of light flashed at him and Hua Juju, snapping non-stop. Hua Juju covered her face with her handbag and muttered, no matter where I run, I can't escape these reporters. A bespectacled male reporter rushed to Hua Juju, the microphone almost thrust into her face. Juju, who is Hua Feng, the man you mentioned on Weibo this morning? What's your relationship with him? Hua Juju smiled politely and said, I'll tell everyone when it's time to inform them. Does that mean the relationship hasn't been confirmed yet? The reporters swarmed over like flies to blood. Hua Juju smiled and said, please pay attention to my work. You posted on Weibo at around 6 o'clock. Do you and Huafeng live together? The reporter with glasses pursued the matter relentlessly. Huafeng couldn't stand it and said, Sir, Huajija means she doesn't want to tell you now. Reporters had noticed Huafeng a long time ago, but because he was not a familiar face, they did not interview him. Now, after hearing what he said, the microphone came straight up to him. Excuse me, who are you? Among the reporters and fans, there are those who follow idol producer and Huafeng. They recognized the tall, handsome boy. He is Huafeng. Suddenly, the scene was in chaos. Microphones, cell phones, cameras, radios, and notebooks given as gifts by fans all swarmed in front of the two. Just then, Huajuju's agent Chen Lulu squeezed in from the crowd. Dear journalist friends, if you have any questions about Huajuju, please ask me. Ms. Huajuju is about to go to the crew to film, so please give her some private space. Seizing this opportunity, Huafeng grabbed Huajuju's hand and, under the cover of several security guards, rushed out of the encirclement. Several fans followed the two and wanted autographs. He was politely turned back by the security guard following behind him. Chapter 13 The Legend of Jinhuan Theme Song. Sister, it's really not easy to be a superstar. Huafeng held Huajuju's hand and looked around. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no fans catching up with him. Ouch! Are you tired of my wind? Huajuju pushed down her black hat and replied while holding Huafeng's hand. I feel sorry for you, my second sister. You live under the spotlight every day and have to hide from reporters. Upon hearing this, Huajuju smiled at Huafeng. There was grievance in her eyes, but more of it was a throbbing flame. Jia. You're finally here. A very elegant beauty suddenly walked up to the two of them and interrupted their conversation. Huajuju shook hands with the elegant beauty and introduced her. This is Huafeng, my younger brother. The elegant beauty was obviously very excited. She tilted her head and stretched out her hand in front of Huafeng. Hello Huafeng, I am Lin Lan, the screenwriter of Ms. Huajuju's new play. Huafeng shook hands with her, but his eyes involuntarily looked at Huajuju. Second sister, what are you doing? Lin Lan smiled and said, Why? Didn't Juju tell you? It turned out that the new play Huajuju was filming was a large-scale costume drama. The producer and director were both top figures in the industry, and the investment alone was 300 to 500 million yuan. However, even such a high-quality TV series has never found a suitable theme song. Lin Lan was very troubled by this. Just when she was at a loss, she saw the Weibo post that Huajuju posted that morning. The moment she heard the song she decided to recruit Huafeng. She wants Huafeng to write the theme song for her new play. After Huafeng understood the whole story, he nodded in sudden realization. No wonder the second sister rushed him to the film and television city. It turns out there is a big job waiting here. Seeing that Huafeng didn't express his opinion, Huajuju hurriedly said, Feng, I won't force you. If you want to write, then write. If you don't want to write, then don't write. When Lin Lan heard this, she was filled with black lines in her head. But who can blame Huafeng for being such a talented person? Moreover, he has the support of international celebrity Huajuju. No matter what the two of them said, I didn't dare to offend them. Lin Lan smiled widely, yes. Brother Huafeng, let's go take a look at the set first. If you're interested, we can write about it later. Seeing her trembling with fear, Huafeng hurriedly explained, Writer Lin, please don't worry. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to write it well and let you down. Since my sister recommended it to me, I'll take a look and do my best to write it for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan felt as if she had picked up a great treasure. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and kept bowing to the two of them to express her gratitude. Huajuju glanced at Huafeng coquettishly. This boy is quite caring, his mouth is as sweet as honey. The three of them chatted and laughed as they entered the set together. The crew was filming a Qing Dynasty palace drama. The scene layout is antique and has a high degree of historical restoration. Moreover, it does not have the highly saturated colors of ordinary costume dramas. This scene and characters are so familiar. Huafeng muttered to himself, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen this scene. I had no choice but to stand quietly aside and watch the crew filming. The female supporting role was graceful and elegant, and said in an extremely arrogant and domineering manner, the maple leaves this year don't seem to be red enough. The servant girl beside her said, I heard that maple leaves look beautiful only when they are dyed with blood. Female supporting role, really? Then I will reward her with 100 lashes of scarlet blood, even if it means using her blood to add some color to the maple leaves in the palace. Isn't this the story of Zhenhuan? Seeing this, Hua Feng remembered the title of the drama. He stepped aside, leaned casually on the railing, opened the composition app, and wrote Red Beauty without thinking. Hum it twice, no problem. Not satisfied yet, I spent another 10 minutes writing Phoenix Flying. Cut! The director shouted, and all kinds of sounds rang out in the theater. Seeing Hua Feng hiding aside, Hua Jujia and Lin Lan came over. Lin Lan rubbed her hands and said, Brother Hua Feng, how about it? I wonder if you are interested. Afraid that he would refuse, she continued, the director and distributor of this film are both industry leaders. It will definitely be a hit after it's released. Hua Jujia was standing by, hoping Hua Feng would agree. After all, no matter how big a star is, he or she needs to have constant good shows to support him or her. Hua Jujia also poured a lot of effort into this play. She demanded perfection from herself in every aspect, including knowledge accumulation, body shape control, and line memorization. If the theme song is not good, it will really lower the quality of the entire drama. Hua Feng smiled calmly and handed the phone to the two of them. Why do you let me look at my phone? But Lin Lan was quick-witted and quick-handed. She pointed at her phone in surprise, then looked at Hua Feng, so excited that she couldn't even speak. After a long while, she stamped her feet and said, he wrote it. Just 10 minutes. What? Or 2. Hua Jujia leaned in front of the phone and hummed Beauty's Tribulation with Lin Lan. I'll go. Lin Lan shouted loudly, causing the director and cameraman who were watching the scene to look sideways. Lin Lan pulled Hua Feng up, called Hua Jujia, and rushed to the director. Director Zheng. We've got the theme song. Director Zheng was a well-mannered man. He looked at Lin Lan with surprise and stood up from his chair. Look. Lin Lan handed the phone to Director Zheng. Director Zheng looked at his phone, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Chapter 14 Who Dares to Bully My Second Sister? Is this a purely original work? Director Zheng asked while humming the tune of Red Beauty's Tribulation. Certainly. Hua Feng smiled calmly. His white clothes and trousers made him stand out among the staff in brown and black work clothes. Especially because of his handsome appearance, even the casting director who saw handsome men and beautiful women every day couldn't help but come forward and look at him with starry eyes. When everyone saw the casting director's expression, they all gathered around Hua Feng and Hua Jujia. Lin Lan was very proud that she was the one who discovered the talent Hua Feng. Director Zheng, Hua Feng only took 15 minutes to compose these two songs. As soon as she finished speaking, whispers arose around her. The way everyone looked at Hua Feng also had a more complicated meaning. In this circle, someone with a striking appearance like Hua Feng is quite eye-catching, but not to the point of being envied. However, if there is someone with a look comparable to Bai Jiu, who only appears once in 1,000 years, coupled with unmatched talent, it would be truly enviable. Even Director Zheng couldn't help but look at Hua Feng deeply. The originality, tune and lyrics are all of high standard, and the efficiency is extremely high. This kind of talent is so rare. Even rarer than the national treasure giant panda. Name your price. The rarer something is, the higher the price. Director Zheng, who is well versed in the rules of the entertainment industry, asked directly. The staff around him held their breath, waiting for Hua Feng to speak. They silently calculated in their minds how much money they could get if they had written these two songs. Unexpectedly, Hua Feng smiled slightly and spread his hands. I'm just doing Hua Jujia a small favor. These two songs are Jujia small gifts to Director Zheng and the crew. Not to mention the actors and staff watching the scene, even Director Zheng, who was used to big scenes, opened his mouth in surprise. Director Zheng said seriously, No, your song is of high quality, so it's the price you deserve. Even though it was Jia who introduced you, I can't let you suffer any loss. Hua Feng shook his head, took out his mobile phone, and sent the two songs directly to Hua Jujia. Director Zheng, just ask Jujia to send it to you. Hua Jujia was also a little confused about Hua Feng's thoughts. But, see him persist. I'm also happy to do a favor. Such a big gift for Director Zheng and Lin Lan saved the crew a lot of money. Aren't they overjoyed? Hua Jujia passed the two songs to Director Zheng and Lin Lan respectively. Director Zheng, since Hua Feng said so, don't refuse. Use the money you saved to treat the entire staff to a meal tonight. Thank you, Sister Jujia. Thank you, Director Zheng. Hua Jujia's words immediately aroused the echo and gratitude of the staff present. Everyone was laughing and talking about the location of the evening party, and some people even took out their phones to locate it. When Director Zheng saw the situation, he agreed. But I owe Hua Jujia and Hua Feng such a big favor, and I don't know how to repay them. After the excitement, Hua Feng accompanied Hua Jujia to her private dressing room. Feng, why did you give Director Zheng such a big gift as soon as we met? In the entertainment industry, you need to have good relationships with big directors, but if the signs are too obvious, it will easily lead to jealousy. Hua Jujia was muttering while putting on makeup. She really couldn't understand what Hua Feng was talking about. Hua Feng seemed not to hear her words. She leaned against the dressing table. The slender white fingers pretended to casually lift up Hua Jujia's cuffs. A pair of starry eyes stared at her white jade-like arms, examining them carefully. Hua Jujia, who was originally applying powder, suddenly changed her expression and stood up quickly. Later, she realized that she had lost her composure. He forced a smile and said, I was hanging on the wire during filming that day. I might have gotten a little skin scratched. She stole a glance at Hua Feng, sat back on the makeup stool and said, it's just a small matter, it's inevitable when filming. Can wire hanging leave fingerprints? There were 4 red marks on Hua Jujia's arm, which were obviously left by someone pinching and grabbing her hard. Second sister, if you don't tell the truth today, I will stay here and not leave. Hua Feng dragged a chair over and sat down next to Hua Jujia, with an attitude that he would not give up until he got to the bottom of this matter. Hua Jujia pursed her delicate lips, lowered her head and whispered, Feng, don't worry about it. Sister can handle it. Sister, you are such a powerful person, what can he do to me? I. Before she could finish her words, Hua Feng hugged her tightly in his arms. How could my second sister, who is as precious as a jewel, be treated like this? Sister, tell me, who is he? Forget it, it's all in the past. He only has one scene left, and I won't be working with him again. Hua Feng's mind was working rapidly. The person who can move the second sister is definitely not a little star. The biggest star in this drama is Qin Zun, who was invited by the director to be a guest star. Qin Zun is in his 50s and has a family. However, rumors about him using his fame to molest female celebrities have never stopped on the internet. Could it be him? Is it Qin Zun? Hua Jujia was slightly startled. He didn't do anything to me, forget it. He really didn't do anything to you. He wanted to take advantage of me, but he failed and I even scolded him a few times. After hearing what Hua Jujia said, Hua Feng felt a little relieved. He then asked, how is his relationship with Director Zheng and the other crew members? Hua Jujia curled her lips and said, I'm not the only one he's taken advantage of, but everyone is wary of his status. Hua Feng nodded, second sister, the most important thing for you now is to have a good relationship with the crew. As for the rest, leave it to me. Hua Jujia's eyes immediately lit up with gold. So, you're giving these 2 songs to the crew as gifts for me. You just realized it. Hua Feng took out a powder puff, held Hua Jujia's arm, and carefully helped her apply powder. Then he said, as for Qin Zun, I will make him pay the price. Chapter 15 Audition. Don't cause any trouble. Hua Jujia gave the order, but she felt sweet in her heart. Hua Feng gave the crew such a big gift on his behalf today, and won over favors from everyone. I believe that filming in dramas in the future will be even smoother. He also observed the minor injuries on his body in detail. Although he knew that Hua Feng was no match for Qin Zun, he was just talking. However, Hua Jujia was already very satisfied in her heart. This little brother, it's not in vain that I love him. Bang, bang, bang. The two were chatting when they suddenly heard a knock on the door. It's the casting director. Director Wang, what can I do for you? Hua Jujia had no connection with the casting director. Why did he suddenly come over? Director Wang explained, Director Zhang and I discussed it and wanted Mr. Hua Feng to try out the role of Sun Baiyang. Aren't there a lot of people vying for the role of Sun Baiyang? Sun Baiyang plays a relatively large role in the new drama as the male lead and male supporting actor. Due to the character's complex experience and his attitude towards life, which is both good and evil, the actor's acting skills are particularly demanding. Especially the scenes where he wanders and entangles between 2 or 3 female protagonists, which is something that most people can't perform at all. It is precisely because of this that this role has not been finalized. However, there are a lot of people who want to play him. None of us who auditioned were very satisfied. Wang Dao paused and continued. I saw Mr. Hua Feng today and I felt that his image and temperament were very similar to Sun Baiyang, so I wanted him to give it a try. But before Hua Juju finished speaking, she was interrupted by Hua Feng. No problem, I'll try. Director Wang clapped his hands and said, then please pack up. We'll have a rehearsal this afternoon. Feng. This is no joke. If you want to act, first follow my second sister and train for 2 years. I will then arrange a role for you. Hua Juju saw director Wang off and quietly gave Hua Feng some instructions. I just want to play Sun Baiyang, he. Hua Feng adjusted his hair in front of the mirror and said indifferently. Well, just give it a try. If it doesn't work, just take a plane home and I'll teach you later. Hua Juju dotes on him to the core. I have tried the trick of comforting them in advance. My dear second sister, don't worry. Hua Feng pushed her onto the chair and handed her the paintbrush. Afternoon. The stagehand and the lighting technician came back from outside the studio. They whispered to the 2 beautiful actresses in the crew, hide quickly. The big-tailed wolf is coming. The 2 beauties exchanged glances, lifted up their skirts, and hurriedly hid in the corner of the studio. Director Zheng saw this scene and shook his head helplessly. Har har har. Lao Zheng. This afternoon's the last game, right? With a gruff and hoarse voice, who else could it be but Qin Zun? Director Zheng put on a smile and said, Brother Qin, this is the last show today. Thank you for your hard work. I'm not saying anything bad about you, Lao Zheng. It's such a difficult time now, and you're still struggling to film period costumes. Find some pretty girls, shoot some fashion dramas, and make more money. Director Zheng hummed and hawed in response. Qin Zun glanced around disdainfully and asked, Isn't Jia here? Let's go eat. You still have a scene together this afternoon. Qin Zun said, oh, meaningfully. After the 2 of them finished chatting, he turned around and ran to the corner of the studio, to the 2 beauties. I don't know what he did, but after a while, Director Zheng saw 2 beauties running out of the studio in embarrassment. This piece of shit. Director Zheng silently greeted Qin Zun's ancestors in his heart. If it weren't for this grandson's investment, he would never have hired a pervert to join his crew. After a while, Hua Juju and Hua Feng came back chatting and laughing. As soon as she entered the studio, she met Qin Zun's lustful eyes. Hua Juju's face sank slightly. If Hua Feng wasn't he close by? It was almost impossible to detect the change in her expression. Qin Zun walked over with a swagger. Jia, where did you find that pretty boy? No wonder he didn't want me, your brother. Hua Juju replied with a forced smile, this is the composer of our drama's theme song, Hua Feng. Hey. Qin Zun was frustrated. He stroked his slicked back hair and stared at Hua Feng with even more hostility in his eyes. Hua Feng glanced at him and went straight to the dressing room. Director Wang, the casting director, followed him and instructed, audition in 10 minutes. Hua Feng made a gesture that it was okay. Qin Zun's hook-like eyes moved back and forth between Hua Juju and Hua Feng's backs, then he turned around and asked Director Wang. This kid is auditioning. Who is he playing? Sun Baiyang. What? Sun Baiyang. Qin Zun had already introduced his nephew to the crew, wanting him to play the role of Sun Baiyang. The nephew has submitted a video of his performance. The director team never notified me to come for the audition. Why did you give this guy an audition? Who is this kid? Qin Zun asked. We don't know much about what Jia brought. Director Wang told the truth. Humph. No matter how big a star Hua Juju is, in the eyes of Capital, isn't she still just an actor? What kind of person can the boy she brought with her be? Qin Zun was holding a cigarette in his mouth, and the misty smoke obscured his vicious eyes. Today, I want to make Hua Juju and her pretty boy look good. Chapter 16, Explosive Acting. The conversation between the 2 was overheard by several male actors standing nearby. Hua Feng can write theme songs, but I didn't expect he can also act. Humph. Maybe he wrote the song just to play Sun Baiyang. Didn't the director praise his song? A blind cat has caught a dead mouse. Sun Baiyang is not a role that anyone can play, so let's just watch the show. Sun Baiyang is very outstanding, and almost all the male actors who came to this play dreamed of playing this role. Now, this piece of fat meat has been taken away by the unknown Hua Feng. How can the young actors who are struggling in the entertainment industry swallow this? Qin Zun couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the discussions around him. He beckoned Director Wang over. Director Wang, how about this? Since it's an audition, I, Qin, will make a sacrifice and play opposite Sun Baiyang. It's not good to let a newcomer practice in front of a green screen. Director Wang is a shrewd man and naturally understands Qin Zun's thoughts. However, true gold is not afraid of fire. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of Qin Zun's fire to see the quality of Hua Feng. Although Qin Zun's character is questionable, his acting skills are superb. Okay, Brother Qin, please teach him a bit later. After Director Wang finished speaking, he quietly sent a text message to Hua Jujia. When Hua Jujia saw Director Wang's text message in the dressing room, she was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Phone, otherwise, don't try. You're going to Idol Producer next month anyway. Besides, you're still young. After a couple of years of experience, we can continue the performance. But Hua Feng turned his back to Hua Jujia and replied calmly, don't worry, I can do it. No, it's Qin Zun who wants to act with you. Hua Jujia frowned and stared at her phone. She really didn't want Hua Feng to suffer from that bastard Qin Zun. Playing together? Perfect. Hua Feng put on his costume, adjusted his hat, and turned to speak to Hua Jujia. Hua Jujia looked up, her eyes like waves, and her pupils dilated with excitement. After 6 or 7 seconds, she blinked. Feng, you are simply the reincarnation of Sun Baiyang. Hua Feng smiled brightly, took her hand, and they walked out of the dressing room together. His appearance was like a brilliant firework suddenly lighting up in the dark sky. The studio suddenly became quiet, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at him in amazement and wonder. This look is perfect for playing Sun Baiyang, even more than enough. He has a handsome face and walks in an elegant and noble manner, which is very consistent with Sun Baiyang's aristocratic background. Not only that, there is a hint of casualness and unruliness in the corners of Hua Feng's eyes and eyebrows. Only a man with this kind of temperament can get along with various women such as imperial concubines and royal concubines, and make them obsessed with him. Director Zheng and Director Wang felt relieved. It seems that choosing Hua Feng to play Sun Baiyang was the right choice. Now it all depends on his acting skills. Qin Zun and several male actors disagreed. It's just an embroidered pillow, who knows how bad his acting skills are. If our brother Qin goes up, that guy will definitely give in an instant. Qin Zun scoffed, then staggered to the camera without even glancing at Hua Feng. He shouted to the director, begin. In the play, Qin Zun plays Hua Feng's father. In this paragraph, the two people have different opinions because they serve different masters. Sun Baiyang's first audition. Qin Zun, when the wind changes direction in the sky, the grass and trees on the ground bend accordingly. This is the way to survive. Qin Zun plays the role of Sun's father, who has an earnest expression and a father's dignity, his eyes full of burning instructions. Hua Feng, if you have to weigh whether everything is worth doing, then there is no need to do it at all. According to the script, Sun Baiyang, played by Hua Feng, sticks to his character and doesn't want anyone to influence his choices. Intelligent and persistent, but lacking in understanding of his father. Unexpectedly, Hua Feng made a slight change and made the character of Sun Baiyang come alive. He not only portrayed Sun Baiyang's perseverance and his longing for his distant lover in the palace, but also calmly filled a glass of wine for Sun's father at the end of the scene. In the play, even Qin Zun couldn't help but drink the wine poured by Hua Feng. The father and son, both trapped in the palace and helpless, shared a tragic fate, which was vividly displayed as they drank together. Cut. As soon as the cross-dressing scene ended, Director Zheng looked at the camera with a smile on his face and explained the unique acting skills of Hua Feng to the people around him. Director Wang smiled so hard that only 2 rows of teeth remained. He ran over to Hua Feng and said, Mr. Hua Feng, I formally invite you to play Sun Baiyang. The price is negotiable. Lin Lan and Chen Lulu, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but surround Hua Jujia and ask her questions. Sister Jujia, what is your relationship with Hua Feng? This person who always calls you sister. Where did you find this precious thing? Lulu, you might not know this, but Hua Feng has released 2 theme songs for this drama, and director Zheng has already decided on them. Hua Feng won't take a cent. Oh my god. Jia Jia. Quickly introduce Hua Feng to me. Hua Jujia was very happy at first and kept silent. But when she heard that Chen Lulu and Lin Lan wanted to steal Hua Feng away from her, she shouted anxiously, Hua Feng is mine. Unsurprisingly, she received punches and eye rolls from both of them. The few male actors who had gathered around Qin Zun at the beginning watched Hua Feng's acting skills and the director's affirmation. They were too embarrassed to speak. Only Qin Zun was left alone. He frowned and quietly stepped aside. After decades of experience in this industry, his acting skills are the only thing he can show off. Now, he was publicly intimidated by a junior. It's worse than eating a fly. I must find a chance to teach this kid a lesson. Chapter 17, The Soft Rice Incident. After that, there is a rivalry between Qin Zun and Hua Jujia. The arrogant Qin Zun restrained himself a lot at this time. His weakness naturally aroused Hua Jujia's strength. Moreover, Hua Jujia has a lot of acting skills to support her current status. Hua Jujia said to Qin Zun softly. It is important for a person to respect himself. It does not matter how others look down on you. The important thing is that you do not look down on yourself. Then others will not dare to look down on you in the future. Her words, half true and half false, made Qin Zun's face turn red. In front of the camera, the staff and the actresses watching the show all gave Hua Jujia a thumbs up. Qin Zun, that old bastard, was completely defeated in front of Hua Feng and Hua Jujia today. Evening, Kempinski Hotel. Qin Zun, who had finished filming his scenes, was not present, and the crew was filled with laughter. Director Zheng, Director Wang and Lin Lan raised their glasses frequently to thank Hua Jujia and Hua Feng for joining them. Hua Feng, you saved me millions this time. The gentle director Zheng smiled brightly with red cheeks. The troublesome character Sun Baiyang has also been solved. My theme song headache has been solved. Director Wang and Lin Lan were naturally overjoyed. Thank you, Queen Jujia. Hua Jujia covered her mouth shyly and giggled. Hua Feng was beside her, responding calmly and steadily. His handsome demeanor, as if he was not the only one around, attracted the beautiful women in the crew to peek at him, laugh, and play around. Among this excited crowd, Chen Lulu appeared exceptionally calm, even a little anxious. She whispered to Director Wang, does one of Qin Zun's relatives also want to play Sun Baiyang? Director Wang picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. He handed me a video, I watched it, it's not good. Chen Lulu nodded thoughtfully. Hua Feng noticed her uneasiness and asked, Sister Lulu, what's wrong? Why are you asking this suddenly? Chen Lulu leaned over and whispered. Qin Zun is a very narrow-minded person. You and Jujia have offended him today. I wonder what kind of trouble this old man will cause. Hua Jujia knew Qin Zun's influence in the entertainment industry, but she was not afraid of any slander if she was innocent. If this old man dared to cause trouble again, she would make him pay for it. Hua Feng was also very calm. Sister Lulu, we should just enjoy the food. Several tables of people ate and drank until 2 or 3 in the morning before returning to their hotels. Usually, Hua Jujia and Chen Lulu live alone in the Hilton. Chen Lulu was very perceptive. Seeing that Hua Jujia was drunk and staggering on Hua Feng, she laughed and went back to her room alone. Feng. Sister loves you. Under the apricot t-shirt, Hua Jujia's skin was whiter than snow. She hugged Hua Feng's arm and swore. Yeah, I love you too. Hua Feng agreed casually, holding her slender waist with his muscular arms and moving her into the room. I really love you. Hua Jujia opened her eyes and her delicate face pressed tightly against his shoulder. The star-like eyes were filled with moisture due to drinking. The breath she exhaled carried the fragrance of orchids and the heat of alcohol. Hua Feng patted her back and said, all right. Let's talk about it when we get home. Yeah. Let's talk about it when we get home. Hua Jujia was drunk and acted like a little girl. It's like they are 2 completely different international superstars. It was difficult to help Hua Jujia onto the bed. She hummed again, asking for a hug and some water. Hua Feng ran around until almost 4 o'clock, then he took a nap on the bed. At 6 o'clock the next day, the alarm clock beeped and woke them up. Big star, filming is so hard. Hua Feng held his buzzing head and muttered something. Hua Jujia was showering and putting on makeup briskly. Phone, if you're tired, I'll ask for a day off for you. She emerged from the bathroom in her bathrobe and continued, or you might as well just quit acting. You haven't signed the contract yet. Just tell the director. Hua Jujia said half-truthfully. Second sister, you drank until 2 or 3 last night and couldn't tell east from west. If you can get up early to film, why can't I? Hua Feng pressed the bed with both hands, and with a kick, he stood up on the ground. My dear brother, that's awesome. Hua Jujia walked up to him and said solemnly, thank you for yesterday. Why are you taking it so seriously? It's a piece of cake. Hua Feng smiled, pushed her away, and walked straight to the bathroom. Sister Jujia. Sister Jujia. It was Chen Lulu who urged Hua Jujia to get up early every morning. I woke up early. Hua Jujia put on her earrings as she walked towards the corridor and opened the door for Chen Lulu. Sister Jujia, have you read Weibo? Chen Lulu, who is always calm, held her phone and asked anxiously. No, what's wrong? Chen Lulu held the phone in front of Hua Jujia. The first trending search. Why did Sun Baiyang rely on women to get to the top? The mysterious man uses Hua Jujia to rise to the top and plays the role of Zhenhuan in the big drama. Insiders revealed that the man not only lived off his wife but also bribed the crew to get the role of Sun Baiyang. This Weibo post successfully became a hot topic thanks to the popularity of Hua Jujia and Zhenhuan's reposts. Moreover, hot words such as living off a gigolo and bribery just hit the netizens' G-spot. All of a sudden, netizens started digging around and speculating about the man's identity. More netizens have begun to curse without distinguishing right from wrong under the official Weibo account of Zhenhuan. Unsurprisingly, Zhenhuan's official Weibo account also became the second most searched topic. What just happened yesterday has become a hot topic today. Moreover, the signs point directly to Hua Feng and Hua Jiarzhi. You can guess who is behind this with just your toes. Chapter 18. Anyone who offends me must get out of the entertainment industry. It must be that old guy Qin Zun. Chen Lulu felt yesterday that he would not let it go so easily. Sure enough, today the dirty water was thrown on Hua Jujia. That's too harsh to say. If Xiaofeng saw it. Hua Jujia was halfway through her words when Hua Feng, wearing slippers, walked up to them. What did you say about me? Hua Jujia covered her phone with her hands, not daring to let him see it. But he snatched the phone from her hand. You're saying I'm a gigolo? Hua Feng's voice rose an octave. Hua Jujia and Chen Lulu thought he was going to lose his temper. They were so scared that they leaned back with horror in their eyes. Being a gigolo means you're good looking. Hua Feng replied nonchalantly and handed the phone back to Chen Lulu. Aren't you angry? Or sad? Hua Jujia asked. Just think about it, before Empresses in the Palace was even released, the official Weibo account was trending. I haven't even started acting yet, and Sun Baiyang is already trending on the top search list. Doesn't that mean I've saved myself the trouble of publicity? Hua Jujia and Chen Lulu naturally know that traffic is valuable. However, they are still unwilling to accept such negative news completely. Chen Lulu pondered for a moment and said, if we want to establish a good image for Jujia and Hua Feng and generate buzz, we have to find out the mastermind behind this, Qin Zun. And, it has to be real, conclusive evidence. In this way, we can clarify the facts and at the same time, leverage the hot topics to maintain traffic. Hua Jujia rolled her eyes. Isn't that simple? She took out her phone and dialed, Gij, in 20 minutes, I want all the source information for this Weibo post. Chen Lulu looked at Hua Jujia as if she were a monster. Sister Jujia, who are you calling? Hey, my mysterious person, my seventh sister. 20 minutes? The source of the trending search. I'm not saying this, even for your seventh sister, that's unlikely. Chen Lulu pouted and shook her head. Well, start the timer from now on. It's 7:05. 7:25, let's see the result. Have to. Chen Lulu clapped her hands and said. The crew doesn't start filming until 8:30, so there's plenty of time. The 3 people here are waiting for Hua Gij's information. Director Zheng and Director Wang from the crew of Empresses in the Palace, as well as Lin Lan, were also keeping an eye on the trending searches on Weibo. Director Zheng, let's clarify something. Hua Feng gave me 2 songs and played Sun Baiyang so well. I can't just eat and not work. Lin Lan frowned, her eyes scanning the faces of the two directors. Giving 2 songs to someone who's close to you can't be called a bribe. Moreover, Hua Feng is more suitable to play Sun Baiyang than anyone else. This rumomonger is like a dog that can't spit out ivory. Wang Dao was also indignant. Director Jin covered his head and didn't speak for a long time. He read through netizens' comments on Jinhuan's official Weibo account one by one. In just over 10 minutes, the number of fans of the official Weibo account increased from more than 10 million to more than 30 million. This is unprecedented in the official Weibo accounts of previous TV dramas. With the current number of fans, it will definitely not be a problem for the new drama to break the ratings. Let the bullets fly for a while. Director Jing said slowly. His theory is consistent with Hua Feng's. Traffic is valuable, and increasing followers is the most important thing. Wait until the number of fans reaches a certain level before clarifying. In this way, the popularity can be maintained for a while. By then, the volume of official accounts shared by Jinhuan will be several times larger than it is now. Thinking of this, Director Jin couldn't help but feel extremely excited. It seems that it is certain that Jinhuan will become a big hit. After hearing this, Wang Dao and Lin Lan had no choice but to stop. This will be a win-win situation, except that Hua Feng may suffer a loss at present. Hua Feng suffered more than just a little loss. It turns out that under this Weibo post, the most liked comment, netizens have already uncovered the identity of the mysterious man. The mysterious man is Hua Feng. He has an ambiguous relationship with Hua Jujia. This time, Weibo exploded again. Most of Hua Jujia's die-hard fans advise her. It has not been easy for my sister to come this far. Don't let this young hunk of meat ruin your future. And under Hua Feng's Weibo, there are only curses. Most of them got to know Hua Feng through Yu Xinghu, and later, with the help of Tong Zhua, they knew Hua Feng's original talent. However, it was not until now that netizens discovered that Hua Feng relied on Hua Jujia's relationship to get to the top. Moreover, he actually bribed the crew. Dare to play Sun Baiyang. Let Hua Jujia go. Let Sun Baiyang go. Investigate bribery. The comments almost took up the entire screen. There is also some weak support from Yu Haoming and some fans. Hua Feng is very talented and has a very upright character. But it was drowned out by even louder curses. At 7:25, Hua Jujia's phone rang on time. Chen Lulu jumped to Hua Jujia's side as if she had been electrocuted. Caller ID, Hua Gij. Okay, got it. Hua Jujia hung up the phone, and WeChat started to make ding-dong sounds. It was sent by Hua Gij. It contains screenshots of conversations between Qin Zun and marketing accounts and internet trolls, as well as recordings and transfer records. Hua Jujia looked through the entries one by one and suddenly found a familiar name. Tong Zhua. Hua Jujia was stunned and asked Hua Feng, "Is Tong Zhua the one who accused you of plagiarism a few days ago?" He is actually Qin Zun's nephew. Hua Feng and Chen Lulu asked at the same time, "What?" Here are the chat records between the two of them. Qin Zun and Tong Zhua are uncle and nephew. He wanted Tong Zhua to play Sun Baiyang. Tong Zhua submitted a performance video, but it didn't pass the test. Chen Lulu suddenly realized, no wonder Qin Zun was so generous. It turns out that both uncle and nephew have been defeated by Hua Feng before. Hua Feng flipped through the information sent by his seventh sister, Hua Gij, and said in a deep voice, "These evidences are not enough." Isn't that enough? I want that old bastard Qin Zun to be kicked out of the entertainment industry completely. Chapter 19, Laughing from Ear to Ear. He's the big brother in the entertainment industry. How can we get him out? After hearing Hua Feng's words, Hua Jujia and Chen Lulu were a little unconvinced. Hey, Hua Gij's abilities are more than just these. Hua Feng winked at Hua Jujia. Hua Jujia was very smart and understood immediately. She called Hua Gij again. "I want the solid evidence against Qin Zun, the final word, the kind that will blow his mind." This time, Chen Lulu did not dare to question the strength of the person on the other end of the phone. She looked at Hua Jujia and Hua Feng weakly and said, "Who the hell are you? And who is Hua Gij? Does she have all the negative information about all the celebrities? Can I still secretly date a little brother in the future?" Her expression was so funny that Hua Jujia burst out laughing and fell on the bed. "Let me tell you, Hua Gij is my seventh sister, and she was admitted to Yenching University with full marks. Her hacking skills are among the best in the world. As long as she wants, no one's mobile phone or computer can escape her attack. Oh my god. Full marks. Yenching University. And one of the best hackers. Wouldn't it be easy for her to deal with a celebrity who doesn't understand technology? That old guy Qin Zun is bound to be exposed. Chen Lulu stood there, dumbfounded. At this time, Hua Feng had already packed up. Black hair, handsome cheeks, and a smooth and slender figure. It was so bright that Hua Jujia and Chen Lulu couldn't open their eyes. Qin Zun is a perpetrator of trolling and has a terrible record. His negative information is definitely more than just hiring trolls to smear me. Only by finding other solid evidence can we get him out of the entertainment industry completely. This time, let him know what it means to suffer the consequences of his actions. Hua Feng looked handsome, but his words were quite harsh. Nice. If you don't have a ruthless heart, you can't stand firm. If you don't have a vicious hand, people won't obey you. Chen Lulu gave him a thumbs up. After the three of them packed up, they went to the crew, chatting and laughing all their way. Director Zheng, Director Wang, Lin Lan, and other staff and actors also arrived one after another. Sister Jujia, we support you. That's right, what are they talking about on the internet? 5 or 6 actresses gathered around Hua Jujia and Hua Feng, talking incessantly. Someone must be jealous of Hua Feng, he can sing, write, and act so well. Yes, yes. I was moved to tears when I saw Hua Feng acting yesterday. Today's beauties are really so frank. Hua Feng laughed and accepted all the compliments. I can only act well if I have beautiful sisters to guide me. Sisters, take me flying. He was able to get along with everyone and soon became friends with the actors in the crew. People in the entertainment industry are the best at currying favor with the powerful. Although Hua Feng was called a gigolo on the internet, the praise from Director Zheng and Director Wang was genuine. Who is the biggest in this group? Isn't it the director team? Moreover, the popularity of Xinhuan's official Weibo account currently depends entirely on the popularity of Hua Jujia and Hua Feng. Hua Feng got the role of Sun Baiyang again. Can't these young actors just rush to get on top? After a while, Hua Jujia's cell phone rang. She hurriedly called Hua Feng and Chen Lulu, and the three of them went to the dressing room together. This time, the news that Hua Gij dug was absolutely explosive. It turned out to be the female fan that Qin Zun cheated on his wife with. Not only are there chat records between him and many female fans, but there are even nude photos and videos he took of female fans. When Hua Feng saw another piece of information, his eyes almost popped out. Qin Zun and Tongjua actually had group sex with female fans. Chat records and hotel rooms are all available. This is too destructive to your worldview. The information was so shocking that Hua Jujia became a little worried. Feng, isn't it inappropriate for us to just burst out like this? If the information is leaked, its legality will be questioned. Isn't it like stealing a chicken and losing the rice? Moreover, it will implicate Hua Gij. Of course it can't be like this, and not now. Hua Feng looked at the growth curve of Xinhuan's fans on the official Weibo account. Then he said, probably tomorrow afternoon. Hua Jujia thought for a moment and said, well, since we are exposing the news, we can't get ourselves into trouble. Don't worry, not only will it not be a trap, I can also guarantee that the popularity of Xinhuan's repost will double than it is now. Of course, our number of fans will also double again. Really? Hua Jujia and Chen Lulu widened their eyes. Hey, just wait and see. Hua Feng is full of confidence. The look in Hua Jujia's eyes as she looked at him gradually showed more attachment. Chen Lulu, who was tactful, quietly left the room and closed the door. Feng, you're still young. And you've just entered the entertainment industry. There's no need to offend others for my sake. As Hua Jujia spoke, she lowered her head. Thick black hair covered her pretty face. Hua Feng gently lifted her chin. For you, I would do anything. What's the big deal about offending people? Hua Jujia's round black eyes stared at Hua Feng without blinking. But I'm worried. No but. Hua Feng rubbed Hua Jujia's head. The tip of his tall nose almost touched her forehead. Hua Jujia raised her face, her watery eyes full of hope and desire. Her lips were red and full and seemed to be trembling slightly. Make up. Hua Feng said with a smile, bent his index finger and scratched her nose. Snort. Hua Jujia pouted her lips slightly, turned her body, picked up the powder puff and applied it to her face. Hua Feng, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 20. I am not a human but a god. The next day and a half, Hua Feng and Hua Jujia were happily filming empresses in the palace. He brought Sun Baiyan's wisdom and charm to life. He gained a lot of female fans on the set. Some actresses were even like sticky candies, hanging around him from time to time and couldn't be driven away. The charming and lovely Hua Jujia turned into a sour girl on the spot, but because of her status as an international superstar, she couldn't say anything sour. However, Hua Feng is not a playboy with all the appearance of a good person. Taking advantage of his familiarity with the actress, he dug up some more explosive information about Qin Zun. He relied on his fame to molest us. Who made us so insignificant that our words counted. If anyone steps forward, we'll definitely follow and expose this old pervert. After learning this, Hua Feng became even more confident. Now, just waiting for that point. 4:30 in the afternoon. Hua Feng and Hua Jujia's scenes are over. He once again opened the fan growth curve of Xinhuan's official Weibo account. After a day and a half of fermentation, the official Weibo account's fans have reached more than 41 million. Most of these fans started paying attention to the incident yesterday, when it just happened. Weibo's hot searches are updated very quickly. After 3 days, basically no one cares about any hot event anymore. So, by the afternoon, the number of followers of the official account had stopped growing. Well, the incident is almost over, Hua Feng said silently. So he took his cell phone and went to find Director Zheng with Hua Jujia. At this time, the crew was taking a break. Director Zheng and Director Wang were in the studio, discussing the plot. When the two saw Hua Feng coming in, they seemed a little embarrassed. After all, Hua Feng first sang a song and then played Sun Baiyan. He was slandered online, but the director team did not come out to clarify. Hua Feng looked indifferent. He showed Director Zheng and Director Wang the screenshots of Qin Zun buying marketing accounts and water armies, the relationship between Qin Zun and Dongjua, and the evidence of their dirty group sex. I didn't expect this old guy to be so dirty. Director Zheng and Director Wang exchanged glances and sighed. Director Zheng, the number of followers of Xinhuan's official Weibo account has stopped increasing. Hua Feng showed the director the official Weibo fan growth curve. The crew used the negative news about Jiao and me to gain a wave of fans. There's nothing wrong with that. But if Empresses in the Palace wants to become the hottest drama of the year, it needs more fuel. After hearing Hua Feng's words, Director Zheng's eyes lit up with eagerness. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part and advise people where it hurts. Hua Feng knew that Director Zheng's pain point was whether Xinhuan could become a hit. Sure enough, Director Zheng asked, "What fire?" Each blow is fatal. Qin Zun and Dongjua are just like Xinhuan's firewood. Director Zheng was overjoyed. Then he walked to the door mysteriously and locked it. He turned around and personally moved 2 chairs for Hua Feng and Hua Jujia. Then he sat back in his seat. How does this fire burn? I'm all ears. Hua Feng told the 3 of them his plan to expose the truth bit by bit. After listening to this, Director Zheng clapped his hands and shouted, "Great! That's it." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Director Zheng followed Hua Feng's suggestion and first posted the official Weibo of Xinhuan, releasing the performance video submitted by Dongjua and others to the crew. Because the popularity of Sun Baiyan yesterday has not yet dissipated, these videos instantly attracted attention. Especially Dongjua and his fans. Last time, Dongjua's new song "The Rest of My Life" by Hua Feng was the most popular. He spread rumors online that Hua Feng plagiarized. But he was slapped in the face by Hua Jujia. Now, the person he had been thinking about so much, Sun Baiyan, was actually snatched away by Hua Feng. How could he be so angry now? Dongjua saw the director team release his performance video. I thought the director team gave up on Hua Feng. So he kept on playing the victim on Weibo to attract attention and boast about his acting skills. His fans went to Xinhuan's official Weibo account and said, "Only Dongjua can play Sun Baiyan." The team of netizens who paid attention to this matter included fans of Dongjua and several supporting actors. The attention paid to the official Weibo account has once again reached a new high. Director Zheng and his friends who have been staring at their phones and analyzing the official Weibo fan curve. I couldn't help but look at Hua Feng with new eyes again. This is not a human being at all. This guy is a god. Needless to say, talent and acting skills are probably the result of hard work and practice. But this ability to strategize and understand the psychology of netizens, it's really impossible to learn. Why? But on second thought, it was fortunate that Jinhuan asked Huafeng, the god of wealth, for help. After all he did, it seems like the ratings will be a sure thing. In future TV dramas and movies, we must bring Chinese culture to the table. Huafeng swung his legs slowly. This is just the first wave. When Tongjue gets too proud of himself, the people behind him will come out. We'll release more information then. The effect will definitely be like a time bomb. The official Weibo followers will definitely double. The first trick worked, and no matter what Huafeng said, Director Zheng and Director Wen naturally nodded frequently. Sure enough, the calls on Weibo for Tongjue to play Sun Baiyang are getting louder and louder. It even became the first trending search. Especially Tongjue's fans, they all left messages on Jinhuan's official Weibo. Directors, please change actors. Tongjue is the reincarnation of Sun Baiyang. Huafeng and others, along with Tongjue, smiled at this Weibo post at the same time through their phone screens. However, the meaning of their smiles is very different. Dongjue thought he had successfully framed Sun Baiyang and could play the role of Sun Baiyang. Huafeng knew that the grey wolf behind Dongjue was about to show its tail. Chapter 21 Big Revelation. The Weibo post calling for Tongjue to play Sun Baiyang actually received likes and support from many celebrities. Huafeng sneered. It seems that no matter who you are, you always have a few bad friends. He was staring at his phone when his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Qin Zun took the bait. Qin Zun is also a veteran star, and he at Dongjue and at Jinhuan on the official Weibo. Therefore, this Weibo post he posted received a lot of attention. Tongjue plays Sun Baiyang perfectly, regardless of personal connections. Director Zheng also saw Qin Zun's Weibo and looked up at Huafeng and asked, "Is it a hit?" Explode. Director Zheng certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal the news through the official Weibo account. Having been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years, he naturally has channels. Soon, Zhuo Wei, the #1 paparazzi in the entertainment industry, came online. Qin Zun cheated on his wife with a female fan. Qin Zun and Tongjue, uncle and nephew, group sex. Although these two pieces of information did not include explicit videos and pictures, they were as solid as it could be. There are both screenshots of chats between Qin Zun and female fans, as well as high-definition censored pictures. As for the group sex, the other people were hidden, leaving only the chat screenshots with Qin Zun and Tongjue's names. Weibo exploded. The sensation it caused was no less than the eye patch incident involving Guan Shiger. First of all, Qin Zun is a popular figure in both sides of the Taiwan Strait and Hong Kong. His wife is also in the circle. Cheating on a married man, and with a female fan, this kind of information will arouse strong attention from any angle. And his and Tongjue's group sex. It also caters to the G-spots of many netizens. Uncle and nephew plus multiple people plus sports. What a magical melon field this is. For a while, Zhalan, WeChat platform, and Douyin were all filled with revelations about Qin Zun and Tongjue. On the art of time management, the double life of uncle and nephew. Tongjue's role-grabbing incident was exposed as a group sex incident. Veteran actor encounters Waterloo in life. The two were met with widespread criticism online for their vile behavior. The behavior of Qin Zun and Tongjue is not simply a dark history. Instead, it is a bad behavior that has been repeatedly and sternly rejected by the superiors. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Qin Zun's wife and female artists who had been harassed by him in the past came out to speak out. Actress reveals that Qin Zun has been harassing her for a long time. Wife, divorced long ago. Qin Zun harassed Hua Jujie and was slapped. Zhenhuan reposted to her official Weibo account at the right time and released a video of Qin Zun harassing an actress on the set. Hua Jujie and the actresses in the crew also spoke out one after another. The evidence is in hand. The online comments immediately changed direction. Tongjue, get out of the entertainment industry. Please sue and make Qin Zun pay the legal price. A large number of fans went to the official Weibo account of Empresses in the Palace to support the actresses in the crew. Especially when they saw that their beloved goddess Hua Jujie had also been harassed by Qin Zun. It also aroused the anger of fans. Now, let alone playing Sun Baiyang, it is even a question whether Tongjua dares to appear in the entertainment industry again. Not to mention Chin Sun. P doesn't he dare to put even one? Because what Wei revealed is all true. Those were the pictures and videos that Hua Gij directly took from his phone. Could it be fake? Now, what he has to consider is not whether to get out of the entertainment industry. Instead, hire a lawyer to deal with the actress's accusations. Late at night, Hua Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and glanced at his cell phone. Good. The number of fans of Jin Huan's official Weibo account has reached nearly 100 million. The second sister Hua Jujia has 230 million fans. He has nearly 50 million fans. The system promptly sounded a reminder tone. Ding dong, congratulations to their host for achieving fame value 88, charm value 90, image value 89. Award 1. Sharp eyes, see through the authenticity and market value of art collections at a glance and estimate their transaction prices. 2. Golden voice, indestructible, the king of voice, his vocal condition is comparable to Mayu, Yuqing, and Liu Huan, every song he sings becomes a hit. 3. A. Grandpa system. Why don't you mention the third reward? Host, please choose 1 out of 3. Oh, no, choose 1 out of 2. Forget it. I'll give you both. Before Hua Feng could make a choice, a beep came from the system in his head, beep. Just like a straight line on an electrocardiogram. Grandpa system is such a joke. Hua Feng accepted it all. The golden voice is not bad. What is this fiery eye and golden pupil going to do here? He thought about it for a while. A movie or TV series can also be considered a work of art. So, he can tell whether it will be a hit or not just by taking a look at it. Bingo! Suddenly, the system's response sounded in my mind. Hua Feng, who was thinking, was startled. This scene was seen by Hua Jujia, who happened to have just walked out of the shower. Feng, what's wrong with you? Sister. Hua Feng dragged out the last syllable and swayed in front of Hua Jujia. You've already booked a room for Chen Lulu, why don't you book one for me too? Hua Jujia said as she wiped her hair, it saves money. What? You're an international superstar. You have billions in assets. You're telling me to save money. I want to call my third sister. Hua Jujia, who was still chuckling to herself, raised her hands and begged for mercy when she heard him bring up the female devil Hua Lianxi. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I want to live with you. She was wearing a thin black silk nightgown, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible under the lace. There were still dripping drops of water hanging on her slender legs. Hua Feng suddenly thought of the scene where that old bastard Qin Zun grabbed her and tried to molest her. She is just a beautiful girl who needs protection. Okay. Then I'll live in the same room with you during the filming. Don't think I'm annoying. Hua Jujia thought she had misheard and didn't react for a moment. Are you sure you won't refuse again? No. I still want to sleep in the same bed with you. Hua Feng said this, put his arm around Hua Jujia's shoulders and pushed her down on the bed. Chapter 22, A Great Victory. On the bed. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, Hua Feng, Hua Jujia and Chen Lulu had just left the hotel. A Rolls-Royce Phantom glided over silently. Sister, did you buy this new one? Chen Lulu asked Hua Jujia. No. The driver got out of the car and ran to open the back door. Sister Jujia, Brother Feng, Sister Lulu, Director Zheng asked me to pick you up. Hua Jujia raised an eyebrow. Director Zheng is so stingy. He usually picks me up in a shabby Mercedes. Why did he change to a Phantom? Chen Lulu pouted at Hua Feng and said, Sister, this is for Hua Feng's sake. You two are both masters, how can a Mercedes-Benz be used? She spoke beautifully. Everyone present smiled knowingly. When he arrived at the crew, Hua Feng seized the opportunity and secretly asked Hua Jujia. Sister, you're not angry, are you? Why are you angry? Oh, nothing. Hua Jujia smiled faintly. Feng, I'm happy that others think highly of you. Sister, I told you I would protect you. There were people coming and going on the crew, and the two were talking quietly on the side when someone came over to disrupt them. Director Zheng was in high spirits. He put his arm around Hua Feng's shoulders and did not forget to greet Hua Jujia. Several people went to the workshop together to discuss the next revelations. Phone, thanks to you, the official Weibo account now has 100 million followers. Director Jung rubbed his hands and asked, "What's next?" "Now I can give you a spoiler of Sun Baiyang's performance." Hua Feng finished speaking and added, "What are you going to do about Qin Zun's guest appearance?" Director Jung snorted, "He's a rat crossing the street now. Someone exposed him for molesting young girls, so jail is a light punishment. We must delete his video. Alas. You really shouldn't mess with this kind of person. All his scenes need to be reshot." Hua Feng listened silently without saying a word. In the entertainment industry, ups and downs happen in just the blink of an eye. While a few people were discussing, Jinhuan posted on her official Weibo account that she had released Hua Feng's makeup photos and acting clips. With a loud bang, Hua Feng and Jinhuan transferred to their official Weibo accounts, ushering in an unprecedented surge of attention. Netizens have sharp eyes. Regardless of whether Tong Zhua is a bad artist, just looking at his appearance and acting skills, he can't even compare to Hua Feng. Tong Zhua is at most a popular young actor, and his appearance is entirely enhanced by modern makeup and hairstyle. His ancient costume look was instantly destroyed by Hua Feng. Not to mention the acting skills. Previously it was just mindless praise from fans, but now after explanation and comparison by professionals, even a blind person can see the brilliance of Hua Feng's acting skills. Netizens flocked to Hua Feng's Weibo and social media accounts. Various words of praise occupied the entire screen. Sun Baiyang, who is most consistent with the original work. Hua Feng, there is a kind of acting called eye skills. It is said that he is also the composer of the theme song of Jinhuan. Please accept my knees. Hua Feng's acting skills and talents have been recognized by many netizens. His Weibo followers also successfully increased to more than 90 million. What happens next will be much easier. Hua Feng and Hua Jiarger have strong business support. Moreover, it was all thanks to the fame and means of these two people that Empress Wan Zhuan received unprecedented attention. Everyone in the crew treated the two of them with great respect. Time flies, and 20 days later, Hua Feng and Hua Jijia's scenes were officially completed. There were originally some scenes to be filmed for other actors. However, director Jin considered seeing Hua Jijia and Hua Feng off. So the crew's rap party was brought forward. At the banquet, Hua Feng and Hua Jijia were like the moon surrounded by everyone, pushed to the most dazzling center. The actresses who had long been fans of Hua Feng were screaming below. Hua Jijia also has many fans in the crew. For a moment, whistles and screams were heard one after another. With a bang, white champagne splashed everywhere. Colorful fireworks sprinkled on the sparkling dresses, and everyone's face was filled with smiles. Hua Feng and Hua Jijia were both a little drunk after being urged to drink by everyone. Chen Lulu accidentally got drunk. I was dragged to another hotel by an actress from the crew. Hua Feng washed his face with cold water and felt much more awake. Elder sister. He shook Hua Jijia beside him. Hua Jijia hummed twice in a daze. Her face flushed, her eyes half-lidded, her lips slightly parted. How can I be at ease if you go out to film alone in the future? Hua Feng picked her up by the waist, got in the Rolls Royce, and returned to the Hilton hotel room. He was also a little tired. He put his arm around Hua Jijia's shoulders, leaned on the bed and dozed off. Feng, don't go. Hua Jijia was talking in her sleep, her brows furrowed, her tone full of begging and grievance. This silly girl is talking nonsense again. Hua Feng opened his eyes. Hua Jijia's eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips were fresh and rosy. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Hua Feng's waist. Hua Feng gently put her hand aside, got up and went to the bathroom to get a hot towel. When he returned to the bed, Hua Jijia had already woken up. There were crystal tears in her eyes, which were as bright as stars. Do you hate me? As soon as he finished speaking, tears began to fall like pearls. Hua Feng was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. He picked up Hua Jijia, rested his chin on her hair, and muttered, "How could I hate you? I love you so much." Then why are you? Hua Jijia's breathing was rapid, and her arms were wrapped tightly around his waist like a snake. Hua Feng lowered his head. It just happened to meet the hot breath of Hua Jijia. Chapter 23 Fifth Sister's Urgent Mission. Wind. Hua Jijia's sweet voice can make even the most straight man feel numb all over. Ding ling ling. What? Ding ling ling. Grass. Whose phone is this? Hua Feng climbed onto the bedside table, picked up his phone and saw that it was Hua Xiao. These sisters have not yet been completely matched in Hua Feng's mind. Hua Feng thought for a while before he remembered. Oh, Hua Xiao. The quirky one who held an art exhibition at the National Art Museum of the China Academy of Fine Arts. Fifth sister, what's going on? Why are you calling me so late at night? Hua Feng put his index finger to his mouth and made a hushing gesture to Hua Jujia. Hua Jujia climbed onto him with a smile and put her ear close to him. Hua Feng, didn't you finish filming? Why don't you go home? Where's your second sister? Is she with you? Hurry. Right now. Go home. Something's happened to me. Oh, fifth sister, can you please ask them one by one? How can I answer so many questions? Don't answer, come back quickly. Are you okay? I'm fine. But if I don't see you tomorrow morning, I'll be in trouble. I'll jump into the pool. Okay, my fifth grandma. I'll go back with my second sister right away. Hey, that's pretty good. Hua Feng looked at Hua Jujia and said, second sister drank a little too much. Let's take a helicopter back tomorrow morning. Hurry up, we're rushing to save lives. Before Hua Feng could answer, a busy tone sounded from the other end. This fifth sister is such a child. After Hua Feng sighed, he glanced at Hua Jujia on his body. Her little mouth was pouted high and her eyelids were twitching constantly. Hua Feng patted her on the back gently as if coaxing a child. After a while, Hua Jujia fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sky was clear. Hua Jujia called Chen Lulu and said she was going home to take care of personal matters. So he took a plane with Hua Feng and returned to the villa. Hua Xiao was waiting in front of the hall early. Second sister, why did you monopolize your brother for so long? I have something to do with him. As soon as Hua Xiao saw Hua Jujia, she puffed up her face, feeling that she was monopolizing Hua Feng. Didn't you read Weibo? Xiaofeng followed me and not only played Sun Baiyan, but also helped me a lot. Hua Jujia held her head high and chest out, her high heels making a clicking sound. Xiaofeng. I love you too, why do you only help my second sister and not me? Hua Feng was at a loss for words. Fifth sister, you haven't told me what happened yet, how do you know I won't help you? Oh, I haven't said that yet. The three of them walked into their hall and sat on the sofa. Only then did Hua Xiao tell them the whole story. In order to support charity, I entrusted a painting to a good friend to be sold at an auction. I originally asked a friend to help me avoid showing up, but who knew the charity association wanted to thank me and insisted on inviting me to participate. Hua Feng was a little confused when he heard it. Since you've been invited, just go. You're not ashamed to be seen. Hua Xiao hesitated for a long time and said, I can go. But you have to accompany me. R. Hua Feng and Hua Jujia opened their mouths at the same time. Why? Hua Xiao waved her hands, looking very annoyed. Hey, second sister, you know that a bunch of bees and butterflies are swarming around me like flies. Hua Jujia suddenly understood, nodded, and said to Hua Feng, that's right, there are at least 100 or 80 people chasing your fifth sister. It's too troublesome. How could there be so many? Hua Xiao rolled his eyes and continued, only we, Hua Feng, can handle this kind of situation. Besides, you've been so popular lately, har, they must have thought I found a celebrity boyfriend. You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Yes, what else, you are my bodyguard. Hua Xiao asked back, blinking his big eyes. Hua Feng wanted Hua Jujia to help persuade her, but he found that she was just watching a show, leaning on her elbows and blinking her big eyes at him. He looked back and forth between the two stunningly beautiful sisters for a long time, but finally gave in. Okay. Hey. I knew you would agree. Hua Xiao gently stroked her palm, and a smile appeared on her bright face. She ran to the second floor and came down carrying a suit. Hua Jujia stood up and walked forward, flipping open the collar tag on her clothes, and exclaimed, Xiao, you really spent a lot of money this time. Hey, that's natural. Hua Jujia pointed at the clothes and said, at least 20 or more. Not much, 21. Seeing that the two were playing dumb, Hua Feng asked, what do you mean by 21? Hua Jujia replied, your fifth sister custom made clothes for you for 210,000. R. Hua Xiao quickly explained, Feng, I didn't buy you clothes to bribe you. This dress is custom made and will take 2 or 3 months to be completed. Originally, I planned to give it to you as a gift for your college entrance exam. I wanted to wait until you entered Yangjing University before giving it to you, but who knew you would go on to participate in Idol Producer? But now, as my boyfriend, the clothes come in handy. As she spoke, she took the clothes out of the bag. Hua Juju also came over and the two of them began to change Hua Feng's clothes. Second sister, fifth sister, are you going to strip me naked in broad daylight? What else? Hua Juju and Hua Shio touched Hua Feng all over, lifted up his clothes and were about to take them off. No. You can scream, even if you scream your throat out, no one will pay any attention to you. It's inhumane. Chapter 24 Pretending to be a boyfriend. Hua Feng fought his way out of the pursuit and blockade of the two beauties, picked up his clothes, and slipped into the cloakroom. After a while, a nobleman pushed open the door of the cloakroom and stood in front of Hua Juju and Hua Shio. Hua Juju and Hua Shio, who were used to seeing handsome young men and rich second generations, couldn't help but feel their hearts beating like deer and blushes flew up their cheeks when they saw Hua Feng in front of them. Hua Feng stands at 1.85 meters tall, with impeccable proportions. His exquisitely crafted, smooth, hand-tailored suit seems to be a natural part of his body, radiating charm as he moves. The best clothes also need to be complemented by the aristocratic appearance and temperament. Hua Feng's face is as white as jade, his sword-like eyebrows are full of masculine heroism, his nose is high and straight, his lips are angular, and his every move is just like the wealthy and noble in calligraphy and painting. Hua Juju said softly, Shio, now the boys chasing you will give up. Hua Shio happily circled around Hua Feng twice and said, you look handsome enough in casual clothes, but I didn't expect you to be even more handsome in formal clothes. Hua Feng calmly walked to the mirror and scratched his hair a few times with his hands. Fifth sister, my hairstyle was ruined when I played Sun Baiyang a few days ago. Do you want to get it fixed? Okay. Hua Shio agreed. Afterwards, Hua Feng, accompanied by two beautiful sisters, went to a private club to get a hairstyle. The owner of the club also gave him a set of full face makeup. When she came, Hua Juju was fully armed with a top hat, mask and sunglasses. She is a big star, and these are her standard outfits when she goes out. Hua Feng, however, did not have so many concerns. He simply put on a t-shirt and jeans and went out. After all, the public is not so familiar with his face. Unexpectedly, the club owner had already done his hair. As soon as he walked out of the workshop, he was surrounded by several female customers. What's the handsome guy's name? Is she a model? He's even more handsome than Yanghua. Fortunately, Hua Shio was quick-witted and rescued him from the encirclement. She took off Hua Juju's big hat and put it on Hua Feng's head. I was thinking of asking you to protect me, but now that you're out, we have to protect you. The three of them covered their faces, as if they had done something wrong, and quickly ran out of the club and got into the Lincoln car parked at the door. The charity dinner will be held at 8 p.m. Hua Shio also packed up early. She works as a painter, has a unique taste, and a lively and eccentric personality. So, she did not choose an exaggerated, sexy evening gown. Instead, she wore a pearly white halter dress. The thin straps accentuated her delicate shoulders, and the hem of the skirt fell just above her slender thighs, looking simple and neat. Her makeup is very light and elegant, which makes her facial features brighter and more passionate. Hua Feng and her standing together are a perfect picture of a prince and a princess. The kind that can be immediately used to shoot movie or novel posters. Seeing that it was still early, Hua Shio asked the driver to take them to the banquet hotel first. There is an antique shop over there where she occasionally finds some nice paintings. At this time, there was no customer in the antique shop. The two of them just happened to be enjoying the view. Hua Shio was concentrating on looking for a painting in the corner. Hua Feng stared at a glass lamp and didn't move for a long time. The boss, who was still counting the goods at the counter, saw Hua Feng not moving. He walked over and asked, "Young master, do you like glass lamps?" "Well, it's interesting to look at this light." The boss is in his 40s, elegant and gentle. Hearing Hua Feng say this, he couldn't help but look a little surprised. "I've put this lamp here for 3 years, and no customer understands its value. If you like it, I can give it up." Hua Feng nodded and asked, "How much does the boss plan to pay?" "Not much, 1,230,000. Hua Feng took out his card and said, "Let's forget about the change." The boss was also a straightforward person. He took the card and said, "Hey, this is a precious sword for a close friend. I wouldn't sell it to anyone else, let alone 1,200,000. I wouldn't even sell it to them if they added one more zero." The boss was about to take the card to the counter. A cry of surprise rang out from behind Hua phone. "What kind of idiot is this, spending over $1 million on a lamp?" The speaker was a young man of about 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in famous brands, with the Hermes logo hanging on his waist and the green water ghost on his wrist, which gave him a sense of the people. Behind him were two young men, nodding and bowing with fawning looks on their faces. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the two young men quickly handed the glass lamp to him. It doesn't matter whether Hua phone has already negotiated the price with the boss. The young man grabbed the lamp pole, pretended to look at it for a long time, and said, "Isn't this just a broken glass lamp?" The boss was naturally unhappy when he heard this. However, as a businessman, how could he easily offend others, especially when he saw that the other party was a rich and handsome young man? The boss carefully took the glass lamp from him without saying anything. He held it in both hands and handed it back to Hua phone. Hua phone smiled and told the boss to swipe the card. Perhaps hearing the commotion over here, Hua Shio flashed out from the side of the container and asked, "Phone, what's wrong?" Hua phone was about to explain. When the young man saw Hua Shio, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Shio, why are you here?" He walked towards Hua Shio with a smile on his face, but when he turned around and stared at Hua phone, his eyes were full of hostility. When Hua Shio saw the young man, she was as surprised as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. She laughed dryly and said, "Sikong, I'm out for a walk with my boyfriend." After she finished speaking, she kept reaching out to greet Hua phone. Chapter 25, Enemies are envious of each other. When Hua phone saw this scene, he understood a little bit in his heart. This young man named Sikong should be one of the playboys that the fifth sister mentioned. Hua phone raised his eyebrows, put his right hand in his pocket, and walked to Hua Shio. He is handsome and has an absolute advantage in height. Even if Sikong plus the two little followers behind him. Compared with Hua phone, he was a little less imposing. Hua phone put his arm around Hua Shio's shoulders and asked softly, "You, who is this person? Is he your friend?" Hua Shio explained, "Wang Mingda, an ordinary friend I met at the gallery." After hearing what Hua Shio said, Wang Mingda looked at Hua phone's hand around her shoulder and asked, "Shio, when did you find a boyfriend? How come I didn't know?" Hua phone sneered, "When did I find it? Do I have to tell you?" Wang Mingda rolled his eyes at him and said to Hua Shio, "It would be great if you could just follow me. Why would you want to find a gigolo? Can a gigolo afford your paintings?" Hua Shio wanted to retort, but was stopped by Hua phone. He took Hua Shio to the counter to retrieve the card and the packaged glass lamp, and left. "Fifth sister, this guy is planning to buy your painting." On the way, Hua phone asked Hua Shio, "Or what do you think he's doing at the charity gala?" Hua phone teased, "Then fifth sister, you can consider him. At least he appreciates your paintings." Hua Shio snorted, "He's not admiring my paintings, he's lusting after my body." Hua phone didn't expect her to be so direct, and couldn't stop laughing. The auction is on the 25th floor of the hotel. On both sides of the long and magnificent corridor, there is a row of beautiful etiquette ladies. Hua phone held Hua Shio's hand and walked by. The etiquette ladies on both sides all saluted him with their eyes. The stars in their eyes and the corners of their mouths that turned up involuntarily could not be hidden. Seeing this scene, Hua Shio hid in Hua phone's shoulder and laughed uncontrollably. In the hall, the auction has not yet started. Hua phone and Hua Shio's seat cards were in the second row. As soon as they sat down, they found that Wang Mingda had also come in. Besides the two followers, there was another person beside him. Hua phone looked carefully and remembered who that person was. "It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road," Hua phone muttered. "This person is Tong Zhua." Unexpectedly, when he couldn't make it in the entertainment industry, he ran to Wang Mingda and started hanging out at auctions. Wang Mingda, Tong Zhua and three others headed straight for Hua phone. When Tong Zhua saw Hua phone, he was like an enemy meeting, and his eyes were filled with jealousy. His new songs and big dramas were squeezed out by Hua phone. The reason why he quit the entertainment industry is also closely related to Hua phone. His slippery eyes circled around Hua Shio, and finally he stared at Hua phone fiercely and said, "Hua phone? What? You just licked Hua Jujia, and now you're licking Hua Xiao? Damn, women, do you have any limit? Wang Mingda and his two younger brothers behind him burst into laughter when they heard this. Hua Xiao was afraid that Hua Feng would lose control of his anger and start a fight in front of everyone, so he was about to try to stop him. Unexpectedly, Hua Feng calmly crossed his legs and said, "Isn't this Tong Zhua? Why can't he make it in the entertainment industry anymore? Yeah, writing songs is better than me. Want to play Sun Bai Yang? Oh no. The director won't even look at you. What should I do?" Hua Feng said this while spreading his hands helplessly. Hua Xiao saw that he handled it with ease, and just covered his mouth and laughed. Tong Zhua's sore spot was touched. He jumped up and seemed ready to attack, but was persuaded by Wang Mingda, who was standing beside him. He bent his neck in dismay, his face flushed red. A gigolo relying on women to become an 18th-tier celebrity is disgusting. Hua Feng pretended to be surprised and opened his eyes wide. Why, no women are looking for you now? Time management master. Tong Zhua was so choked that he couldn't utter a word. Seeing his appearance, Wang Mingda had no choice but to pull him aside. The last four people sat in the third row, not far from Hua Feng. Afterwards, some socialites and rich second generations came one after another. Most of them are well dressed, wearing gold and silver jewelry, and have extraordinary demeanor. At 8 p.m., the auction officially began. Since it is a charity auction, most of the collections are voluntarily provided by celebrities. The proceeds from the auction will be donated to mountainous areas for use as education funds. Everyone was quite relaxed when bidding. If you can get it, get it. If you can't, buy another one. Anyway, the goal is not treasure, but kindness. However, things were different when it came to Hua Xiao's painting. Because Wang Mingda is determined to get this painting. Wang Mingda is a bootlicker. The purpose of his coming here tonight is to take a picture of this painting and then send it back to Hua Xiao, to show his kindness and appreciation for Hua Xiao's paintings. Therefore, at the beginning, there were two rich second generations and Wang Mingda bidding. But they were scared away by Wang Mingda's repeated raising of signs. What is Master Sikong doing? Is he doing charity? It doesn't matter which one he takes a picture of. Some people complained at the scene. Why are you arguing with him? Sikong is pursuing Hua Xiao and is determined to get her tonight. Let's just shoot something else. Oh, this playboy has changed women again. Isn't it? Listening to the whispers in the room, Hua Feng asked Hua Xiao, "Fifth sister, I'd better raise my hand. If you don't, your painting will be bought by a dog." Don't worry, wait a moment. 980,000, first time. Wang Mingda raised the price to 980,000, and no one in the audience competed with him. 980,000, the second time. Wang Mingda looked down at the entire audience with a smug look on his face. Just when he was feeling proud, Hua Feng leaned sideways, smiled contemptuously, and said loudly, 1 million. Chapter 26. The Fifth Sister's Routine. Wang Sikong and Dong Zhuo were shocked. Is this kid Hua Feng willing to spend so much money to please Hua Xiao? He's a gigolo. This money might have been given by Hua Xiao. Tong Zhuo comforted Wang Sikong. Who is Wang Sikong? When it comes to picking up girls, how can I admit defeat? He quoted again, 1.5 million. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. This painting by Hua Xiao is a classical oil painting. According to her fame and market space, 1 million is already the ceiling. After all, this painting is not the best among all her paintings. Hua Feng couldn't help but tease Hua Xiao. Fifth sister, Sikong spent so much money on you, does he really like you? Hua Xiao glanced at the back with disdain. Hurry up and bid. Are you kidding me? Hua Feng remained calm and offered another price, 2 million. At this point, everyone in the audience gasped. Seeing Hua Feng's extraordinary handsomeness and his generous spending, the celebrities all asked privately, who is this? I heard he's Hua Xiao's boyfriend. Is the famous girl taken? After hearing Hua Feng's offer, Wang Sikong gasped and was out of breath. Tong Zhuo knew that he was about to quit, so he advised him, brother, don't bother with that pretty boy. He just goes in with his left hand and out with his right hand. We don't have to pay to play with him. Wang Xizong's two subordinates echoed, that guy is just a small-time celebrity. All his money comes from women. Wang Sikong saw the painting that was about to be taken away by Hua Feng, but he could only swallow his anger. 2 million for the first time. 2 million for the second time. 2 million for the third time. Ms. Huashio's Mulberry Field was filmed by Mr. Huafeng. The auctioneer hammered down the price, and Huafeng stood up and waved to the audience. Wang Xikong almost had a myocardial infarction when he saw Huafeng's smug look. You little white face, if you succeed, my last name will not be Wang. Keep shooting. The next piece of the collection is a sapphire necklace. Wang Xikong originally wanted to buy the necklace and give it to Huashio. I raised the bid twice in a row, but the auctioneer ignored me. Is the auctioneer blind? Wang Xikong kicked Tongjua and asked him to go to the backstage work area to ask. Tongjua was gone for 5 or 6 minutes. That sapphire necklace has been bought by someone else. Now, there is only one last piece of collection left. It is a vase from the Qing dynasty. Although it was not satisfactory, Wang Xikong raised his hand and bid again. Unexpectedly, the auctioneer ignored him again. Grass. Wang Xikong didn't understand what was going on and just sat there cursing. Huafeng seemed to have a telepathic connection. He turned his straight back, stretched out his left little finger, and waved it gracefully towards Wang Xikong. Wang Xikong was so angry. After a while, Tongjua came back with a droopy look and dejected look. Why the hell did you just come back? The auction is over. Why didn't the auctioneer call out my price? Tongjua looked at Wang Xikong for a long time, then lowered his head and said nothing. Are you mute? Wang Xikong slapped Tongjua on the head. The crowd around gradually dispersed, and Huafeng and Huashio came over. Huafeng put his hands in his pockets and said, If I don't let the auctioneer call you, then I won't call you. Who do you think you are? Does your family own the auction house? Wang Xikong pointed his index finger at Huafeng and shouted loudly. When Tongjua heard his words, his shoulders immediately shrunk. He muttered softly, The auction house is indeed Huafeng's. What? What did you say? Wang Xikong didn't hear clearly, so he took 2 steps back and put his ear close to Tongjua's mouth. This auction house belongs to Fengshi Group, and Huafeng is the chairman of Fengshi Group. He won't sell you anything anymore. Tongjua said it all in one breath, lowering his head, waiting for Wang Xizong's scolding. F. Wang Xikong wanted to slap Tongjua, but he felt that Huafeng should be slapped. However, when he faced Huafeng, his momentum immediately weakened. In terms of appearance, he is far from being Huafeng's match. In terms of wealth and strength, Huafeng, who was originally thought to have just a little money, turned out to be the chairman of Fengshi Group. What a status Fengshi Group holds in China. Even Wang Xizong's father has to acknowledge him as his younger brother in front of others. I didn't expect this pretty boy to be so arrogant. Wang Xikong made a poo sound and said, You wait, before hurriedly slipping away with his tail between his legs. Now that the financial backers have left, there is no place for Tongjua to jump around. In the entertainment industry, Huafeng beat him to a pulp, and now he is the chairman of Fengshi Group. Tongjua cursed his bad luck and didn't even dare to look at Huafeng before slipping out the door. Seeing that the 4 people had left, Huashio leaned back, stared at Huafeng with interest and said, Feng, you are so powerful. Huafeng touched the back of his head, it's not the third sister yet. It turned out that when Huashio's Mulberry Field was being auctioned, the third sister Hualianchi called Huafeng. Christie's auction house is affiliated to Fengshi Group, which means that everything in this auction belongs to Hualianchi. Hualianchi had already registered 51% of Fengshi Group's shares under Huafeng's name. Naturally, Huafeng has the right to decide the ownership of all the items auctioned at the auction house. After hearing this, Huashio exclaimed, You are the controlling shareholder of Fengshi Group. Doesn't that mean you are richer than me? No, fifth sister, I can't compare to your worth. Huafeng pinched her soft and tender face and replied. You said that the second sister will take you to film, the third sister will give you shares, what should I give you, the fifth sister? Huashio tilted his head, his big eyes blinking. Or. Huafeng thought for a moment and said, Give you to me. Chapter 27, Sleep enough and then start again. Huashio chuckled and immediately leaned forward with her petite body, I'll give it to you. Her suspender skirt was very thin, revealing her snow-white arms and long legs. When she was close to Huafeng, she exuded a fresh, sweet girlish fragrance. Huafeng lowered his head, his mouth almost touching the tip of her nose. Let me go quickly, or I'll kiss you. Kiss me. Huashio raised her head, and her pink mouth was about to move towards Hua Feng's mouth. Hua Feng stretched out his hands, opened them left and right, and pinched her lips. Woo woo hum. Hua Xiao's mouth was nailed shut. She pushed his hand away and quickly ran into the car. It was late at night when the two returned home. After more than 20 days of continuous filming, plus the 2 days of running back and forth, Hua Feng was extremely exhausted. He took a quick shower and went back to his room without eating. He lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been, but in a trance, he heard a soft moan. It must be a dream. Hua Feng was in a daze, and his eyelids were twitching heavily. After a while, the woman who was moaning softly wrapped her arms and legs around him. The Chinese wind was hot. Who is it? He was deep asleep, so he mumbled and turned to the other side. Why does the touch of my hand feel so soft and warm? Hua Feng opened his eyes and looked. It turned out to be Hua Xiao. Fifth sister, you. He looked back and saw another person on his right. It's Hua Jujia. Hua Feng rubbed his swollen head. Second sister tilde fifth sister tilde I'm so sleepy. I'm sleepy. Hua Jujia and Hua Xiao were wearing transparent silk pajamas, and their curvy figures were clearly visible through them. Sleep. We're here to sleep too. Hua Jujia and Hua Xiao looked innocent. Such a big room, I'm scared. Hua Jujia pouted, tears in her eyes about to drip out. We slept together in Hengjian, I'm not used to sleeping alone. Before she finished speaking, Hua Xiao also put her fair arms around her and said, Wang Sikong scared me today. I don't dare to sleep alone. My second grandmother, my fifth grandmother. Hua Feng was so sleepy that he couldn't even lift his head. He mumbled, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep obediently. When the two beauties heard this, they hummed and huddled beside him, pressing their arms and legs on him, preparing to go to sleep. Hua Feng suddenly opened his eyes and yelled in his heart, this is not okay. I can't sleep. I'm so sleepy. He climbed out of the bed with lightning speed. He ran out of the bedroom and ran madly to the empty bedroom. Karakara turned around and went to the door, pushing and pulling it a few times with his hands. Well, it's locked. Sleep. I slept until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. If it weren't for Hua Xiao knocking on the door, he would probably have slept until night. Wind. Get up quickly. Something's wrong. Hua Xiao was outside the door, calling out one thing after another. Alas! Hua Feng couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. This fifth grandma is always in trouble. But in the end, it's nothing more than trivial matters. Not worth mentioning. Hua Feng opened the door lazily and was about to go back to bed to continue sleeping. Hua Xiao held up the phone, shoved it in front of him, and said, Look. On the phone screen was a piece of entertainment news. The title is, New Generation Idol, Cheating on His Wife. The picture shows a tall and handsome man hugging a woman in a halter dress. They are face to face and almost kissing. Isn't this me? After looking for a few seconds, Hua Feng finally reacted. He enlarged the photo and carefully compared the details. The custom-made suit and grey shoes were perfect. The girl in the suspender skirt is Hua Xiao. However, because both people's faces are in profile, the picture is a bit blurry. The picture was taken when the two of them were walking out of the hotel together after the auction. Below the news picture is a detailed text introduction. Because Hua Feng had previously played Sun Baiyang and had accumulated popularity and goodwill through his original songs, the article did not start with any abuse. However, in the end, the article said, this new generation idol is playing two-timing, cheating on goddess Hua Jujia, and now hooking up with a famous female painter. This is truly despicable. The wording of this article is rigorous and objective, and its stance appears neutral. Therefore, many people who like Chinese style leave messages below. I feel like I won love again. Come out and explain, if your excuse is reasonable, we are still willing to believe you. After reading it, Hua Feng rolled his eyes and handed the phone back to Hua Xiao. Feng, you don't care anymore. Why are you sleeping again? Hua Feng lay on the bed and said in a muffled voice, I've slept enough, let's start again. Feng, who do you think took this photo? Hua Xiao waited in the living room on the first floor for a long time before he saw Hua Feng, who had slept enough, coming downstairs. Hua Feng sat down next to her, and his long legs, which had nowhere to put, stretched directly under the antique coffee table. Huashio was a little anxious and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I have." Huafeng stretched and replied, "It must be Wensikong." And Tongjua. "I gave him 2 big blows yesterday. And Christie's won't sell his stuff anymore. I even stole his girlfriend. How could he not retaliate?" Chapter 28. Netizens flocked to me. Huashio listened and nodded, "I think so too. We left the hotel at the same time as them. They must have come back to take the photos." Huafeng nodded. "I'm in the entertainment industry, so clarifying this kind of thing doesn't really matter. But, fifth sister, you're in the arts world, so it's best not to have any gossip." Huashio disagreed. "Their higher-ups have a very low tolerance for bad artists right now. Whether it's for you or for me, we have to clear this up." "That." Huafeng stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, "Then let's do the opposite." "How do you say that?" Huafeng looked around and asked, "Call my second sister over." "Where is she?" After a while, Huashio came to find Huajujia. Huajujia was exercising in the gym. When she ran over, her head and face were covered in sweat. "What do you want from me?" Huafeng adjusted the time-lapse camera, put his hands around Huajujia's waist, and hugged Huashio's shoulders with his right hand, saying, "Take a picture." Huajujia is a female star. When she sees the camera, it's like seeing a gun muzzle, and she immediately becomes alert. She lifted her long hair to one side, narrowed her charming eyes slightly, and raised her pointed chin. Twisting her waist and raising her hips, she looks like a sexy beauty emitting hormones all over her body. Let us look at Huashio again, although her sense of camera is not as strong as Huajujia. But you can't help but see her bright facial features and well-proportioned figure. Moreover, she had just rested for more than 10 hours, and her whole body was glowing white. Even without makeup, she is still bright and beautiful. 2 beautiful characters snuggled up to Huafeng, one on the left and one on the right. Huafeng, who is in the middle, has a tall figure and his casual clothes make him look more sunny and healthy. Crack. After taking the photos, Huajujia didn't care what the photos were for and turned around and went back to the gym. Posted on Weibo. Huafeng selected the photos and sent a message using Huajujia's Weibo. "I heard Huafeng cheated." Without stopping for a moment, he posted another message on his Weibo account at, "I heard that I cheated." You know, Huajujia's Weibo fans are nearly 250 million, plus Huafeng's more than 50 million. The messages sent by the 2 people one after another reached more than 300 million netizens. As soon as these 2 Weibo posts were released, netizens exclaimed that it was thrilling. Fortunately, Huafeng didn't cheat. Isn't it obvious? Huafeng, Huajujia, and Huashio are actually good friends. This photo taken by Huafeng is full of life. Huajujia and Huashio were both without makeup, and Huajujia was sweating all over. Moreover, Huafeng was dressed in casual clothes. At first glance, the 3 of them were in a very relaxed atmosphere. It has nothing to do with cheating or anything like that. At the same time, another piece of information was pushed to the top of the hot search list. What kind of arrogant existence is Huafeng? Many people expressed great concern about Huafeng's identity. In the photo, he is hugged by women on both sides. The person he is holding is the goddess that netizens dream of and long for. One is the international superstar, Huajujia, who is worth billions. The other is Huashio, a beautiful painter who is famous both at home and abroad in the literary and art circles. How can one not envy such a man? These 2 Weibo posts also completely obliterated the news about the new generation idol cheating news. Ding dong. The system's voice sounded in Huafeng's mind. Host's charm value has reached 95, popularity value has reached 92, and impression value has reached 95. The host's progress has exceeded expectations. Reward 1, cornucopia, sharp investment vision, 1 investment yields 10, and every investment is successful, never misses. Reward 2, flowing ideas, your creative talents are inexhaustible, including but not limited to singing, acting, cooking, dancing, and other fields. You possess inexhaustible creative talents. Reward 3, divine calculator, a talent for calculation comparable to a mathematician, capable of calculating the most complex equations within 1 second. Choose 2 out of 3 rewards. After hearing this, Huafeng knew that the system had changed the selection method. Thank you, Grandpa System. Select Reward 1 and Reward 2. In the entertainment industry, creative talent is a rare commodity. If you have a constant supply of talent, it is like having an inexhaustible supply of wealth. The cornucopia is even more powerful. The entertainment industry is full of speculators and opportunities. If you have a good eye for investment, you won't have to worry about losing money. Isn't he becoming more arrogant day by day? Hua Feng was thinking about it and was overjoyed. Feng, look. You have 80 million followers on Weibo. Hua Feng nodded calmly. Netizens admired celebrities, but they were particularly attracted to wealthy celebrities. Wang Xikong and Tong Zhuo on the other end of the phone felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. Didn't you say that this would definitely kill that guy? Wang Xikong picked up a book beside him and hit Tong Zhuo on the head with it. Tong Zhuo was furious with the dog, but he didn't dare to show it. If there's a chance, as long as he's in the entertainment industry, I'll definitely find something to hold against him. Sooner or later, I'll kill him. Tong Zhuo really hates Hua Feng to the core. What he said was true. Kill him. Kill him. You keep saying kill him. Wang Xikong was so angry that he threw the book in his hand far away. Tong Zhuo hunched over like a pug and collected the pages of the book one by one. He lowered his head, but there was a terrifying murderous look in his eyes. Chapter 29 Opening a Collection Haul. After Hua Feng posted on Weibo, he was in a tizzy for a long time before he remembered the glass lamp he bought at the antique shop yesterday. He looked around and felt around, but didn't see even the shadow of a light. Fifth sister, have you seen the thing I brought back yesterday? What is it? Hua Xiao, who was drawing, replied absent-mindedly. Hua Feng said, I bought it at an antique shop yesterday. It's a lamp, packed in a rectangular wooden box. That's an antique. I thought it was something else, but it was thrown into the storage room. Fifth sister, that's my first collection. Hua Feng complained a few words and hurriedly turned around and went to the utility room. It's okay. The glass lamp was placed neatly on the ground. After disassembling and inspecting, we found that there was no damage to the parts. Looking at Hua Feng's nervous expression, Hua Xiao, who had been following him, felt guilty and distressed. Feng. I'm sorry. I just threw it here. Hua Feng ruffled her long hair and replied, It's okay, fifth sister. The lamp is not broken. Look, isn't it fine? No, no. Hua Xiao shook her head, then suddenly had an idea and said, Or, fifth sister will open a collection museum for you. Hua Feng didn't react for a moment. What collection haul? It means collecting all the treasures you have collected. Hua Xiao became more and more excited as he spoke. Yes. That's it. This way, you'll have a place to store your collections. I can put my paintings in there, too. Of course, it can also be a place for trading. It's actually like an upgraded antique shop, but this one houses your personal collection and also has social functions, much like a club. Hua Xiao added. Upon hearing this new business philosophy, their treasure pot function in Hua Feng's mind immediately came online. First of all, he has the god-level ability of fiery eyes and golden pupils, which can tell the authenticity of the collection at a glance. This alone can help you avoid falling into a trap. The most important thing is that antiques are valuable in prosperous times, and gold is valuable in troubled times. Today is an era where entertainment is paramount, and the income of celebrities in the entertainment industry is visibly rising. Use the collection haul to gather celebrities and professionals in the entertainment industry to increase popularity and make deals. It's a business that guarantees profit. Seeing Hua Feng's hesitation, Hua Xiao added, As for the preparation and startup funds, you don't have to worry at all. I'll take care of it all. Fifth sister, let us invest together. My remuneration for playing Sun Baiyang is quite high, and I'm also the controlling shareholder of Fengxi Group. Hua Feng said. Hua Xiao waved her jade hand and said, Stop nagging. Just consider it your fifth sister's apology to you. And thank you for being my boyfriend yesterday. She continued, Feng, but do you know what the most important thing is when opening a collection? What is it? Of course it's your taste. If all you get back are fakes, how will anyone buy them? Hua Feng was relieved when she heard this. Fifth sister, don't worry. I promise that all the items I collect are genuine. That'll do. Hua Xiao does what he says. She took out her cell phone and called her friend. Hua Feng knew that Hua Xiao had a long-term cooperation with art museums and galleries. But I didn't expect that it would only take 5 minutes to take over a large art gallery. Okay. Done. Hua Shio hung up the phone, turned around and went back to the studio to continue painting. Is that it? Yes. I've actually had my eye on that place before. It's about 3,000 square meters, easily accessible, and has an elegant environment. It's perfect for your collection. I can pay for the rest. Oh, okay. Hua Feng thought to himself, my sisters are all more powerful than each other. My second sister took me flying as soon as she made a move, and my fifth sister turned around and created an art gallery. Oh. By the way, let me think, let's name the art gallery Feng Li. Hua Shio turned around and said halfway through his walk. Okay. I own Fengshi Group, and now I own Feng Li Art Museum. I'm also a new generation idol star that everyone loves. Life is so bold. Idol, star. A light bulb went off in Hua Feng's head. Tomorrow is the day to return to idol producer. How could I have forgotten it completely? Even if you have a golden voice or god-level skills like a dancing master, you still need to prepare a little. Even if you are just taking a shower, it is better to prepare 2 sets of clothes. Hua Feng placed the glass lamp on the table in the hall and was about to go back to the bedroom to pack up when his cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, Hua Feng couldn't help but stand up straight and take a deep breath. Third sister, what's the matter? Feng, you will be back to idol trainee tomorrow, don't be nervous. The female devil Hua Lianqi warned on the other end of the phone. Well, I'm not nervous. Although there have been a lot of unfavorable rumors on Weibo recently, I see you've successfully resolved them all. Hua Lianqi's tone became increasingly gentle, and she continued, Sister, I'll cheer you on. Of course, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Just come to the company and be the chairman. Hua Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Third sister, I understand. I can do it. Hua Lianqi had just hung up when his sixth sister, Hua Yunqi, called again. She had the same exact words, but at the end, she asked him to go to a Michelin restaurant. Nice. As expected of my Hua Feng's sister, she is a big shot. When Hua Feng was feeling proud of himself, Hua Jujia came down from the second floor with a clatter. She had delicate makeup and sexy clothes. She looked at Hua Feng with 2 charming eyes and said delicately, Feng, I have something to tell you. Chapter 30 Eavesdropping. As Hua Jujia spoke, her soft body pressed against him. Hey. Second sister, I'll agree to whatever you say. Hua Feng held her shoulders with both hands and gently moved her body to the side. Hua Jujia seemed to have no bones in her body. She leaned on Hua Feng's arm again. Feng, I have to go out to film tomorrow, and you have to participate in Idol Producer tomorrow. So, I decided that we should go out and party all night tonight. Hua Jujia stared at Hua Feng, her eyes full of anticipation. Her acting skills are really amazing. Seeing that Hua Feng did not agree immediately, the expectation in her eyes instantly turned into grievance and sadness. In less than 3 seconds, 2 crystal tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes, and she was almost crying. Hua Feng had no choice but to surrender. Seeing that he agreed, Hua Jujia's face turned happy in seconds, and she held Hua Feng's handsome face and gave him a kiss. At this time, Hua Shio also flashed out from the corner of the stairs. She was wearing a tight short t-shirt, revealing her slender waist and abs. She was wearing loose, light-colored trousers and holding a black baseball cap. It seems that the 2 sisters had discussed this long ago. Hua Shio looked at Hua Jujia and asked, Second sister, I'm wearing a hat, why are you still so carefree? Aren't you afraid of being photographed? Hua Jujia sneered and took out a wide-brimmed hat from behind her. The 2 looked at Hua Feng together. You are the only one missing. Why don't you go change your clothes? After a while, the 3 people's Lincoln car stopped outside a club. This is a VIP bar club that only caters to regular customers. The boss is a mysterious lady who is said to have a strong background. She dealt with all kinds of guests with ease, and the drinks, tea and food were extremely delicious. The waiters and waitresses were all beautiful and smart. Therefore, this club has always been popular among celebrities and wealthy children. This is Hua Feng's first time here. As soon as he entered the club, Hua Feng understood why it was popular among the rich. The waiters and waitresses here all look like celebrities. The girls are all over 1.7 meters tall, young and beautiful, with well-proportioned figures and long legs. The boys are a little different. Some are sunny and gentle, while others are tall and mighty, but they are all very handsome. Hua Jujia and Hua Shio are regular customers here. The two of them took Hua Feng and found a quiet and spacious place to sit down. They sat down for less than half a minute. The proprietress heard the news and came over. Hua Feng took a quick look and thought that the proprietress should be over 40 years old, but her figure and appearance were well maintained, and she looked no more than 33 or 34 years old. Moreover, she has clear and beautiful facial features and looks very elegant. Big star, great painter, why haven't you come here for such a long time? My sister is missing you so much, the proprietress said with a smile, and at the end there was some coquettishness and complaint of a little woman. Hua Juju replied with a smile, isn't this the filming that's finished, so I came to see you. The proprietress smiled with her eyes curved, I left a bottle of good wine for you three. Thank you, sister he. Hua Juju accepted it with pleasure. After greeting the three people, the proprietress smiled and went somewhere else. The three of them ordered some other drinks and were chatting. Suddenly, 3 or 4 people came over from the side. It was Wang Mingda and Tong Zhua, and their little followers. Hua Feng and Hua Shio said in unison, bad luck. Sure enough, when the 4 men saw Hua Feng and his companions, they walked over with ill intentions. Isn't this a pretty boy? Ouch. 1 for 2 this time. After Wang Mingda finished speaking, Tong Zhua and others burst into laughter. They were out to have fun today, and Hua Feng and the other 2 didn't want to conflict with them, so they sneered and said nothing. Unexpectedly, Wang Mingda was still brooding over what happened 2 days ago. Now, seeing that Hua Feng and the other 2 were dismissive of him, he couldn't help but get angry and embarrassed. He directed his attack at Hua Jujia and Hua Shio. Hua Jujia, you're a big star after all, and you're being played around by a pretty boy. Hua Jujia was not as good-tempered as Hua Feng. She took a glass of wine, walked up to Wang Mingda swayingly, and said slowly, oh, there's nothing I can do. Hua Feng is so charming. What's wrong? Are you envious? Hua Feng and Hua Shio burst out laughing when they heard this. You? Wang Mingda didn't get the advantage again, so he angrily turned away and moved to another seat. Seeing him walk away, Hua Feng gave Hua Juju a thumbs up and said, second sister, you confronted him head on, aren't you afraid that the disciplinary committee will troll you online? Wang Mingda is known as the disciplinary committee member of the entertainment industry. As long as he doesn't like a star, no matter how big the star is, he can criticize the star to pieces. TSK. Hua Juju sneered. Isn't this rich second generation just relying on his father's money? Even what his father has is not even worth a toe of our Huodianshi. Hua Juju took a sip of wine and continued, also, I heard that the Wang family hasn't been doing well lately. I'm afraid they are going to fail. Hua Shio asked, why is he still showing off in public? The filthy behavior of this dandy boy is like a grasshopper in autumn, he won't be able to jump for many more days. Just as Hua Juju finished speaking, a tall woman who looked like an internet celebrity walked past their table angrily. It seems that he went to Wang Mingda's table. Hua Shio nudged Hua Feng and said, it's going to be a good show. Let's go and watch it. Hua Feng took a sip of wine and said, I don't care about his garbage. No. If you don't care about him, he will discredit you. It won't be a loss if we get some information about him. Hua Shio is really clever and can make sense of everything she says. Okay. Hua Feng stood up and quietly sneaked to Wang Mingda's table with Hua Shio. Chapter 31 Return to Idol Producer. In order to protect the privacy of guests, each seat in the club is designed like a private room, with an entrance only wide enough for 2 people. However, the seats are all half-person high sofa seats. Therefore, when Hua Feng and Hua Shio sneaked to the seat next to them, they could clearly hear the conversation inside. However, Wang Mingda and others could not see Hua Feng. Fifth sister, why do I always feel like I'm being peeped at? Hua Feng whispered in Hua Shio's ear. Hua Shio leaned against Hua Feng tightly. Just think of yourself as a paparazzi. However, the information you obtain can only be released when necessary. Yeah. Hua Feng nodded. At first, the internet celebrity was crying, and Tong Zhuo was whispering comfort to her. Hua Feng wondered, was this internet celebrity here to find Tong Zhuo? That's not right. The internet celebrity has Wang Mingda's aesthetic taste at first glance. Sure enough, after a while, Wang Mingda spoke up, "Stop crying. You're mourning." The internet celebrity immediately shut up, leaving only faint sobs. After a while, she said, "So what do you say we should do?" "What can I do?" Wang Mingda paused and then said, "Abort it." There was a silence over there. "Okay." The internet celebrity replied unwillingly. "Tongjua, give her 10,000 yuan." Wang Mingda ordered. "Our brother. I don't have a job now. I don't have any money on me." It was the voice of Tongjua. Hearing this, Huafeng couldn't help but curse, "Scum." Wang Mingda's voice sounded furious. "You're such a fucking idiot. You're out here without any money." He then lowered his voice and said, "If I didn't have a spending restriction order, would I even bother talking to you?" There was another silence over there. After a while, the internet celebrity probably reacted. There was a loud crash, and plates and wine glasses fell to the ground. "Okay. Wang Mingda. You're so heartless. Why are you flirting with girls when you don't have money? Why are you acting so arrogant when you don't have money? I thought you were a cash cow and even got pregnant with your child. I didn't expect you to be a pauper now." The internet celebrity simply lost his temper, stood at the exit of the sofa, pointed at Wang Mingda and cursed him. Her shouting attracted the guests around. Several people walked out of the booth, surrounded the internet celebrity, and started taking pictures with their mobile phones. Huashio nudged Huafeng and said, "Come on, let's go out too." The two of them came out of the booth and stood next to the internet celebrity. Wang Mingda was furious when he saw so many guests gathered outside. He pointed at the customer holding a cell phone and said, "If anyone dares to take pictures, I'll kill you." The internet celebrity was just the opposite. She pulled one of the people's arms and said, "Clap. Clap me. I'm telling you, Wang Mingda got me pregnant and now he's refusing to admit it. He won't even pay the 10,000 yuan abortion fee. He's a pauper now." Wang Mingda, Tongjua, and the others saw more and more people onlookers, and fearing that the situation would get out of hand and not be resolved properly, they hurriedly grabbed the clothes at hand, covered their faces, and fled the scene in embarrassment. Huashio was enjoying watching the show from the side. After the crowd dispersed, he pulled Huafeng back to their original place. "It's true that evil will be punished by evil." Huashio couldn't help but sigh. Huafeng and the other two drank until 2 or 3 in the morning before leisurely returning to the villa. The next day, 8:55. Idol producer recording site, waiting area. The top 9 contestants from across the country are ready to take their places. There are also 6 resurrected contestants, Yu Haming being one of them. These contestants are all new generation idols in the entertainment industry. They are well aware of every little thing happening in the entertainment industry. Among the top 10 and the 6 resurrected contestants, the one who is most popular is undoubtedly the one who is about to be late, Huafeng. Did you know that Huafeng has accepted the role of Sun Baiyang? I heard that his acting is very good. Empresses in the Palace is set to be a hit drama, no doubt about it. I didn't expect Huafeng to become famous so quickly. Isn't it because of Hua Juju's fame? I heard that she has a good relationship with the painter Huashio as well. Huafeng's Weibo has photos of the 3 of them. What's their relationship? Both of them have the surname Hua, so are they siblings? TSK. The entertainment industry is full of truth and falsehood. Fathers and sons don't necessarily have the same surname, and people with the same surname aren't necessarily siblings. That's right, he has a strong background, and now he's about to be late. Yu Haming listened to the contestants' discussions and looked at his watch anxiously. It was already 8:57. The official recording starts at 9 o'clock. Is Huafeng really going to be late? He dialed Huafeng's phone number. Can't get through. When Yu Haming was puzzled, he heard someone next to him shout, "Helicopter." Yu Haming looked up. An orange helicopter, with strong wind and roar, was landing on an open space. 2 staff members in orange clothes had already cleared the scene. The roar became smaller and smaller, and the propeller gradually stopped rotating. A handsome man wearing sunglasses walked down from the helicopter. It's Huafeng. It's really that kid. Yu Haming looked at his hand, it was exactly 9 o'clock. He ran to Huafeng and they bumped fists. Huafeng said, "Haming, congratulations. We can sing together again." Yu Haming scratched his head, "Hey. How can I compare to you? I'm a resurrected contestant, just here to make up the numbers. Don't be so unconfident. Hua Feng held Yu Haming's shoulder and the two of them entered the recording site together. 16 contestants, 2 on 2 duels. First match. 8 in, 8 out. The competition officially begins. Chapter 32 Wuthering Heights. Opponents in 2 on 2 duels can be chosen freely. Yu Haming was chosen early on. But no one dared to fight Hua Feng. He was not in a hurry, just waiting for the last person to be left and then the showdown would begin. The last one left was Li Qi. Hua Feng walked up to Li Qi and stretched out his hand. Li Qi, let's go. Li Qi has come this far after overcoming many difficulties and obstacles. It is not easy but also very capable. The fact that he was left behind just proves this point. Li Qi held Hua Feng's hand, which was warm and powerful. Draw numbers to choose the performance order. Hua Feng and Li Qi are in the 5th group, and Yu Haming and another contestant are in the 3rd group. We're about to go on stage. Haming, relax. Hua Feng saw that Yu Haming's hand was trembling slightly, so he comforted him. Yu Haming nodded. What song did you choose? Yu Haming replied, I will love you until I die. Hua Feng couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the title of the song. This song is a representative work of a soprano singer, who expresses the beauty of love with his high-pitched and loud voice and extremely gorgeous lyrics. This song doesn't match Yu Haming's temperament. Haming, do you have a backup song? Yu Haming was slightly taken aback and said, yes, I prepared Go Watch the Meteor Shower with You. Hua Feng looked at the time on the field and said quickly, Haming, the backup song is suitable for you. Hurry up and contact the live music and change the song. Yu Haming was a little hesitant. After all, Love Until Death allows him to show off his high notes. Although the high notes are not satisfactory, but isn't it a challenge for singers? Hurry. Believe me. Meteor Shower is more suitable for you. Hua Feng said firmly, without much time to explain. He took Yu Haming to communicate directly with the live music director and host to adjust the music. 3 minutes left. Haming, practice on your own. Although time is tight, Yu Haming is also a professional player and his professional level has been selected nationwide. Before going on stage, Hua Feng shook his hand tightly. Yu Haming's opponent chose a very exciting song, which was lively, noisy and of very high pitch. Yu Haming's Let's Watch the Meteor Shower Together does just the opposite. Warmth, healing, and told in a leisurely manner. Moreover, this song suits his temperament very well. Unsurprisingly, Yu Haming won and advanced to the quarterfinals. After the game, Yu Haming hugged Hua Feng excitedly and didn't let go for a long time. Hua Feng, thank goodness you let me change the song. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have won. Hua Feng smiled and patted his shoulder. Silly boy, that only makes you fit the temperament of Meteor Shower. My choice of song is just luck. Soon, it was Hua Feng's group's turn to play. The first to perform was Li Qi. Although he is not tall, his breath is very steady. He chose How Can I Say I Don't Love You by Rain God. After his interpretation, this song becomes open and affectionate, like an innocent boy making a vow to his lover for the rest of his life. Moreover, Li Qi's voice quality and timbre are particularly perfect, and the whole song has no flaws. Hua Feng couldn't help but applaud him. If I didn't have a system mission, I really wanted to give up this spot. Hua Feng thought. It's his turn to appear. The surroundings became as quiet and dark as the deep sea. There was only a beam of light above his head, like the eye of God, shining directly on his face. At that moment, the idea of giving up was thrown out of his mind. As soon as the golden voice function was launched, I felt like I was possessed by the god of songs. Sing. Singing the best songs is the greatest respect for Li Qi. Hua Feng chose Wuthering Heights by veteran British singer Kate Bush. Wuthering Heights, their whole song is filled with darkness, evil charm and the pleasure of love-suicide. Hua Feng relied on his unparalleled vocal conditions to perfectly interpret this atmosphere. Not only that, Hua Feng also integrated the makeup effects, performance and song atmosphere. He gave the judges and the audience a performance that was like a great musical. Charming but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar. The elegant nobleman and the evil little wild cat, these two completely opposite temperaments were integrated into one by him. When the song ended, Li Qi, who was listening, lowered his head deeply. There was thunderous applause on the field. Not surprisingly, Huafeng entered the quarterfinals with a unanimous vote. Li Qi lost by 3 votes. After Huafeng left the court, Yu Haming was waiting outside the court early and handed him a bottle of water. Huafeng, you're great. You sing so well. Where did you learn music? Huafeng smiled and said, I'll tell you later, we can learn together. Although Li Qi lost, he was not jealous of Huafeng's talent. Instead, he and Yu Haming surrounded Huafeng. Huafeng patted his shoulder and said, Brother, you sang well. Li Qi gave a bitter smile. Who made your opponent so strong? It's God's will. No. Just keep trying harder next time. The 3 of them were chatting and laughing, making a lot of noise. After a while, Huafeng's WeChat rang. Probably because they knew he was recording a show, the sisters didn't call him in a big way. However, they carried out WeChat bombing. The WeChat group of Huafeng and his 7 sisters kept ringing with the sound of ding dong dong. Second sister Huajija, Phone has made it to the quarterfinals. Third sister Huadianxi, Frenchi group sent a congratulatory message. Fifth sister Huashio, the China Academy of Fine Arts sent a congratulatory message. Sixth sister Huayinchi, Michelin sent a congratulatory message. Big sister Huarhuan, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, sent a congratulatory message. Huagij, Yenqing University has become a lemon. Fourth sister Huarlinfu, the army tells you to shut up. Huafeng, fourth sister is right. Chapter 33 Idol Development Program. Idol Producer, the top 8 are born. The quarterfinals will be held in 1 week. After the host announced the results of the competition, the 8 contestants were all arranged into a 4-story villa. This week, the camera will focus on 8 idol trainees, recording their lives in real time. Idol Producer is already very popular across the country. Fans are very concerned about the private lives of the national 8 outside of singing. As a result, the performances of these 8 contestants in the villa became a hot topic on the internet for a while. The one far ahead of the others is naturally Huafeng. Because, whether it is from the fan base, Weibo popularity, or talent strength, Huafeng is always far ahead. Not to mention his graceful figure and appearance. However, among these 8 contestants, there are 2 or 3 exceptions. For example, the competition. He has been in the industry for many years, but he has neither good looks nor any talent to show off. So, no one has paid attention to it. Recently, the entertainment company that supports him suddenly had an idea and gave him the character of a singing voice that is rare in 5,000 years. After a series of press releases about plastic surgery, she signed up to be an idol trainee in her ordinary image. Then the company manipulated the votes and actually allowed Zhu Jingyi to enter the top 8. As soon as he moved into the villa, Huafeng was cued by him. Huafeng, I want to be in the same group with you. Idol Producer divided the 8 contestants into 4 groups. Each group of contestants eat and live together and practice next week's competition pieces together. Huafeng glanced at him up and down and politely refused. Sorry, I'm already in a team with someone else. Zhu Jingyi's face was filled with grievance, and he twisted his fists around his cheeks. Humph. I'm unhappy. Huafeng almost vomited when he saw this scene. He grabbed Yu Haming's shoulder and said, Let's go. Go upstairs. Zhu Jingyi failed, so he turned around and asked another teammate to form a team. The afternoon was singing practice time. Huafeng chatted with several sisters on the phone while accompanying Yu Haming to practice singing skills. In the evening, the crew notified the contestants to record the dinner party. It also said that the most famous chef team in China has been invited to prepare delicious dishes for the contestants. Huafeng and Yu Haming arrived at the restaurant on the first floor according to the time set by the crew. The remaining 6 contestants took their positions one after another. Idol Development Program. First Encounter Dinner. At the beginning of the show, the host turned the topic to Huafeng. I heard Huafeng has accepted the role of Sun Baiyang. Are there any events on the costume drama set that left a deep impression on you? It's rumored online that you have an unusual relationship with Huajija and Huashio. Is that true? Questions came one after another, and most of the camera was focused on Huafeng. Although he mentioned his teammates from time to time, he was always blocked by the host. No wonder, among the current top 8, the most talked about team is Huafeng. In order to increase the ratings of the show, the host had to focus all his attention on Huafeng. Brother He Jung, I will be offered many roles in the future, why don't you interview me? Zhu Jingyi suddenly interrupted. Fortunately, He Jiong reacted quickly and replied, "Are you interested in discussing a role with the crew?" "Of course. But I turned them all down. The role wasn't challenging enough." "He Jiong, then what kind of role do you think is more challenging?" Zhu Jingyi saw the camera finally focus on him, his eyes full of excitement. "For example, a rich and noble son. I can play myself." As soon as he said this, the expressions on the faces of the other contestants around him became indescribable. Hua Feng drank water quietly and watched his performance calmly. Zhu Jingyi probably also realized that everyone disliked him, and quickly pointed the gun at someone else. "My performance will be very natural. I won't be like some people who try to be contrived and evil." After he finished speaking, his eyes kept glancing at Hua Feng. Any fool knows who he is talking about. In the performance that just ended, Hua Feng won with a charming song, and his makeup and styling were also very alternative. Hua Feng raised his eyebrows, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, stared at Zhu Jingyi for a second, then looked away with disdain. Yu Haming beside him couldn't stand it any longer. "Why don't you praise yourself instead of stepping on others?" Zhu Jing's opinion was finally challenged, and his hair immediately stood up like a fighting cock. "I'm being honest. If you really have the talent, you wouldn't need to put in so much effort. You can even win first place in a cappella. This guy obviously wants to take advantage of Hua Feng's popularity. The more you argue, the more he scolds you. In this way, his popularity will also rise." Hua Feng patted Yu Haming's shoulder gently, leaned over to his ear and whispered, "Don't argue with a mad dog." Only then did Yu Haming calm down his temper and grab the water on the table and took a sip. He Jiong was afraid that the atmosphere on the field would be too tense, and just at this moment, the kitchen brought out the first dish. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention to the table, and then asked. The program team invited the technical director of a Michelin restaurant to personally prepare this dish for everyone. Can anyone guess the name and origin of this dish? The 8 contestants looked towards the center of the table together. This dish is extraordinary just by looking at its appearance. This is a soup. The soup is translucent on both sides like white jade, with a touch of fresh light green in the middle, winding like a small river. The white jade on both sides is dotted with ink, like flying birds on both sides of a stream. There are reflections of flying birds and pink petals in the stream. The whole dish is like an ancient landscape painting. Timeless and long-lasting. Hua Feng couldn't help but wonder, this dish. Is my sister here? Chapter 34 Sixth Sister Arrives. A month ago, at the Hua family villa, Hua Feng cooked dishes for her sisters, one of which was Songjiang flour Jiu. This dish originated in the Song dynasty, and few people in China today can make it. Is it really sixth sister Hua Yunqi? Hua Feng couldn't help but turn sideways and look towards the kitchen. However, the place was blocked tightly by the production crew. Maybe someone happens to know how to cook this dish. Hua Feng muttered to himself. Under the guidance of teacher He Jiong, the other 7 contestants guessed the name of the dish. The one who shouted the loudest was undoubtedly Zhu Jingyi. It said that Hua Feng is knowledgeable and experienced, so let Hua Feng guess. He Jiong knew that he was cueing Hua Feng for no reason again, so he quickly changed the subject. The name of this dish is very poetic, everyone can guess tilde. Hua Feng has been with Hua Jijia for so long, there must be all kinds of dishes he hasn't seen. Zhu Jingyi was so outspoken that he brought up Hua Jijia on the biggest show on Shonan TV. He Jiong couldn't stand it any longer. This has nothing to do with Sister Jiajia. Don't talk nonsense. There are also contestants who are as uneducated as Zhu Jingyi. They have long been jealous of Hua Feng's exposure. Now that Zhu Jingyi has taken the initiative to attack, they are happy to watch the show and eat melons from the sidelines. Before Hua Feng could say anything, Yu Haming felt sorry for him. Zhu Jingyi is clearly dissatisfied with you for not being in his group, and he keeps making things difficult for you. Hua Feng, what do you think? I don't know this dish either. Why don't you just come up with a random name? Yu Haming covered his mouth with a cup of water and whispered to Hua Feng. Unexpectedly, Hua Feng didn't care at all. He wore a white t-shirt, a fine grey shirt on the outside, and trousers of the same color. He looked refreshing and elegant. He stood up and walked to the middle of the table. He stretched out his hand and began to explain the dish. This dish, originally called Songjianglu, originated in the Song dynasty. Legend has it that the poet Li Qingzhao, missing her late husband Zhao Mingcheng, became ill from longing and could not be with him day in and day out, and she ultimately created this dish. Li Qingzhao and Zhao Mingcheng were childhood sweethearts, but they were rarely together and were often apart. Eventually, Zhao Mingcheng died of illness in Songjianglu. Afterward, although Li Qingzhao remarried Zhang Ruzhou, he beat and scolded her. Li Qingzhao was already in her twilight years when she made this dish. Yet, it carries with it the thrill of youth and the beauty of first encounters. White as jade, green as tea, like birds flying and flowers falling, it is pleasing to the eyes and nourishing to the stomach. This dish was later renamed Songjiang Flower Ju. It was originally lost. The person invited by the program today is amazing. He can actually make this legendary dish. After Hua Feng finished speaking, he did not forget to bow to the host and the staff behind the scenes who were the chefs. He spoke very logically and behaved in a humble and gentle manner, which really won him a lot of fans. The cameraman couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He Jong, who was always quick-witted, exclaimed in surprise, "Hua Feng, you're amazing. It's even more complete than what I wrote in my notes." After hearing what He Jong said, Zhu Jingyi felt as if a big egg was stuck in his throat. His face turned red and white, and he was dumbfounded, but he had nothing to say. Yu Haoming was standing by, stamping his feet with joy. "Har har, brother, you're so awesome. Zhu Jingyi won't even say a word if you tell him off." Hua Feng smiled slightly and high-fived Yu Haoming under the table. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. All dishes are delicious and tasty. Hua Feng and the others were dazzled by what they saw. Moreover, Hua Feng always has a feeling. The taste of these meals is so familiar. Now, let us welcome Michelin Technical Director, Hua Yunqi. Thank you for all the delicious food she has provided us. Teacher He Jong bent down and bowed to the side. A graceful woman walked out from the kitchen. It really is sixth sister Hua Yunqi. She changed her usual gentle appearance and became capable and neat. Her long hair was combed back, and the milky white suit outlined her slender waist and long legs. There is nothing underneath the deep V collar of the suit. The indescribable high-end sexiness is about to emerge. All the contestants present, except Hua Feng, exclaimed softly, "Wow!" He Jong had already stood next to Hua Yunqi. Hua Yunqi, 24, is Michelin's youngest technical director. Today, in addition to 5 Michelin-starred restaurants, she also holds equity in several hotels, including the Peace Hotel, Shanghai Hotel, and Tianyuan Hotel. She is a true beauty catering master. As soon as He Jong finished his introduction, the young male contestants began to whisper. "This sister is very good. Sister, look at me. I don't know if I have a chance." There was a gentleness in Hua Yunqi's eyes like ripples of water, and her gaze swept across the 8 contestants present like a flying bird. Finally, it lingered on Hua Feng's face for a second or two, then flew away. Her self-introduction was gentle yet graceful. "Hello everyone, my name is Hua Yunqi, and I'm a chef. Sister is my type. Sister, come sit here with me." Next is the game session, and Hua Yunqi will sit among the contestants. Zhu Jingyi and 2 other boys tried their best to invite Hua Yunqi to sit next to them. Hua Yunqi's eyes swept around the court and finally fell on Zhu Jingyi. "This contestant invited me first. I'll sit over there." After saying that, she narrowed her eyes, looked at Hua Feng with a hint of provocation, and sat down next to Zhu Jingyi. Zhu Jingyi, as if blessed by divine grace, immediately became more motivated, his little neck held high, looking defiant. The name of the game is telepathy. Who can guess what Hua Yunqi is thinking? Chapter 35, Expensive Gifts. When the game started, Hua Yunqi wrote the words in her mind on the prompt board. She will give the contestants some hints, such as the scope of the word, whether it is positive or negative, etc. Hua Yunqi turned her back to the camera and quickly wrote for words. Tips, song title, for characters, original. When the contestants saw it, they started talking about it. "This range is too large." He Jong reacted very quickly and asked, "Yunqi, is this related to idol producer?" "Yes." Hua Yunqi held the microphone and answered softly. The contestants now had a goal and began to answer chatteringly. Yu Haoming stood beside Hua Feng and asked quietly, "Do you know the answer?" Hua Feng stared at Hua Yunqi intently and replied, "I know." "Ah? Then why didn't you say anything?" Hua Feng retracted his gaze. "I told you the answer long ago. What are the production team still playing tricks on me?" Yu Haoming nodded. "Okay. you're right. In the latest episode of Idol Producer, Ju Jingi happened to sing an original song written for him by the company. Moreover, it also happens to be 4 words. He covered his mouth in surprise, his eyes wide open. Sister Yinchi, are you talking about my song? Huh. Hua Yinchi looked at him blankly. Ju Jingi jumped 3 feet high and hugged Hua Yinchi excitedly. Sister Yinchi, is this waiting for you, waiting for you? Hua Yinchi was frightened by his sudden hug. She held her hands in front of her chest and kept dodging her upper body backwards. Hua Feng, who was a few people away from her, saw this scene, took 2 steps forward, and grabbed Ju Jingi's shoulders. Hua Feng's face was calm, but his grip was quite strong. Ju Jingi felt pain in his shoulder and looked back at Hua Feng angrily, but he immediately let go of Hua Yinchi. He Joan had already stood beside Hua Yinchi by this time and said, Ju Jingi, before you hug a woman, you need her consent first. Ju Jingi felt embarrassed being stared at by 3 people, so he retreated to his seat awkwardly. Hua Feng looked at Hua Yinchi calmly before walking back. Then let's ask Yinchi if Ju Jingi guessed correctly. Hua Yinchi smoothed the hair beside her ear and said, no, that's not the answer. As the contestants were whispering to each other, Hua Feng picked up the microphone and said, it's the rest of my life. This is his original song that he sang when he first participated in Idol Producer. It was also because of this song that Hua Yinchi overcame all objections and the other 6 sisters agreed to let Hua Feng enter the entertainment industry. How could Hua Feng forget? In fact, when Hua Yinchi just wrote down those 4 words, Hua Feng guessed the answer. The expressions on the faces of all the contestants in the arena were a little gloomy for a moment. Especially the competitive intention. How is that possible? Why is everyone paying attention to Hua Feng? Hua Feng has already received so much attention. Hua Juju, Hua Shio, Zhenhuan Zhuan. Does everything have to revolve around Hua Feng? Now, a beautiful chef has finally arrived. Could it be that she has also taken a fancy to Hua Feng? Just came up and wrote Hua Feng's original song? He looked at Hua Feng with disgust, then turned his gaze back to Hua Yinchi. Goddess sister, is this really for the rest of my life? Hua Yinchi smiled very happily. She turned over the prompt board and saw the 4 words, the rest of my life, in a gentle, powerful, and clear manner. He Jion looked at it and couldn't help but smile. This is Hua Feng's original song when he first participated in Idol Producer. It seems that Yinchi is also paying attention to Hua Feng. Hua Yinchi nodded slightly and said, he is a very important person to me. The contestants were all unclear about her relationship with Hua Feng, and when they heard her say that, they couldn't help but let their imagination run wild. The competition is even more intense. On a square face, because of anger, the tear troughs and nasolabial folds are all visible for a moment. He made up his mind and simply lowered the microphone, turned his head to the other side, and no longer looked at Hua Yinchi and Hua Feng. Subsequent visits mostly revolved around Hua Feng and Hua Yinchi. There was no deliberate affectation or provocation, and the show was cheerful and harmonious. It was almost 11 o'clock when the recording of the program ended. Next is free time, where the contestants can do their own things without worrying about the cameras following them. Hua Feng waited outside the kitchen until the Michelin team finished cleaning up, and then Hua Yinchi came out. After a long period of work, Hua Yinchi looked a little tired. Hua Feng's heart couldn't help but ache. He gently tucked the hair on her cheek behind her ear and said, "Sixth sister, are you tired?" Hua Yinchi smiled and shook her head. "This is a normal workload. Why didn't you inform me before you came?" Hua Yinchi spread her hands helplessly. "I also received the notice at the last minute." Fortunately, the recording was not bad. As she spoke, she took out a small square box from her bag and said, "Phone, this is a gift from sixth sister to you. Congratulations on making it to the quarterfinals." Without waiting for Hua Feng to refuse, she continued, "I came here in a hurry and bought it on the way. Come and try it on to see if it fits." As she spoke, she opened the box. It was a Jaeger-LeCoultre watch, with a simple, neat rectangular dial and a black strap, understated yet rigorous. Although slightly beyond Hua Feng's age, it perfectly matched his temperament. Hua Feng liked it very much after just one look. "Sixth sister, why do you all give me gifts? I can buy them myself. I can see your eyes sparkling. Put them on now." Chapter 36 Zhuaziki. Hua Feng put on the watch obediently. Hua Yinchi patted his face gently. "I have to go back to work, you rehearse here well." Hua Feng looked at her thin cheeks and the slightly raised veins on the back of her hands, and his throat tightened. Sixth sister, don't work so hard. If you don't want to work, go home. I will support you. Hua Yunqi nodded. Okay. Got it. I'm leaving. She hurried towards the entrance of the villa. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Hua Feng. That glance was sparkling and watery, carrying a woman's indescribable tenderness and nostalgia. However, she only paused for 2 or 3 seconds before turning around and quickly walking out of the villa. Hua Feng watched her walk away before returning to his room. The next day, at 9 o'clock sharp, the filming of the program officially began. He Jun told everyone that at 3 p.m., 3 mentors, Li Jian, Xie Feng and Zhuo Ziki, would come to supervise the contestants and help them successfully enter the semi-finals. The teacher will help the contestants choose the repertoire for the competition and provide corresponding guidance. Can't we choose the songs we sing? As soon as He Jun finished speaking, Zhu Jingyi asked dissatisfiedly. Of course you can, He Jun replied. You can choose the repertoire yourself, or you can listen to the instructor's suggestions. Before the instructor arrives, everyone can discuss their favorite pieces. Zhu Jingyi nodded thoughtfully. He suddenly turned his gaze to Hua Feng and asked, Hua Feng, what song are you going to sing in the quarterfinals? This is actually a very rude and uneducated question. The 8 contestants seem to be in harmony, but in fact, everyone knows what is going on. The 8 of them are in a life and death competition. With such a cruel competitive relationship, how could one possibly inform everyone in advance of the repertoire for the competition? Even if a tutor comes to guide us, the issues are mostly technical. When it comes to the tracks, some post-processing will also be done. As soon as he finished asking the question, He Jun's facial expression changed. Fortunately, He Jun was knowledgeable and a very good host. He said to Hua Feng, you can choose not to answer this question. Unexpectedly, Hua Feng smiled slightly. When he looked at Zhu Jingyi, there was even a hint of disdain on his face. He replied softly, I still sing Kate Bush's song, but a different one. Zhu Jingyi, not knowing whether to live or die, actually continued to ask, what's your name? He Jun couldn't hold it in any longer. His eyelids drooped quickly, his face slightly drooping. Could it be that Zhu Jingyi is the mentor? Planning to guide Hua Feng. As soon as He Jun said this, the whole audience burst into laughter. The contestants looked at him like monkeys, watching him intently. Who doesn't he know how he got the title of a singing voice that is rare in 5,000 years? The company bought a lot of press releases, and he easily boasted about something that even Jackie Chung didn't dare to boast about. It's so funny. Hua Feng is also the king of finishing off the enemy. Since Mr. Zhu can't give me any guidance, I won't tell you the name of the song. Har har har. The whole audience burst into laughter again. Yu Haming looked at Hua Feng and kept making faces. Brother, you are awesome. In the afternoon, 3 mentors came to the scene. Zhuo Ziki stepped out of the car before it even stopped. Where's Hua Feng? Where's Hua Feng Tilder? Zhuo Ziki has her own comedic effect. She ignored the camera and microphone beside her and went straight to the room on the first floor lobby where Hua Feng and others were. I want Hua Feng, I will guide Hua Feng. As soon as Zhuo Ziki saw Hua Feng, she gave him a warm hug. Thank you, Teacher Ziki. Hua Feng bowed slightly towards Zhuo Ziki and said. Li Jian and Xie Feng who came in later complained, Zhuo Ziki. Why did you snatch Hua Feng away again? That is not fair. He Jun was amused by the others and burst into laughter. 3 mentors, these are the top 8 contestants in the country. The other contestants are also looking forward to your guidance. Finally, the program team arranged 3 students for Zhuo Ziki and Li Jian respectively, and 2 students for Xie Feng. The program crew is the best at making trouble. Zhu Jingyi was also given to Zhuo Ziki. Although Zhu Jingyi is stupid and pretentious, he can still boost the ratings. There's no way around it. In the TV program industry, sometimes bad money drives out good money. Hua Feng is well aware of this. But he didn't mind at all. The enthusiasm is always mutual. By taking advantage of the competition and increasing the attention, wouldn't it be possible to complete the system tasks faster? Although Zhuo Ziki's expression is exaggerated, his professional level is among the best in the industry. She first communicated with the 3 contestants about their intended repertoire. Yu Haming still chose light and warm songs that suit his temperament and vocal characteristics. When it was Zhu Jingyi's turn, he actually asked Zhuo Ziki, Teacher Ziki, can I sing Kate Bush's song? When Hua Feng heard this, he was shocked. Does this guy need to go to the hospital for brain damage? Why does he have such weird thoughts? It's simply outrageous. Ziki's smile was a little stiff. Kate Bush. Hua Feng sang her Wuthering Heights the other day. Which song are you going to sing? Chapter 37. I'm on the trending search again. Zhu Jingyi thought for a moment and said, I have a naturally gifted voice. I want to sing Babushka. Hua Feng's eyes lit up and he thought, this kid has pretty good taste. Babushka's lyrics are very meaningful. It tells the story of a woman whose beauty is fading, who writes love letters to her husband in the voice of a young girl. The lyrics alone are enough to move people, and if you can sing it well, you will definitely be able to defeat your opponents in one fell swoop. Sure enough, Ziki also said, this song is very good, you sing it and we can exchange ideas. Zhu Jingyi felt awkward after hearing what Ziki said. This song isn't expressive enough. I'd better sing something else. Hua Feng sneered, which happened to meet Yu Haming's indescribable expression. The two smiled at each other. Ziki was a little confused, so she just laughed and said, as long as you're happy. She then asked Hua Feng, what song do you want to choose? Hua Feng spoke frankly, I was going to choose Kate Bush's song. I said that this morning. In fact, Zhu Jingyi just said that she wanted to sing Kate Bush's Babushka, and Hua Feng could have completely avoided it. After all, it is really a narrow road for two contestants to choose to sing the same singer's song. However, Hua Feng chose first. Moreover, anyone who competes with Hua Feng in singing would be like hitting a rock with an egg. So, it is my responsibility. Ziki was also very happy. I watched your performance last time. Wuthering Heights was performed very well. Kate Bush isn't well known in this country, and your expressiveness and vocal qualities are good enough that you can definitely perform her songs perfectly. Choose a song with simple lyrics, it will definitely be fine. Hua Feng nodded, thank you, Teacher Ziki, I think so too. When Zhu Jingyi heard this, he became anxious. Teacher Ziki, what song should I sing then? Does your company have a designated repertoire? Zhu Jingyi was a little unhappy. The company gave me an original song, but I don't like it very much. I don't think it's outstanding, so I wanted to see if Teacher Ziki has any good suggestions. I'm sorry, I don't quite remember your voice. Can you sing it live? Ziki felt a little embarrassed because she didn't remember Zhu Jingyi's performance. In fact, no one had any impression of Zhu Jingyi's performance. In everyone's eyes, he is just a few simple words, a singing voice that is rare in 5,000 years, and nothing else is unique. There was no other choice but for Zhu Jingyi to sing. A long pale yellow dress, fluffy hair, a long pale yellow dress, fluffy hair. When the song ended, Ziki swallowed her saliva and said with difficulty, not bad. Hua Feng and Yu Haming were almost laughing to death. However, due to his face and the camera, he tried hard to hold back. His facial expression was so distorted that it was hard to describe. Then, I suggest you choose a song by Milk Tea. As Ziki spoke, she sat down at the piano and started playing. Ziki sang a few lines of the familiar tune and said, this song should be more suitable for your voice. It's very elegant. Zhu Jingyi hesitated for a while before saying, okay. I'll take a look at the songs from the company. At this point, the songs for the three of them were basically finalized. Instructor Ziki's task was also half completed. The subsequent guidance was mostly on technical issues, and time passed quickly as the four of them discussed. The recording ends at 10 p.m. Hua Feng was about to rest when Yu Haming knocked on the door, yelling, Hua Feng! Hua Feng! Haming, why are you yelling? Yu Haming walked into the room and sat down on the sofa. Hua Feng, don't you just look at your phone? Look, what's going on? Then why am I always the first one to see your trending searches? Huh? Why am I trending again? Yu Haming replied angrily, speak or not, we're hoping to be on the list but we can't. You have a trending topic physique. You'll be on the trending search list in minutes. Hua Feng opened Jalan, and sure enough, the first hot search was about him. Young handsome guy beats up someone on stage, just for the beautiful chef. New idol Hua Feng, at the recording site of the idol development program, grabs Zhu Jingyi's shoulders. It is said that this is to please the beautiful chef. The picture accompanying the news showed Hua Feng pinching Zhu Jingyi's shoulders. If you cut off the beginning and the end, there is neither the scene of Ju Jingyi forcibly hugging Hua Yunqi, nor the scene of He Jeong scolding Ju Jingyi. What's even more amazing is that the other accompanying picture is a picture of Ju Jingyi's exposed shoulders. In the picture, Ju Jingyi lowered his head slightly, frowned, and looked at the red handprint on his shoulder with tears in his eyes. Hua Feng almost vomited after reading it. When the hell was this filmed? It was filmed on the first day of recording. Fortunately, he could still laugh at himself today. Hua Feng, this was clearly reported to the media by Ju Jingyi. Yu Haming was furious and continued, "It's fine if I just borrowed your popularity, but I actually framed you. The most important thing is that this bastard involved Hua Yunqi." This is what annoyed Hua Feng the most. Hua Yunqi is not like Hua Jijia, who is used to the spotlight. She has always been gentle and reserved, and only came out to participate in the recording of this program because she really couldn't refuse. I didn't expect that bad guy Ju Jingyi would be dragged into this rumor. If you offend me, don't even think about staying in the entertainment industry. Hua Feng looked through the comments of netizens and said in a deep voice. Chapter 38. Brother, why do you need to do this? Although Hua Feng has a good reputation and many wife fans. However, when it comes to beatings, there are clear and explicit photos of scars provided by the victims. Online comments were overwhelmingly critical of Hua Feng. His asking for trouble, relying on his fame to bully newcomers. So disappointed, you are my favorite star. I want to divorce you. The more Hua Feng looked at it, the more incredible it seemed to him. Netizens' thoughts are really at the mercy of others. Since you can't even see the obvious posing or design. His face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were filled with a cold light. Yu Haming looked at him tremblingly and asked, Hua Feng, you're not planning on doing anything illegal, are you? I'm not stupid. Breaking the law is the dumbest solution. Yu Haming smoothed his chest and said, you scared me to death. So what are you going to do? According to the general law of fermentation, the full version of the video of this incident will definitely be leaked soon. By then, everyone will know why I pinched his shoulder. Hua Feng calmly analyzed, however, his forceful embrace of Hua Yunqi is no reason for me to take action. He thought for a moment and then said, I did use a lot of force, but it wasn't strong enough to leave a scar. Yu Haming reacted instantly, you mean, the photo of the scar was forged by Ju Jingyi? Hua Feng did not answer directly. He looked through the videos of the shows that were broadcast that day. At that time, Ju Jingyi was wearing a white t-shirt underneath and a not too thin denim jacket. Even if Hua Feng used all his strength, it would be unlikely for him to leave such a red mark on the other person. He opened the photo of Ju Jingyi's injury again. Zoom in and take a closer look. The wound was on Ju Jingyi's right shoulder, on the outside of the clavicle. The wound was long and extended straight to the shoulder. At the event, Hua Feng was indeed standing to the right of Ju Jingyi. However, Hua Feng was holding the inside of his shoulder with 4 fingers and applying force on the outside of his shoulder with his thumb. If scars are left, they should be at 4 stress points. It is definitely not a long scar, and it is even less likely to extend all the way to the shoulder. After looking at the photos, Hua Feng had the answer in his mind. Now, all we have to do is wait and see how things unfold. However, the fermentation period is not easy to endure. Within 5 minutes, calls came in from my second sister Hua Jijia and my fifth sister Hua Shio. Hua Feng explained earnestly, and just as he hung up the phone, Hua Yunqi called. Feng, it's my sister who has implicated you. I shouldn't have stood in front of Ju Jingyi in the first place. Hua Yunqi wanted to cry, feeling regretful and sad. Sister, this isn't your fault. It's that kid who's at fault. Hua Feng comforted Hua Yunqi for a long time, and she finally felt relieved. By midnight, the online abuse of Hua Feng reached its peak. Hua Feng's Weibo is full of curses from netizens. However, Hua Feng did not respond. Instead, he was in a competitive mood and acted like a victim. Like a wounded hero, he accepted the admiration of netizens. I'm fine. Although the attacker didn't apologize, I don't mind. The sentimental words were accompanied by a series of 9 grid selfies. Each selfie is taken at a 45 angle. Each one had a furrowed brow, tears in the eyes, and lips pouted into a slanted shape. It's unbearable to watch. Hua Feng silently read Ju Jingyi's Weibo and thought to himself, act. Keep acting. I'm going to sleep first. The next day, Hua Feng opened Weibo. The style of painting has changed. An uncensored video of the event that day appeared on Weibo. The video explains why Hua Feng took action. It turned out that Zhu Jingyi went crazy and suddenly rushed up to hug Hua Yunqi. Hua Yunqi turned pale on the spot. Hua Feng couldn't bear to see this, so he went up and grabbed Zhu Jingyi's shoulders. This time, the direction of public opinion changed a lot. Zhu Jingyi is harassing me. If I were Hua Feng, I would also go up and fight him. Did Hua Feng say anything after the incident? Only Zhu Jingyi was jumping around, a typical example of the villain complaining first. Can you please stop dragging down my Hua Feng? I'm really tired. Zhu Jingyi, please show your work and don't take advantage of Hua Feng's popularity. However, among these comments, there are also some that still diss Hua Feng. Hua Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this comment. Little guy, I've been waiting for you. Even if Zhu Jing was angry, Hua Feng shouldn't have taken action. Hua Feng made a call. Zhuowei Studio. Last time, after he helped Jin Huan transfer to Director Zheng, the other party introduced Zhuowei to him. Hua Feng handed the information to Zhuowei and looked at the time. 8 o'clock. There are still 2 hours until the recording time. That's enough. Sure enough, it was 8:30. A Weibo post became a hot topic. After harassing someone with a surname, you actually faked an injury and framed Hua Feng. Where is your face? The details were exactly as Hua Feng had expected. The shape of Zhu Jingyi's wound doesn't match the way Hua Feng pinched and grabbed him on the show at all. Moreover, the bold and careful Zhuowei team also dug out Zhu Jingyi's small account. This idiot actually posted some other photos of the day on his second account. In the photo, he is shirtless. There are no scars on the shoulders. This move couldn't be more proven. Immediately nail Zhu Jingyi to the pillar of shame for harassing, lying, and being a bitch. When Hua Feng checked his Weibo again, he had already quickly deleted all the photos of his injuries and crying. Also, comments are closed. Hua Feng muttered, "Brother, why bother? The program recording time is coming soon. Zhu Jingyi, I wonder how you will treat me." Chapter 39 Hamming, what is your dream? 10 o'clock. The program team has issued an urgent notice that the recording of the idol development program has been delayed. Hua Feng guessed that this matter was related to Zhu Jingyi's conspiracy to frame him. He called Yu Hamming to go to the first floor to find the program crew and teacher He Jiong. As soon as I reached the stairs, I saw all the contestants gathered around teacher He. In addition to the competition, they were discussing things on Weibo. Hearing the noise, all eyes turned towards Hua Feng. Teacher He came over first. Hua Feng was pulled into another room by him. Teacher He rubbed his hands sheepishly and said, "Hua Feng, you must be following Weibo, right? We are also responsible for something like this happening with the program team." Hua Feng quickly comforted him, "Teacher He, no one wants to do this. You don't need to apologize." Then, how do you want the program team to handle this matter? He Jiong asked cautiously and tentatively. Hua Feng didn't react for a moment. I understood it in an instant. The program team needs to know what Hua Feng thinks. If Hua Feng firmly expresses that he and Zhu Jingyi are incompatible, then Zhu Jingyi can only withdraw from the quarterfinals. But, if that really happens, the top 8 contestants have to make a new decision. And, most importantly, at present, Hua Feng is the only one who has attracted much attention in the idol producer program. A single tree cannot make a forest. The program team needs Zhu Jingyi as the villain to maintain the popularity and topic. Hua Feng thought to himself, all crows are black. As long as there's a buzz, anyone can become a trending topic. However, we still need to remind ourselves when necessary. Hua Feng said solemnly, "Teacher He, I don't like Zhu Jingyi's behavior. However, since you asked me, I don't mind continuing to record the program with him. I'll pretend it never happened. However, the tolerance for bad artists is very low now, so the production team must not let him have a negative impact." He Jiong never expected that Hua Feng, this new generation idol, could be so understanding. He said in surprise, "Thank you, Hua Feng. The production team is currently leaning towards allowing Zhu Jingyi to continue filming Idol Producer." He paused and said, "Thank you for your understanding. You also know that the production team must consider funding and ratings." Hua Feng nodded. "Well, I also considered the funding issue of the program, so I agreed to let him continue recording." He Jiong patted Hua Feng's shoulder and sighed, "Alas. I've also told the program director about your reminder. Now we can only take it one step at a time and make sure we don't make things worse. After the two of them finished chatting, Hee-jeong felt relieved. Hua Fong followed him out of the room. Afterwards, the program team issued a notice. Idol producer, recording officially begins at 12 o'clock. There is still an hour and a half left before the show starts. Hua Fong and Yu Haming returned to the third floor. I learned that Hua Fong agreed to let Ju Jingi stay in Idol producer. Yu Haming felt sorry for him. Hua Fong, Ju Jing has done so many things, do I still want to record the show with you now? He strummed his guitar and continued, the production team is so shameless. The bad guys don't even get punished. Hua Fong disagreed, the internet has a memory. It's hard for an artist with a bad reputation to have a bright future. He paused and said, if you want to become a superstar like the king of pop, you must cultivate both business and moral character. After saying that, he leaned back against the wall. His shiny black hair fell behind his head as he moved. His eyebrows are slightly raised, his eyes are like the sea of stars, and his superior nosebone is like a handsome mountain peak that makes people unable to take their eyes off. Yu Haming looked at him, seemingly moved by his words and appearance. After a while, he said, I didn't expect you to have such great ambitions. Hua Fong turned back and asked with a smile, why can't I have big ambitions? Yu Haming hurriedly waved his hands to explain, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, you can rely on your looks, why do you have to rely on your strength? And he looked at Hua Fong and hesitated to speak. Hua Fong took over his words and said, besides, I have such a good relationship with Hua Jujia, Hua Shio, and Hua Yinchi. I can get to the top just by relying on women, so why should I work hard? Yu Haming's thoughts were revealed, and he asked embarrassedly, yes, why? Hua Fong stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Villa is still better. The floor-to-ceiling windows are spacious and bright, and everything outside is clearly visible. In order to achieve the best shooting effect, the villa was chosen to be located in the suburbs with good greenery. Standing in front of the window and looking out, I feel relaxed and happy, and all my worries are gone. He turned around to look at Yu Haming, who was leaning against the wall, holding a guitar, and said, Haming, do you have any dreams? Yu Haming didn't expect Hua Fong to ask this suddenly. He lowered his head and stroked his guitar. After a while, he looked up and said, my dream is to be an actor. Hua Fong turned back, continued looking out the window and said, in my world, you are indeed an actor, but... Yu Haming smiled doubtfully, what? Your world? I haven't filmed a movie yet. Hua Fong heard this but did not answer. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and his left foot involuntarily kicked the crocheted carpet. After a while, he turned around and faced Yu Haming. But at this time, the melancholy and sadness in his eyes were gone. What replaced it was the usual brightness, unruliness, and a hint of rebelliousness. Yu Haming then smiled, weird. Hua Fong walked over to him, and they both squatted against the wall, strumming the guitar. Chapter 40. This is a sweet burden. At 12 o'clock, the Idol training program officially began recording. Ju Jingi arrived late 1 minute before the recording started. His makeup and clothing have changed a lot. He gave up the tough jeans and chose harmless white t-shirts and white shirts. The makeup is also completely different from yesterday. Now his hair is a little messy, and there is a slight pink in the corners of his eyes and nose. When he looks at everyone, there is temptation and uneasiness in his eyes. The poor little white rabbit is full of remorse and self-pity. Hua Fong knew what he was planning at just one glance. I thought to myself, this kid learns crooked ways pretty quickly. Today's entertainment stars have terrible acting skills when they act seriously. But when it comes to the press conference, they act stupid, innocent, and pure little white rabbits, and their acting skills are better than the other. Recording of the Idol development program begins. Following the director's command, the 8 contestants and the host took their positions. How did the top 8 finalists stand out from thousands of applicants? What were their personal journeys during the 30 days of Idol producer? Hee-jeong had just made his opening remarks, and their contestants were sitting upright, each preparing their own speeches in their minds. Unexpectedly, Ju Jingi suddenly jumped up from his seat. Like a wronged young wife, he ran to Hua Fong in small steps and knelt down with a thud. Hua Fong, I was wrong. I really like Hua Yinchi too much. I'm sorry. Ju Jingi kowtowed to Hua Fong as he spoke. His head hit the ground with a thud. Hua Feng hissed, took a breath of cold air, and his body, which was sitting on the high stool, leaned back involuntarily. He screamed frantically in his heart, "Monster! Get out of here!" He Jung's face had already turned pale. He forced himself to control his expression and bent down to support Zhu Jingyi. "Zhu Jingyi, get up quickly. We can talk about private matters in private." Zhu Jingyi refused to listen. He crawled to Hua Feng's feet on his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Hua Feng, please forgive me." Grass. Hua Feng was angry inside, but he looked like a brother. He pretended to be very flustered and stood up from the chair, then bowed deeply to Zhu Jingyi. In a low, sincere voice, he said, "I shouldn't have grabbed your shoulder. I was wrong, brother." Zhu Jingyi originally wanted to kneel down in public to embarrass Hua Feng. Who knew that Hua Feng would actually bow to him and apologize? He was stunned for 2 seconds, then he made up his mind to go all out. He knelt down and turned around, holding Hua Feng's calves with both hands, and continued to apologize. Hua Feng bent down and bowed, not moving. The two of them remained in a stalemate for a second or two. Finally, after being persuaded by He Jung and other contestants, Zhu Jingyi reluctantly let go and returned to his seat, wiping his tears. Hua Feng, as if nothing had happened, stretched out his long legs and sat back on the high stool comfortably. The subsequent programs will proceed as planned. He Jung interviewed the 8 contestants one by one. However, it is obvious that the 2 people who took the longest time in the interview, apart from Hua Feng, were Zhu Jingyi. After the program was recorded, Hua Feng was quietly pulled aside by Yu Haming. "Hua Feng, Zhu Jingyi is acting like a demon again, crying and kneeling. It's obvious that he's setting a trap for you." Hua Feng did not expect that Zhu Jingyi could be so shameless. However, since it has already happened, there is no point in thinking too much. Yu Haming continued, "However, I think the way you handled it was very good, and he didn't get any advantage." Hua Feng nodded. "He wants to gain sympathy, so I can only follow his example. However, no matter what the reason, I will not kneel to anyone. Or, let's communicate with the program team. What if people on the internet are talking nonsense again?" Yu Haming thought for a while and said, "I don't think there's much hope. The production team is just waiting for someone to cause trouble." Yu Haming was furious. "We still have 7 or 8 days of recording with that guy. If he makes it to the semi-finals again, won't he be annoying every day? When the enemy comes, we will fight him with soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Who cares about the monsters and ghosts?" Hua Feng smiled and pulled Yu Haming back to the 3rd floor. In the evening, after the show was broadcast, Hua Feng's phone was flooded with calls from Hua Jujia, Hua Xiao and Hua Yinchi. "Phone, where is that monster Zhu Jingyi from? Wouldn't it embarrass you to kneel down to you on the show? Come film with me. What a crappy show, don't record it. Director Zhang has a new movie about to start filming. He told me a few days ago that he wants you to act in it." Hua Jujia was unwilling to let Hua Feng suffer. Besides, Hua Feng was such a great actor that there was no need to waste his time on an entertainment program. Hua Yinchi's tone was gentle and guilty. She always felt that Zhu Jingyi's repeated mischief was caused by her. "Feng, is Zhu Jingyi still causing trouble? Isn't it enough that he framed you? Stop recording. I just invested in a hotel and I'll let you manage it." Hua Xiao was even more justified. "Feng, let me tell you, you have to keep an eye on the decoration and design of Fengli Art Museum. Hurry and go home." Hua Feng spoke softly, explaining to several stunning beauties one by one, and then he let out a long sigh. Yu Haming, who had been sitting next to him, didn't hear the content of the call clearly, but he could get the general idea. There are new plays, hotels and art galleries. He was stunned, his face full of envy. "Hua Feng, who are you?" Hua Feng smiled and sighed, "Alas. This is also a sweet burden. You don't understand." Chapter 41 How did I become the boss after sleeping? Yu Haming sighed deeply. "Be content, I don't have what I want yet." Hua Feng patted his shoulder without saying anything. The next day, Hua Feng slept until 9:50. There are 10 minutes left before the show starts recording. Why didn't I hear any sound? Normally at this time, the contestants and the production crew would have already been running back and forth on the stairs, making a lot of noise. Hua Feng wiped his face hastily, opened a brand new set of Dior clothes, and put them on in a hurry. He ran and called Yu Haming. "Haming! Haming! Get up quickly. There was no movement from Yu Haming's side. Hua Feng passed by and took a look. The door was wide open, the room was clean and tidy, and no one was there. This kid, why didn't he say a word before going down? Hua Feng quickly trotted down the stairs. All floors were empty. What is going on? Fortunately, when he went down to the first floor, he saw the staff and other contestants in the conference room. However, the staff were not busy tinkering with their machines as usual. They stood with the contestants. 20 or 30 people looked up through the glass as if waiting for inspection, watching Hua Feng coming down the stairs step by step. Seeing this, Hua Feng thought to himself, did I get up too late? Are you all angry? He walked into the meeting room nervously and asked in a puzzled voice, what are you doing? Yu Haming stood in the first row, his head held high and his chest puffed out, with a smile on his face. What's going on? Hua Feng looked at Yu Haming questioningly. Yu Haming walked forward with a smile on his face. Mr. Hua, the idol development program is yours from now on. What's the meaning? Before Yu Haming could explain, a domineering female voice came from the door. From today on, Hua Feng is the boss of the idol development program. Following their voice came a stunning beauty with an aura as powerful as a queen. Third sister. Hua Lianqi wore her hair in a neat, high ponytail, her eyebrows were splayed, and her lips were pale, revealing a stubbornness and a hint of coldness. As her eyes scanned the crowd, she exuded a sharp, domineering aura. It was as if Emperor Gong himself was here. She walked over to Hua Feng and said to all the staff and contestants, the idol development program is affiliated with Shanshui Entertainment. This morning, Fengshi Group acquired Shanshui Entertainment. Hua Feng is the controlling shareholder of Fengshi Group, so all filming, creation, and operation of the idol development program will belong to Hua Feng. Including but not limited to the decision on whether the top 8 players will stay or go, all decisions will be made by Mr. Hua Feng. After Hua Lianqi finished speaking, the staff and contestants applauded and bowed to Hua Feng, saying, hello, President Hua. Zhu Jingyi huddled in the back corner, and after bowing, he didn't dare to stand up straight. Hua Feng signaled for everyone to be quiet. Okay, everyone, please take your seats. After hearing this, everyone returned to their work positions. However, when passing by Hua Feng, these staff members bowed, greeted, and chatted for a few minutes before leaving. After all, Hua Feng is their boss now. How dare we neglect these shrewd people? Several contestants gathered around like bees to flowers, buzzing around. Boss Hua, that's really generous. He became our boss in less than half an hour. Boss Hua, that beautiful lady, is she your suitor? Zhu Jingyi must have been humiliated this time. Let's see if he dares to disgust our President Hua again. TSK. He still dares to come and make trouble? Whether we want him or not is all up to President Hua. The world is so warm and friendly that Hua Feng couldn't help but smile. After answering them one by one for a while, he finally settled the contestants back into the practice room. Now, only Hua Feng, Hua Lianqi and Yu Haming were left in the room. When the contestants surrounded Hua Feng, Zhu Jingyi returned to his room in shame. Hua Feng waved to Yu Haming. Haming, I'll talk to you later. Yu Haming made a face tactfully and left the room. Before leaving, he closed the blinds and closed the door. Nice. This guy has some sense. Hua Lianqi turned around at this time and faced Hua Feng. She leaned forward slightly, moved closer to Hua Feng and said, Feng, you won't be wronged anymore. Hua Feng was somewhat helpless. Third sister, I haven't been wronged. That you or something, he knelt down on the show and embarrassed you. Your second sister and sixth sister both told me about it. Isn't that unfair? Hua Lianqi obviously didn't understand. I can handle it myself. Besides, there's already a lot of criticism of Zhu Jingyi online. Hua Lianqi raised her eyebrows. What's the point of criticism that can't be seen or touched? I want him to be punished for what he really is. Nice. Awesome. Hua Feng thought to himself. However, the ratings for the show Idol Development Program are not very high, and it still needs people like Zhu Jingyi to hype it up, Hua Feng explained. Hua Lianqi shook his head. That's not how you hype yourself up. Creating hype with pretentiousness and a lack of bottom line will only make the audience more and more disgusted. Her words immediately attracted Hua Feng's attention. He didn't expect that Hua Lianqi, who is a big shot in the business world, also has such profound insights into the entertainment industry. Hua Lianqi continued, if you really want to win over the audience, you should rely on the creativity and depth of the program. Furthermore, the higher-ups are becoming less and less tolerant of bad artists, and I predict they will become even stricter in the future. Therefore, letting Jushi leave is for the sake of program quality, not because of any personal grudge between you and him. She was so right that Huafeng had no reason to refute. But if I kick him out of the show, netizens will definitely think I'm taking revenge. Huafeng was still a little hesitant. Chapter 42. I am responsible for both money and creativity. Hualianchi blinked slowly and said, Feng, I didn't buy this program for you just to protect you. If you want to become a superstar, you have to learn how entertainment programs operate and their concepts. The fastest way to learn is to get started. So, I bought Shanshui Entertainment and gave you this program so you can practice. After hearing this, Huafeng admired him from the bottom of his heart. No wonder Hualianchi is so successful in the business world. His courage and foresight are truly unmatched by ordinary people. Just now, he thought that Hualianchi was just venting his anger. He really underestimated Hualianchi's vision. Thank you for your hard work, third sister. Huafeng lowered his head and said solemnly. Yeah. Hualianchi responded briefly, then continued, kicking Ju Wat out is just the first step. After that, you have to explain to netizens why you kicked him out. Also, you have to come up with creative ideas to reform the program. Netizens are not blind, they can distinguish between good and bad. That way, you can also promote your reputation as a program producer. After hearing this, Huafeng felt as if he had been enlightened. If you want to be a superstar who leads the public's consciousness and spiritual world, you cannot confine yourself to low-end entertainment programs. He should strive towards an advanced, positive, and more entertaining and valuable direction. Thinking of this, he finally understood Hualianchi's clever move and understood her good intentions. Thank you, third sister. Huafeng said in a low voice. Hualianchi smiled. She has the temperament of a strong woman, but when she smiles, she looks like a little girl. Why do you always say thank you? Because third sister, you have been of such great help to me. Upon hearing this, Hualianchi's smile grew even wider. A white catkin fell on her shiny black hair at some point. Huafeng gently pressed her shoulders and blew a breath softly. Hualianchi lowered her head in the shadow of Huafeng Wei. After a while, she raised her eyes, looked at him deeply, and said, you take care of the rest. I'll go back to the company first. The fragrance on Hualianchi's body had not yet dissipated, but she had already walked out of the meeting room. Huafeng gathered himself together and then walked out of the room. The staff and players were all a little confused about what to do after suddenly changing their boss. I was unable to start the work I was familiar with because I was afraid that Huafeng would suddenly change it. Huafeng found the program director and teacher He Jiong. Teachers, although I am the boss now, all work and management will remain the same as before. I will not make any changes casually. Upon hearing this, the program director and teacher He Jiong breathed a sigh of relief as if they had taken a tranquilizer. Huafeng then translated what Hualianchi had just said. Although Zhu Jingyi brings popularity to the program, it's detrimental to the program's image and even more so to its long-term operations. Let him leave, and I'll explain the reasons to the netizens. Also, we're going to adjust the show's format later and make some creative changes. He is the boss now. And, he was absolutely right. How could the director and He Jiong, who have been in the entertainment industry for so many years, not know this? However, on the one hand, it is because of the production budget, and on the other hand, we have no choice but to succumb to the current hype system. The director was a little embarrassed. Mr. Hua, we have actually discussed this. If there is an entertainment program that goes beyond the circle, we are the first to be willing to do it. Who would want to use someone like Zhu Jingyi to attract attention? It's just that it's difficult to come up with creative programs. He Jiong also nodded in agreement. Huafeng replied, I'll be responsible for the production budget and program creativity. You just follow me and be responsible for 100% execution. The director and He Jiong were stunned when they heard this. Although we know today that Huafeng is the controlling shareholder of Fengxi Group, the production funds of the program are naturally not a problem. However, the most difficult part of entertainment programs is creativity. Huafeng has excellent acting skills and unrivaled singing skills. Could he also produce programs? Then isn't he an all-rounder? Are there such people in the world? However, Huafeng is the boss. As long as the boss is happy, anything is fine. Moreover, he is happy to have some free time since he doesn't have to think of creative ideas as a director. So, the director and Hee Jeong said in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, President Hua." 11 o'clock. Idol development program filming begins. Hee Jeong is still leading the top 8 players. However, at the beginning of the show, Hee Jeong handed the microphone to Hua Fong. Idols are role models who can guide young people. Their words and deeds should be worthy of emulation by young people. This is the power of role models. However, since the first season of the Idol development program, Ju Jingi first harassed the female contestants with his surname, and then fabricated photos of injuries online to frame others. In the last episode of the Idol development program, Ju Jingi disregarded his own dignity, knelt down, and hyped himself up, showing no sense of shame. Hua Fong's words were upright and touching. Whether it is the contestants and hosts on the scene, or the staff carrying cameras, they had never seen any entertainment star who could tell all the facts clearly and thoroughly in front of the TV like Hua Fong. Most importantly, he corrected the definition of idol. Chapter 43, Zhongyang daily praised me. The contestants applauded loudly. Therefore, I solemnly declare here that Ju Jingi does not meet our program's definition of an idol. He will no longer be invited to participate in any activities or filmings of the idol training program or idol trainee. The results of the Italian quarterfinals will be invalidated. We will select a new player from the top 16 to enter the top 8. After Hua Fong finished speaking, he handed the microphone to Hee Jeong. Hee Jeong is so clever. He then handed the microphone to Ju Jingi. The moment Hua Lianxi announced that Hua Fong would be in charge of the idol training program, Ju Jingi knew that he was finished. However, until the show was recorded, no one informed him of anything. It was not until the filming started that he nervously stood among the top 8. Who knew? He just thought he could continue to participate in the recording of the show. However, Hua Fong revealed all his scandals in front of the entire nation. Ju Jingi's hand holding the microphone was shaking constantly. He was at a loss and looked around frantically. Apart from the dazzling light of the camera, everyone's eyes were indifferent and cold. Ju Jingi could no longer say anything. He stuffed the microphone back into Dao Hee Jeong's hands and rushed to the backstage without looking back. After he left, everyone acted as if nothing had happened. The program recording was completed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hua Fong originally wanted to go back to the 3rd floor as usual to practice singing with Yu Haming and come up with some program ideas. However, the top 6 contestants surrounded him tightly. "Mr. Hua, what you just said is truly inspiring. We must become high-quality idols. It's such a relief to see Ju Jingi go." What the top 6 said was half true and half false. It is true that they want to be high-quality idols, but the bigger reason is to show off their image in front of Hua Fong. However, it is as transparent as the Chinese style. As long as they are willing to be high-quality idols, it will not be a bad thing for the entertainment industry. Therefore, facing the top 6, Hua Fong responded politely one by one. After several people fought for more than 10 minutes, Hua Fong finally broke out of the encirclement. In the evening, after the show airs, Hua Fong stared at the official Weibo of the Idol development program. Yu Haming, who was sitting nearby, teased, "Boss Hua, when others were throwing dirty water at you on Weibo, you didn't seem to care so much about the comments." Hua Fong smiled and said, "Alas. This is also a case of not interfering in matters that are not within one's jurisdiction. Since I was put in this position, it's natural that I have to worry about this." As he scrolled through the comments, he said, "Oh, by the way, Haming, don't call me President Hua from now on." "What do you mean? You're my boss anyway." Hua Fong sneered, "Come on, it's okay if others call me that, but you can't. Just call me Hua Fong." Hee, that's great. Yu Haming, now have a boss brother too." Hua Fong nodded, "Don't worry, your boss brother, will protect you." After saying that, he exclaimed, "Har." Sure enough, all the comments are positive. Hua Fong was scrolling through Weibo, feeling more and more relaxed. People like Ju Jingi should quit the entertainment industry. Idol development plan, responding to the call from above, well done. Hua Fong, I'll be your fan for life. As more and more netizens gave positive comments, the official Weibo of the Idol development program and Hua Feng's Weibo saw a surge in attention. Hua Feng's social media certification has also added program producer in addition to actor and singer. His Weibo followers have also increased to more than 80 million. This is unique among the new generation of idols. As the topic became more popular, another Weibo post was pushed to the top of the hot searches. Create high-quality idols and say no to unscrupulous hype. Nowadays, the quality of idol stars is really worrying. Lying, promiscuity, all kinds of unscrupulous hype, nothing is too much to do. Huafeng's high-quality idol plan is truly a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. 9 o'clock the next morning. Zhongyang Daily forwarded this Weibo post and commented, "We need more high-quality idols." The official stamp completely shocked those who were following this incident. Huafeng's group of sisters, without exception, rushed towards Huafeng with flowers, applause, gifts and kisses. His WeChat was about to explode. Ding ding dong dong, it never stops. Not to mention Yu Haming, who was jumping and dancing around Huafeng. Huafeng, you were singled out for praise by the Zhongyang Daily. Do you know who the last star to be praised was? You are the first post-2000s person to be praised, did you know that? You're really awesome, you know that. Huafeng was browsing Zhongyang Daily's Weibo and found it a little unbelievable. Is this officially recognized? Really, it's like a dream. The director, host and staff of the Idol development program were a little nervous at first because Huafeng was so young. Can this little star manage the program team well? Will he produce the show? Now that the Idol development program has been praised by Zhongyang Daily, what else is there to say? Just do it. As for the other top 6, I can only envy. However, Huafeng ate meat and they drank soup. The Idol development program became popular, and their value also soared. The only one who cried his heart out was probably Zhu Jingyi. Chapter 44 I Don't Want Your Lives. Ding dong, congratulations to their host, the superstar completion level has reached 55. Charm 98, Image 98, Influence 92. Because of receiving official praise, the host can choose the reward method. Huafeng didn't wait for the system to finish and asked first, "System Dad, I want to improve my creative skills." Why not? The system seemed to roll its eyes, and after 2 or 3 seconds it responded, "Activate the host's golden idea function, open-mindedness, creative ideas, and innovative thoughts." As soon as the system's mechanical voice fell, creative ideas and various complex thoughts filled my mind. Huafeng nodded with satisfaction. This system is good and you can even order food. Whatever you want, you get. Huafeng originally planned to go to the first floor to discuss with the program team about re-selecting the top 8. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. There was a strange man outside the door, about 35 or 36 years old. However, not far behind him was Zhu Jingyi, who was keeping his head down and silent. Huafeng immediately understood why they were there. When the man saw Huafeng, he smiled and said, "Boss Hua, do you have time to chat? Don't hit someone who smiles at you." Although he no longer wanted to cooperate with Zhu Jingyi, Huafeng was unwilling to go to extremes. "Go to the first floor conference room and wait for me." The man probably didn't expect Huafeng to give them a chance, and nodded hurriedly in surprise. Yu Haming saw it clearly in the room. He complained reluctantly, "Huafeng, why are you still paying attention to them?" Huafeng fixed his hair and said, "Let's see what he says first. Anyway, the decision is in our hands. Let's go. Let's go together." Me too. That's not good. Stop rambling. From today on, you're my personal assistant. Why don't you just leave now? Is that so, then will I get paid? It depends on your performance. The two of them went downstairs and went to the meeting room, talking to each other. When Zhu Jingyi and the man saw Huafeng come in, they stood up at the same time. The man took 2 or 3 steps to Huafeng and introduced himself, "Mr. Hua, I'm Zhu Jingyi's agent, Li Ming. I came here today specifically to apologize to you." He nodded and explained, everything Zhu Jingyi did was just for publicity. The company arranged for him to do this. He's a pretty good person. Li Ming said this, motioning Zhu Jingyi to come forward and apologize to Huafeng with him. Huafeng waved his hand and said, "Zhu Jingyi and I have no personal grudges. I disqualified him from the competition for the sake of the show's effectiveness." Li Ming smiled and nodded, "Boss Hua, we all agree with your approach." Seeing that he didn't get to the point for a long time, Huafeng became a little impatient. Zhongyang Daily also called on us to create high-quality idols. The popularity of idol trainees is very high now. I really can't continue to work with an artist like Ju Jingi who has a bad record. If you don't have anything else to do, I'm leaving. Li Ming knew the situation was hopeless and sighed, okay, thank you, President Hua. Then we'll go back. Hua Feng didn't even look at Ju Jingi before leaving the meeting room with Yu Haming. Later, when he was discussing filming matters with the program crew, the staff told him that Ju Jingi had packed his bags and left. Finally, this cancer was removed. Now, we can focus on discussing how to select a competitive substitute. There's one vacant spot in the quarterfinals. I suggest we use online voting to select a candidate from the top 16 who will serve as a replacement. One of the staff members suggested. Other planners echoed this. Nowadays, netizens' opinions are very important. The director said, online voting can save costs, but I'm afraid the show won't be very effective. Also, vote manipulation happens all the time, so it's not necessarily fair. Hua Feng nodded. We can only use the online voting as a reference. Ultimately, we'll have to choose the winner through the live competition. Furthermore, I plan to have the audience vote with their real names in real time. Then we'll add in the media and judges' votes. This will both liven up the atmosphere and serve as a warm-up for the top 8 in 3 days. His words immediately attracted the attention of all the staff. Everyone's attention was focused on the charismatic president who had just taken office. It's incredible. Why is Hua Feng so excellent? On the stage, he is a singer with a voice that shakes everyone, gorgeous but not coquettish. In the crew, he is an actor with superb acting skills. In the program, he first proposed the concept of high-quality idols. The next day, he was praised by Zhongyang Daily. It is because of him that Idol producer has received unprecedented attention. Moreover, all the audience's comments on the show are positive and uplifting. Now, he has proposed the concept of on-site real name, real-time voting for the first time. This will undoubtedly ignite the atmosphere on the scene. Moreover, his proposal was cautious. This experimental reform was not directly implemented in the quarterfinals. Instead, we should first observe the reactions of the audience and the field during the substitute matches, and then promote its use as appropriate. Hua Feng saw the excitement and anticipation sparkling in the eyes of the staff. What's wrong? Everyone's looking at me like that. Is this method feasible? The director was the first to say, of course it's feasible. It's groundbreaking and there's room for improvement. It's great. Then let's implement it. Hua Feng made the final decision. Because the substitute players must be selected before the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals will be held in 3 days. So, time is very tight. The director and the production crew were a bit embarrassed. Boss Hua, the schedule is too tight, I'm afraid we can't do the job well. Hua Feng raised his eyebrows and said, all staff members, overtime will be paid triple wages. Other expenses can be reimbursed by me. When everyone heard this, they were delighted. What is the point of catching up on progress? As long as you pay enough, this life will belong to Hua Feng. Chapter 45, 8-4. Oh, right. Hua Feng suddenly remembered something. Yu Haming will be my personal assistant from now on. I'll go to him for small matters. Yu Haming was completely bewildered, his mouth opening into the shape of an O. The staff around him looked at him and smiled in a friendly manner. After the meeting, Yu Haming chased after Hua Feng and quietly asked, Boss Hua? My big boss. I thought you were just talking, but you really want me to be your assistant. When have I ever told a lie? But I don't know how to make a show at all. Yu Haming was so anxious that he kept circling around Hua Feng. What should I do if the staff comes to me and I don't know anything? What if I drag down the production team? What if? Hua Feng stopped, looked at him seriously and said, don't be so sure. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Besides, you can't be a singer forever. I plan to be a singer for the rest of my life. Didn't Principal Tan and Liu Huan sing their entire lives? I want you to learn about program production and do more behind-the-scenes work. If there's anything you don't understand, you can discuss it with the director. It's decided. Yu Haming pursed his lips, helpless. Next to Hua Feng, he has always been the weak and obedient one. All right. With the boost of money, the work that would have taken 5 days was completed within 2 days. 8 p.m. the day before the quarterfinals. The recording of the quarterfinal substitute match has officially begun. As the producer of the program, Hua Feng inspected the entire recording site. All media, audience judges and 3 judges are in place. Voting machines were provided on site for the media and audience. They can vote for contestants in real time. The online voting channel has also been opened. The other 8 contestants who were eliminated from the top 16 are anxiously waiting for the competition. Among the 8 contestants, Hua Feng saw Li Qi. He was very calm and waved to Hua Feng naturally. Hua Feng thought to himself, I hope your replacement is successful. The following game was tense and exciting. The 8 contestants cherished the opportunity that they have lost and regained. They tried their best to show off their unique skills and talents. The live audience and media voting system, used for the first time, also played a huge role. In addition to being able to directly see the number of votes for the contestants, viewers in front of the TV can also participate in the voting themselves. This undoubtedly increases the sense of participation of all viewers and netizens. For a moment, the voting channel was extremely crowded. The staff repaired it and it was almost broken. In the end, Li Qi lived up to everyone's expectations and won the substitute qualification. In fact, his singing skills are quite good. Coupled with his calm and relaxed temperament and personality traits, he is very popular. The other 7 contestants, although disappointed, were also convinced. Afterwards, Li Qi replaced Zhu Jingyi and moved into the idol trainee villa. The next day, the quarter-finals match, before recording. The 7 contestants all practiced their singing skills under the guidance of the judges. Only Hua Feng was running up and down the venue, keeping an eye on both the scene and the online voting channel. Yu Haming couldn't bear to see this and ran over to help him. Hua Feng, why don't you practice with teacher Zhuaziki for a while? How many days have you not practiced singing? What are you doing here? Go back and practice your singing. I can't make it to the semi-finals, but I still have to be the boss. What about you? Don't I still work as the boss's assistant? Hua Feng was at a loss for words. If you can't make it to the semi-finals, I won't let you be an assistant. Boss, you are such a jerk. Hurry back and practice singing. Yu Haming couldn't persuade him, so he had to go back to the practice room in a bad mood. After a while, Hua Feng went to the director to discuss the program's effects. Zhuaziki ran over again. Hua Feng, you can't just not practice at all. You have good innate conditions, but you can't waste them like this. Although she knew that Hua Feng was the boss of idol producer, she believed that Hua Feng should focus on his acting career. Seeing this, the director also advised Hua Feng, Mr. Hua, we can do it. You should practice singing. Hua Feng looked at his watch and said, there's not much time left anyway, forget it. I'll focus on this one, and you guys can do it yourselves next time. He was the one who said it, so Zhuaziki and the director had no choice but to comply. 20 o'clock. Idol producer 8-4 recording begins. With the passionate opening of He Jung and the other 3 hosts, the atmosphere on the scene was quickly mobilized. In fact, the original idol producer only had 1 host. Now, with the wealthy Fengshi group and Hua Feng mediating. Moreover, the official praise from Zhongyang Daily has resulted in a surge in traffic for the program. Therefore, the number of hosts for the 8-4 selection round increased to 4. Whether it is the stage effects or the costumes and props, they have been visibly improved by several levels. Even the judges sitting in the middle couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, idol producer is becoming more and more popular. The quarterfinals will be played in groups. The 8 contestants were divided into 2 groups. Compete against each other separately. Finally, 2 players from each group will advance. The groups are assigned by drawing lots. Hua Feng secretly prayed that he, Yu Haming and Li Qi would not be in the same group. However, what he worried about still happened.